So now you're here again knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. Down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. I'm not backing down, cause the future is now. Not backing down, cause the future is now. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the show. It's our second day of the playoffs here in EU Challenger League, and I'm so excited to bring you more of the action. Now, I wasn't here on Monday. My coworkers, Des and Jess, did an absolutely great job here hosting the desk, but I gotta say, I missed out watching live on some amazing matches that really came down to the wire. Fluke and Happer on here just for the beginning, but you know what? Let's recap our bracket in total for people that don't really know how things went down. You, of course, went from two groups, Group A and B, to the top 8 teams today. We had 6 teams in each one of the groups. The top 4 of those groups made it forward to the playoffs bracket. So, of course, they're distributed with all the teams here, 8 of them in total, into the quarterfinals. We had the distribution before that we talked about how that was made, and this is how we ended up with this graphic. Can we show that again, please, for just a moment here, production? Just so we can have another chat about like the specific teams that made where. Winstrike Kovana and Heretics Penta was played before. Kovana made it through super tight game against Winstrike, I think. And please, Hapfluk, feel free to support me on this or not. But Winstrike versus Kovana was a hell of a game. Highly recommend people go and watch it.
Yeah, I mean, it was the proper fight. Obviously, Penta kind of pushed Heretics aside. Winstrike gave it a huge amount. But Kovana, I mean, Sloth Map 2, unbelievable performance.
So there it is, completely understandable. Today we turn our focus, though, to the bottom side of that bracket with M&M versus Machiko and Homeless versus Gamma. That's the UK versus Italian team. And, of course, Homeless being our Polish team versus Gamma Gaming from the Benelux. So we're going to have a chat about them a bit later. I see that smug look on your face, Hap. Don't worry.
They'll choke anyway, don't worry.
They really have to win those, don't they? We're going to have a fun load of time talking about these squads a bit later. And you know what? Let's focus on our first 2 teams. First of all, our schedule. You've seen maybe we have 2 games on today, 4 teams in total. These are best of 3 series. So we're going to have the regular system that all of us have been used to when it comes to these sorts of matches, best of 3, overtime, the whole shebang, as we're used to seeing for quote-unquote events as a playoff bracket. M&M versus Machiko. And you know what? I believe one of us here is British. I don't know if it's possible to tell who it is.
I heard a rumor.
I'm the imposter all the time.
Rumor has it.
Do I need to get the flat cap? It's just beside me. Yeah. So I guess in my British mantle, I will hold up high M&M. But to be honest, they've done it well themselves. Top of their group, Group B, the group that's already decimated the first play day and taken both spots with a 2-0 victory. So here is M&M trying to be the third Group B name to keep matching that pace. And their pace, it's pretty good right now.
Yeah, well, there's Machiko on the other side trying to stop them now. I'm sure they've carb loaded pretty hard, right? They live in the south of Italy all together in their $7 trillion compound with enough media attention on them to, push it even further. Hap, what's the deal with this team?
They had the good pasta today because they're going up against M&M. Machiko might be arguably the weakest team out of Group B to make it through to the playoffs. Of course, number 4, so there's 2 below them still. Because they've only had 1 win, which was against Fedora, which ended up in the 6th place in the end. And the other 2 were ties. So it's not looking too good for them. They had some questionable results, also in the negative of round differential. So I really hope that their pasta here will save them.
I hope so too. Loads of basil everywhere is how I expect this to go with Parmigiano Reggiano, as they would say. Fluke, you're going to be instructing us later on a bit of the movie science behind all of this. You're going to be our media expert and talk about food, as maybe one day we can make it to Paris with everything that's happening right now. But you know what? Let's see which map we're going to be playing on. I am very, very interested in this because I think if we just look at pure numbers, Hap, you can agree M&M definitely have an advantage in this. And Machiko had the last ban. They removed Consulate. Take you guys to Oregon. All right.
I mean, the thing about coming into this was, for me, whatever the map ban phase went, it was kind of going to go M&M's way. They have a win on every single map. They're maybe the only team that has a win on every single map across CL and across their National League performance. They've obviously been able to pull blood. M&M have Clubhouse. That's their map. If we're just looking at CL, they did what, 2 play days of it? Oh, they 7-0'd both of those play days on Clubhouse. You don't take M&M to Clubhouse. Other teams that they've beaten on Clubhouse, how about little teams like Na'Vi, G2, Vitality? Oh, the Clubhouse list of M&M is long.
And I would like to remind everybody, I'm still used to this best of 1 series format, so you'll have to excuse me. EU has really been creeping deep into my head, but Clubhouse, as you were saying, Fluke, picked up by M&M. Theme Park going through from Machiko. Of course, it's ban, pick, so you kind of need to be very careful on how you do your bans. And I'm wondering, okay, what's the major reason why Machiko banned Coastline against M&M, and why they might feel comfortable with bringing in Theme Park for this app?
Well, I was looking at the notes. Fluke Pradana is like, do not go to Clubhouse. They failed. Kavana picked up well back then against Windstrike and do not go to Oregon. I'm just quickly checking the map bans, and I can see they played Clubhouse once and they get a 50% win rate, meaning they drew it up. So I really have no clue why they decided to go for it. Maybe they think there's a lot to gain out of those two 7-0s in terms of how they played and in strategy, able to counter strat. We'll have to wait and see, I'm afraid.
The thing about Theme as well, sorry to just jump
Go
in
ahead,
there.
no, go ahead.
It was the map that, to be fair, maybe they've seen it as a bit of a weakness because it was a 7-5, a victory to M&M against August, which is one of the, arguably the weaker teams from that group and that setup. But they started on attack that time round, and they took 5 of their defenses in a row. So now you're going against M&M, who are starting on their defense on Theme Park, and they did 5 in a row before. They hit 6 in a row, which is the much typed about in all chat. What, you couldn't get 6 defenses in a row, which happened in our Yukin games, as all of the all chat stuff does. I mean, it's gonna be a tough day. Where do you take a team that can go anywhere? Pick your poison.
So how do you see this happen? At the end, we were talking about how M&M goes. Which map? Because let's be very, very clear. Which map, in reality, should or could you see Machiko taking today to maybe take it to a map 3 and gather an advantage there? Because let's be honest, we were all surprised by the fact that Kovana beat Windstrike in their own right. So maybe today is second upset.
You want me to be honest or give the public friendly answer?
Look, there are many things about you that are very hot. I would like to hear a hot take.
They're going to get 2-0 by M&M. That's the hot take here. I'm just looking at it. Machiko, they struggle winning their opening duels as well. 47% of them was M&M have a 60% opening duel one. If you combine that with them starting out on the defense on Theme Park, for example, you're not going to be winning that. And we already basically established that M&M on Clubhouse is also another beast. So Machiko, if they want to win a map, I think they'll have to start off on Clubhouses straight away, because I don't think Theme Park will be rolling their way either.
All right. I'm wondering then, since we're kind of discounting Clubhouse as this map that's just going to go M&M's way regardless, I'm wondering what Machiko can show on Theme Park that might give them their, an advantage on it, because I assume they pick the map, so it would be M&M to pick which side they start on. Defense is usually the go-to, right?
I mean, yeah, if you go theme and you choose attack first, you're having something's going on. Something's crazy there. M&M used to be a team that did sometimes pick attack first. To be fair, they would like to do it because it was before they obviously got users and Fonkers. They were a team that set themselves up in a position and situation where they would throw people off when they were in, I think it was CL Season 11. They would play their attacks first because people would be like, whoa, this team's really good on their attack. And then when they went onto their defense, they had all of that momentum behind them. Theme, though, as I said, it's a thing. You try and hit 6 defenses on Theme at the minute, at least in the UKIN region. You lose one, pathetic, rubbish defense. And I feel like they're going to set themselves up there. Is it alright if I have the map bans up very quickly? Just to kind of break down maybe why they could have gone here is obviously if the other options that they have is Cafe Consulate and Oregon. Consulate is the second highest banned map against M&M. In fact, no, it's the highest banned map. No map has been banned against them more than Consulate. So that being removed makes sense because they've also played it twice and won it twice from that selection. Cafe, for me, would have potentially been a better option. They've had 2 losses on Cafe, a draw and a win. It's statistically M&M's worst map. Not to mean that it's a bad map for them, but they haven't had as good a time on that. And they most recently drew Penta 6-6 on it.
All right. The biggest conversation point for me is that M&M have so much to give in this matchup, but they also are late for their match, which means that they are technically ready to play in EU League just by virtue of that fact alone. So, completely understandable. Final point though, Hap, is there any way that, Machiko can survive this on Clubhouse? Let's focus very quickly on the first map.
there's always hope to survive, and I think it has to do with breaking down whatever your opponent like. Okay, so there's two ways of going at it.
Very quickly,
like,
our game is almost ready.
counter strat. Okay, so either counter strat or you play disruptive and play your own games. Either one of those two, which one suits them more, that is the way to survive.
All right, I want to see how this goes. Map number 1 in our series between Machiko and MNM is about to start. It's the Impasta, #Impasta, and #UK Massive on the other end that are starting off in their matchup. So let's toss it over to our casters. Why don't we? It's their first out of 3 maps today in play day number 2 of EUCL playoffs, and it's just a chew that'll guide us through it. All yours.
Thank you very much, Milos. Who else was it going to be, realistically, except for us two to bring this down, where there's a UK massive team on one side and Jess's favourite little Italian squad on the other. Either way, it's going to be a screamer. We balance each other out. So I think at the end of the day, Jess, we can call it a gentleman or a woman's agreement, whichever way you want to go, and shake hands in the middle and say this should be a good match.
I'm excited for it either way. Look, whether MNM runs away with Clubhouse or not, I think as we get to the second map and even potentially the third, we might see a bit of a butting of heads more often than we would on Clubhouse for MNM. I mean, this is an MNM map. It's like when you used to take SSG to Clubhouse, for example. I think Matchgo have misinterpreted what their first ban should have been, but it doesn't really matter because you only need 2 out of the 3. Say you lose the first, you've still got chances to bring it back in the reverse sweep. For Matchco now, I want to see them coming in big. They start on defense. That's their chance.
I'm very shocked to see that Theme Park's going to be the second map where inevitably MNM will be the one starting on defense. And there is that curse that goes around is that no one wants to start an attack on Theme Park. A lot of teams struggle. So I'm hoping Matchgo have got something really spicy planned for us there. But either way, we're into the bans here for Clubhouse. Maverick going to be the first one taken away, followed by the Monty for MNM. I wonder if we see the Shield duo band away here with the Clash following through.
Possibly. I mean, for Matchco, they might even just repeat their bans, and you are right, that second Shield ban will come out, but maybe Matchco will get rid of the Go-Yo. Last time they played on Clubhouse, and the only time they did play on Clubhouse was against Granite. They banned the Maverick, they banned the Go-Yo. Do they repeat that here? It looks like they will, and this seems to just be a comfort thing for them. They don't want to deal with those shields. They don't want to deal with the Maverick either, and we have Thatcher in play as well, which means Kaid and other electricals and wall denial won't be as pungent as it would otherwise when you do have the Thatcher ban. Instead, you've got to rely on the Maverick. I'm interested to see Clubhouse play with the Thatcher and no Maverick. Now we've got Ace, etc. I think it'll be much easier for the attackers, which is what Matchco really didn't want, let's be honest.
In a way, they have made it easy with the Goya ban away, but to me, it's just screams of a problem that I noticed in their game against Gamma when I was watching it back yesterday, is that sometimes utility is their detriment. They just sometimes can't get past certain setups that teams have done. They rely on over-peaking, being aggressive. The number of times that Teb would swing around a corner and kill 2 or 3 people was absolutely absurd. So that today for me is their biggest strength. But you are coming up against an MNM side where you've got players like Nath who on a supportive role clicks heads like there is no tomorrow. Like it's his last game of Siege ever. It's unbelievable. So I'm really excited to see how the likes of Keenan, Teb stack up against the likes of Nathan on the other side, and whether or not Matchco have really got something to bring here against MNM. We start off on the downstairs, mind you, inside of Church and Arsenal. Nothing really notable in terms of setups coming out of either side when you look at those operator lineups. You maybe give a small nod towards Matchco here, going with the denial from the Kai, which will be negated mostly by the Thatcher. But I'm then looking towards the Maestro and the Valkyrie and thinking, man, that's a lot of intel.
Yeah, both sides have really good compositions here. I can't swing it either way, just purely out of the fact that maybe having a Thatcher in hand, and if he can stay alive for as long as possible, he might do really well. I think Teb wants to be quite disruptive here, and we've actually seen him be the kind of player that tries to grab a few drones, run away, waste a bit of time, and then swing when it suits him, or whether he's put into a pinch position as well. So I don't think he'll go into an early engagement just yet. I think he'll hope to sort of grab a drone or two and be a bit disruptive, but with that Thatcher in hand, I feel like this is going to be really hard for them to hold off on these hatches and walls.
I describe, in my own head at least, Teb as the Italian Joe. He's the guy, especially on a map like this, who will be at every single window and doorway looking to be cheeky in those early engagements. And if it isn't getting kills, like you say, it is bringing down drones. It is giving the attacking side a headache. And that's what I'm looking for from Matchco, is to be disruptive. That's where the strength has got to come in. But for MNM so far, things seem to be going the way they want. They've got Fonkas on the Zofia, playing in a natural position here on Clubhouse. Halfway up blue stairs, looking to contest in towards the generator and back into the bar area. A couple of drones helping him out on that front with Yonka currently holding out below him. And I imagine the rest of the team will turn their attentions towards kitchen, towards bar, looking to get those hatches open. And with Dats on the sledge, smashing the living hell out of that hallway floor so they get some good angles downstairs.
It's almost the halfway mark, and I don't think they have got that hatch open yet. I think what they're trying to do is make sure they get a double Thatcher down, because if it does manage to get tricked here, the second Thatcher and EMP will come out, and that will stop that from happening. They've decided to employ 2 Selmas on it instead of the Hibana charges, which is fair enough, but maybe they're going to use it on the church wall. Maybe that's something they're going to try and attempt to do, and somehow Nafe stays alive on the table, of course. When you give yourself a little bit of elevation, you can get away from some of that explosion radius. But unfortunately, Dats is not so lucky. And is this going to be the impact trick? Possibly. I think that's the boss's job. And somehow in a half-blinded state, he makes it.
Yeah, I was wondering actually how many they might have in terms of the impacts here, but I think it's just the 2 on the Maestro in this instance. It is indeed, so there's nothing else really left for them but to rely on using that to deny away the X-Kairos. So maybe that's what it comes down to. You need all 3 of these X-Kairos to get it open. In this case, quite simply not going to happen as Nath has died. Maybe that explains why those Selmas are being used in alternative locations. But here for MNM, it's going to scream to me, this is going to be a moto drop. It's going to be a push down main stairs. They've got to be super mindful of those C4s coming singing out from the players of Matchco based on where they are holding. But before they can even think about going for an execute, they are being picked apart at the seams by the side of Matchco. A 5 versus 2 left. Fonk is trying to make something happen from blue. We'll find Teb. It's a small bit of solace, I think, for them, as this round looks all but done and dusted. Try as they might, Fonk has got to pull off a miracle here. A 1 versus 4 inside 10 seconds. Simply not going to happen. And Matchco just snatching body after body will run away with round number 1.
I think what really came in clutch there was the fact that Teb was able to peek out onto Ace on Moto, and I don't know what Fonkers was doing at the time, but it certainly wasn't holding that. And that that misalignment of time, those mere seconds that Teb was able to peek out, get rid of the Ace, who would have had the smokes and the ability to get the plant down, you're missing yet another member of your team after Dats went down to a C4. Things are looking pretty dire. You're going down to kills. Fonkers tried, of course, and Teb, you know, he couldn't sit still, so of course he's going to peek out. He gets a free kill there, but for the most part, you're down to many numbers. They've got everything on lock. Kitchen hatch is still closed. Things are looking pretty damn good for Matchco at that point. And now they'll go up into CCTV. And the big change here that we have to note is Jenna is going to take the Wamai. And sometimes Teb will play it. Sometimes Jenna will play it. Sometimes we'll see Sabos on a full frag roll. Sometimes we'll see him on a full support roll. So it's good to see that some of these players are a bit flexible, and it will all depend on the site by the looks of it, because now they want to mute. Now they want a couple of these operators that will really assist them at holding off for as long as they can.
And you touch on Serbos sometimes playing on these more aggressive ops. Here, playing on the Bandit, you just don't know what you're getting with this operator. Some players like to sit in the Bandit trigger wall, which is what I expect will happen on this site, especially given the placement of that shield. Others like to just run around the map and try and frag out with them. We've seen some players with all 4 Bandit charges in the back pocket running around seeking kills and trying to play behind C4s. It really is a coin toss on what you're going to get team to team. But here, given that the mute is also on side, along with that Jaeger and Wamai, it does just scream denial to me all the way through.
And why not? I mean, you got rid of the Maverick. You're forcing them to have to use EMPs. You can Bandit trick EMPs. It's a little bit more difficult now that it's, you know, gone to a disable rather than a destroy. So you have to be really careful with your placement. That shield will block any grenades that might sail through it. Also sometimes blocks the concussion, which might sail through there. They've got a couple of Wamais to be able to catch them if they do try and do it that way. What I am surprised, however, is that on the attacking team, not that really there's a lot of room for it, of course, in the composition, but they could have brought a Capitao as well. That might have helped out a little bit. And, I mean, there's not an unlimited amount of magnets, of course. They only, you know, regenerate over time. So you could get there early, get some damage done, get that wall open.
I think what you're seeing MNM doing here is what quite a few European teams have started doing lately, and that is completely ignoring CCTV wall. You acknowledge there are bandit charges there are shields there's a hell of a lot of denial all engineered in that direction. So instead you take over bedroom, going towards construction, and then look to smash your way through that single direction. BDS strike me as a team that did this very, very well. Teb trying to contest up top is not going to be able to find anything, but I say that. There's a trade elsewhere onto Nathan, so it's not a overall loss for the side of Matchco. It is losing the Teb there, who was contesting from below inside a kitchen. It does mean that this west side of the map should now be in control of MNM, but again, it's more damage, it's more slowing down, it's more forced droning for MNM, it's more time wasting, and we saw exactly how that worked out last round.
Actually, you don't realize it, but this is a huge pick. They're doing a bedroom push, and we know that the side of Matchco likes the impact trick. X-Kairos placed on the bottom to be able to ignore that impact trick are really, really important. without your X-Karos to do it, you're relying on the Selmas. And by placing a Selma low, you'll only get that foothold. So for the most part here, if they can't get rid of that C4 that might sail over the top, or an impact trick that might be available, although no impacts on the side of the defense, so nothing available now. But if they had gone with that, that would have been a really big pick. And that's another big pick there for Elation, who's usually quite a passive player for Matchco.
This is the thing, Matchco will swing you, and MNM should know this. You watch back any of the games that we've seen Matchco play, they love going aggressive. They will not play conventional siege, they will keep on trying to disrupt you. Dare I say, it's almost like a LATAM style, or at least old LATAM style, where it was, look, go for kills, don't be afraid, get up in their face, make them uncomfortable. Servos tries to get his C4 out through the newly open holes, but shot out immediately by Yonkro, I think, who was a little bit too aware of what the plan was. They now have CCTV open after they've already opened up construction, so both key elements of the entry are opened up here, but in a 3 versus 3 with 15 seconds to go, this is set to be an absolute bloodbath. Here we go, Yonkro trying to get his way in, but Keenan, he's ready and waiting. Traded back by Yuzu, Smoke is down, 2v2, low health members on the side of MNM have got a lot to do inside 3 seconds if they want to keep this one alive. Plant is going down. Do they know about Keenan playing at the top of red? He's going to step in, going to fire onto the Funkers, going for the plant. A little bit too easy, and just again, Matchco's game plan of running that clock down to almost nothing bites MNM in the backside.
That was a really good shot from the carbine there of Keenan. We had to point that one out. That was over towards the breach. I was actually surprised that given they took that bandit, they took everything that you would expect them to take for that wall denial, they didn't also bring someone with impacts. I think that probably could have elevated their options there towards that construction wall. And I think that's a very important wall to make sure you keep closed, because I don't know how many games of Clubhouse, I mean, even you and I have just watched together, almost always that wall will get open in some way, shape or form, even with a Maverick ban, even with a Thatcher ban, some way, shape or form, CCTV happens to get open. So you're not likely to going to be able to keep it closed the whole time. You are, however, going to be able to delay, which was the job there of the bandit. And then you've got to make sure that once that's open, you don't also let construction go, because then you're just pinched. But Matchco, they make good work of that.
Another change in terms of operators coming out here as well. This is normally the site where you'd see things like a bandit coming out, or a castle, or even a Kaid in some instances, maybe a mirror. None of that to be seen. Again, seeing that Jaeger and Mamai coming out, the Malusi stepping into the field for the first time, alongside that Valkyrie making a return once again. So for Matchco, you look at them at face value and go, well, they're getting a lot of aggressive kills. You've got Ted playing in kitchen, he's roaming around the map in round number 1. It's just them playing aggressive. I'd say no. A lot of it is down to this utility-informed aggression, because we've seen the Maestro and the Valkyrie a couple of times now. They're playing around the information as a team and using that to say, right, players pushing here, let's go and cause some trouble. And it feels like just as MNM are starting to adapt, it's like, okay, now here are Banshees to deal with. Matchco keeping them guessing. I'm loving seeing it.
Well, they're going to do a cache extension here. And this was popularized way, way, way long ago. This is just sort of the meta now, that if you're going to hold gym and you want to extend, this is how you would do it. Double reinforcement on the server wall. Make sure that no one can just sort of open it up and expose you. Some teams will also fully reinforce the walls over to red. However, I don't think Matchco have done that, because they're playing Teb there with a shield. I like this iteration of this, because it means that no one can pinch you from both sides without having to go through an entire player. And in this case, an entire shield as well.
Very common for the attackers to want control of red, as you say, to catch anyone trying to go off the retreat. So Teb being there is definitely going to be a detractor. And for MNM, it's going to be another multi-step process. Start out here in CCTV, get it cleared out, and then look to try and go for your push forwards. 60 seconds in, and they know that they've still got to do a lot of work to get rid of these players that are holding at the very back, and quite cautiously as well. Teb not over peeking at this point, just saying, look, you want to waste a bunch of grenades, you want to put a bunch of drones in, it's absolutely fine by us. We will happily wait and pull back when the time is right. And in fact, now maybe happy they've gone through a couple of frags. X-Karos have come out. They say, now's our time. We can back away. We have wasted utility, but they've got to be so mindful of Yuzus here playing on the window. He could get pre-fired here actually by the player that's hanging just to the left of the window frame. But no, it's Elation. I think he's just holding here in case they need more support. And Teb is going to be the first one to go down along with Jenna. So it did take 90 seconds, but MNM have found the 2 kills they need out towards the east.
Unfortunate for Matchco there, they actually had no impact on any one of the MNM players outside of utility and outside of time. Maybe that will work in their favor. We saw that on the downstairs attack, that worked against MNM and they were rushing and making mistakes. But I think when you've got a 5v3, it's a site like Gym, you're not really going to struggle when you have 2 whole man advantage here. It means that Matchco have to watch a lot of angles, and there's only 3 of them to do it.
Do manage to find one back onto Dats, bringing us into a 4 versus 3. Still a few drones left alive for M&M here. 3 to give the exact count, which should, if they choose to get back on them, help them get their way in, find out where these players are, and even try and look for some pre-fires. There comes one actually at Nate as he darts his way in, finds one. Kenneth to trade back once again. Oh my god, make that a third. And Keenan, my bad on that one. A third kill for him in the round. Brings things down to a 1 versus 2 for Usus. And just in a round where it felt like things were starting to go right for M&M, Keenan chooses that to be the round that he comes up absolutely huge. 20 seconds to go, a 1v2, diffuser on the ground. I think it's fair to say, Jess, this round's probably done unless Usus can go absolutely massive here and get himself a 2k in the closing seconds. Tries to find one, but Keenan's going to close things out with a 4k in round number 3 and shut down M&M's dreams of their first round here on Clubhouse.
I just love when a team proves me wrong. It's always so flattering and it humbles me dearly. Because in a 5v3, in a situation where not a lick of health has been taken off you, and you still have quite a considerable amount of time, I'm talking post 60 seconds kind of stuff here, you should not be losing that. You should not be letting people swing like that. The only confident swing I saw was from M&M, and was from Nafe rather, from M&M, when he swung in and he got the player behind the bomb chassis because he knew he was there. But the risk he took to get that kill, why didn't he coordinate with his teammates? Why didn't he focus on the objective? I am worried for M&M because I look over to my stats here and I say, okay, compared to Matchco, they're not even on the leaderboard for top players in Challenger League. And they're the top rated team in their group. They're not even on the leaderboard. So this goes to show me that it means they've got less than 5 players for that entire season. So they're clearly not a very objective-based team. There's not a huge attacking sample size because they did start in defense a lot, but it goes to show that quite clearly they're used to winning a round from elimination, and they can't do that here against Matchco. They're just ready.
It has been one of those. I mean, looking back at their results, the 7-0 against Bekind, the 7-0 versus Homeless on the final day, and yes, okay, the 7-5 that came up against August is what it is in that case, and 2 draws against Penta and Kavana. Very little in the way of objectives coming down then. The game against Kavana was interesting because Kavana had 5 plants in that game. In a single game, their objective focus was huge. Whereas here for M&M, not yet present, but as you say, I think a lot of that came down to the confidence they have in the fragging to close rounds out. Players aren't afraid of walking forwards, contesting players, getting kills to close rounds out, rather than having to rely on a post-plant situational advantage. We go back now to the downstairs. So a repeat of the 3 sites we've seen so far. A clean sweep, it's worth adding for Matchco. Not a line that I thought I'd be saying so far with 3 rounds in the bag. And in my mind, not a whole lot that they need to be changing here. They look confident. They look like they know what they're doing. They can get up in M&M's face. They can cause them to be a little bit uncomfortable. And you're still looking on the M&M side here and saying, who's that player that's going to step up and drag them through some of these tough rounds in the same way that Keenan did for Matchco in the previous one?
My big problem is that they're using these drones to spot out some of these Matchco players that might be roaming, and the only player on the downstairs, at least, that has ever tried to roam is Teb, and he's not really roamed quite deep into the map. And so once they send a drone there, they confirm that he is lurking, you know, blue stairs or whatnot, but no one's there to act on the information. So it seems a little bit of a, we confirm he's near site, we confirm that he's kind of rotated up, he's in an aggressive position. No one acts on it, drone's lost, and then all of a sudden you don't know where he is. He could have rotated back up for all you know. So I think for M&M, you can see that they're a bit stressed about this game. They obviously know that there's a lot of pressure, and they're not quite as coordinated as we once see them throughout the season.
Keen to see if that settles once it comes into the second half or even into their defensive half of Theme Park. Time will tell. And I think they already burnt one of their EMPs on the bar hatch and it's now opened back up again, or at least re-electrified. They'll have to go through another and then commit a second on top of it, so they can't go for the double trick here. And in fact, Jenna's not even going to bother trying, as indeed the second one did come out. I'm not sure then if they can now run around and commit that Electro Claw in towards Kitchen, because they could deny that hatch pretty much outright unless they make use of grenades to clear it. Either way, once more, it could be a very difficult situation for M&M, even when they still have the Hibana left and on side.
Oh, well read into that situation. Last time those feed holes were a big detriment to Matchco. They won anyway, but that was something where Jenna couldn't sit on triple wall. Now only the left-hand side is open, and this is so much easier. But guess what? Focus makes up for his little bit of a slip-up in the last time he attacked bottom floor, and this time he'll finally be able to walk in and get a much bigger impact. And now it looks to be going M&M's way. This might be their first round here, Des, unless the Matchco boys have something to say about it.
Look at the contest here as well, because Jenna's in a real good power spot here to be able to contest onto main stairs where there are 2 remaining. There's only 3 members of MNM left, so he can find a single kill here. That could be big for them, but off the back of the drone, Nathan knows and finds the kill onto Jenna. 3 versus 1. Servos has got to work absolute wonders here. Goes down low, steps back through, and I was going to say the time might help him a bit here, but Funkus finds his 3rd kill of the round and makes sure MNM get over the finish line. A lot of that being orchestrated by his double kill inside of blue.
Yeah, did a really good job there. He actually had 2 people aggressing onto him, so that's something that actually Matchko should have won. They've been having a lot of 1v1s. 1v1s they actually probably shouldn't be winning, but on a 2v1 in that instance, that's probably something you should win. So it seems that Matchko are thriving under a heck of a lot of pressure, and then when they've got an advantageous position, they kind of just do worse. It's kind of strange. Not sure what that's about. Maybe the adrenaline's pumping. But for Matchko now, losing 1 defensive round, it's not too bad. You're on your defense. You don't want to lose any more than 2. That would probably not bode very well for the second half, especially when you're not a very attacking-sided team. So for me now, Matchko's got to put their foot down and go, we know what we did wrong there. We lost players we shouldn't have. Let's make sure we're focusing on the plant denial because MNM aren't a plant-heavy team.
Got to give a nod to Funkus as well. 3 opening kills in the last 3 rounds, the first 2 being on Teb, the last one being on Keenan. Really getting things moving for MNM, even if the rounds ultimately do not convert. He is sat on 6 kills, surpassed only by Keenan on the other side, currently on 7. And let's not forget that 4 of those came in round number 3. But either way, you're starting to see already who the front runners are going to be for either side here as top contributor when it comes to numbers on the scoreboard. Once more, we head back upstairs, as you would expect, into Cash and CCTV. Now, last time round when we were sat here, the Hibana died pretty early on, and that was the same story in round number 1 when Nathan was inside a kitchen. Want to make sure they're preserving his life a little bit longer here, because sure, the ace can do a lot of work, but nowhere near as much when you've also got Desert Cairo still on side.
It's funny you speak about Nathan because
I just saw him staring at the bullet hole, and I was like, surely not, surely not. But no, he gets banged. Of course he does.
Yeah, funny you speak about Nath. Of course, we've just cast a curse him to his death yet again as one of the first opening deaths. That's fine. But for the most part, I wanted to bring up the fact that he was the 2nd highest rated player in all of Challenger League for the regular season. He had a 1.3 rating. He was one of the highest rated players. The next rated was Dats at a 1.16. And, well, when you're such a high rated player, when you're so used to having so much impact, how triggering do you think of that occasion right there? And this whole match so far has been for him.
He's experiencing what Doki had against Rogue when Na'Vi brought them here, and Doki had his thermite day, as we called it, and in 6 of the rounds on attack, 3 of them, he was spawn killed inside the opening 15 seconds. They're just saying, look, welcome back to Clubhouse. We know that it's your map. Don't expect to stay alive for very long. But you are right in what you're saying there about him being top rated. I touched on at the start how he has been one of the big fraggers for this team despite playing in a supportive position. Here, he's not even able to get started because of the damage that Matchko are inflicting on MNM early on. It's shaking their confidence. It's leading to more time being wasted. That's where the majority of those first 3 rounds came from.
Well, without those Excairos this time, I think they'll just do the same that they did last time and make sure they get those Selmas on the wall. No impacts, like I alluded to last time, which means they're just going to focus on... Did they just stature that mute?
Yeah, the jammer.
Huh.
I think they are so conscious of what's going on and what Matchko have been doing with Keenan and Teb so far that you'd rather commit that to make sure you're safely able to drone the room so you don't get picked off on the way in than just blindly trying to walk in past a mute
Fair
jammer.
enough. Look, fair enough. They're going to commit.
It's excessive, baby, but fair.
They're probably only going to commit 1 or 2 of these EMPs to this wall here, and I think that Yuzu was just trying to throw one there, and there we go. And they should be able to get that one. Nothing else to deny it other than a C4 below on Teb. And I think for him now, the big thing will be is that he's seen a couple. I don't think they know he's here, and surely they should have a drone on this. Someone should be aware of this. And no, they get out to safety.
I think what hurts me the most is Yonka still has both of his drones in his back pocket. They only have 2 on field, and your support player still has both in the back. That's not ideal. And you know against this team what kind of drone games they want to play. Those drones should be out in the field helping you hold flank angles at the very least. But maybe it's here waiting for things to get opened up so he can drone the rest of his team in once it comes around to execution time. Speaking of execution time, it's got to come through fast because we are going into the final 15 seconds here, Jess. 5 versus 4 for Matchko. They hold the advantage. Yonka's going to find 1, but is 1 enough? That is garage clear, but they have got no time to play with here. 2 kills come through for Matchko. Funkus has to come off the plan to contest. Will find 1. Has now got to stick it in the defense. fault. Is there a C4
C4
coming through? There's a Mute and a Valkyrie. Surely someone has got it somewhere. He might just be able to stick this one. Yes, he will, except he has a slither of HP. Keenan comes up big again with 3 kills. Does he convert the final? Elation does from below instead. But either way, it's another big round for Keenan. Another big round for Matchco as they go 4-1.
The moment that I saw that Selma get Bandit tricked off the CC wall, and mind you, Sabos had been sitting there that entire round. The commitment to make sure that platform wall stays closed is admirable. Absolutely have to give it to him. He knew his job and he played it till the damn end. And the moment that he got that off, he knew everything was good. And Yonka had to just sprint straight into Garage to even assist his team in doing any kind of damage. That flurry, that escapade that Eminem tried to attempt was just not going to go anywhere. It was fruitless. What do you expect? You've left time to nothing. And good early picks, though, from Matchco yet again. It's seeming like they've got a little bit of a trend here of nice aggression and good understanding of utility usage.
Touch on the time thing again. Realistically there, Eminem's sole focus was out towards construction, didn't pay too much heed towards CCTV, and only very late into the round did they actually make a push into Garage. What happened for 2 minutes other than Nathan getting caught out at the very start? I have a feeling that with the limited utility that was on the fly, they were like, well, we haven't got the X-Kairos anymore. We can't easily get East Wall open. Let's go and look towards construction. That's going to be our sole focus. Where to from here? And they got a little bit hung up. And this is, mind you, without a Goyo present as well, where a lot of teams will get stung, is they've run out of utility. They haven't got enough grenades or explosives to deal with those Goyo shields. And then what? You are genuinely stuck and are forced to make some very risky plays, but Eminem are putting that pressure on themselves without having those Goyos to deal with. That's something they've got to fix here, because Matchco, with the way they're playing with Keenan, 2 huge rounds, round 3 with a 4K, the last round with 3K to drag his team through in the dying seconds. He could very well bring this to a 5-1 for his team, and suddenly Matchco could be in the straight run to go and win Clubhouse of all maps to beat Eminem on.
Well, sometimes we eat our own words when it gets onto the second half, and then a big old reverse sweep comes out because of the defensive sidedness of both teams. So we will wait and see. But my big thing here is, does Jenna do what he... I actually think if Jenna does what he did last time, where he'll keep one electric law on the moto hatch, and if he keeps that there and pretends like he's going to Kaid trick, they lay down 2 EMPs. He keeps the other one to trick Church Wall, and if they impact trick 2 of the X-Kairos, then there's not enough Selmas and or X-Kairos to be able to get feet holes into Church. Triple Wall stays closed. Their chance of winning rises exponentially.
I'll keep a very close eye on the clock this game. 45 seconds in, and the big question you want to ask yourself is, what are Eminem doing right now? And the answer overwhelmingly seems to be drones. Tep has not been forced back from playing on blue. He's still looking to hold aggressively. You'll know here that it's time to back away very soon, as Yuzu swinging around the outside is going to contest onto the window, but he will not budge. Instead, drops to his knees and goes, you know what? Crouch feels pretty safe to me, man. I'll try and contest this angle. With Yuzu's finding almost nothing, he's going to back away. It's as simple as that. That's 60 seconds gone with 2 players putting all of their time and energy into trying to force him away. Only now will Funkus finally get control of blue 90 seconds into the round.
Deja vu. We said last time they love to send drones over to Teb. He seems like a drone collector rather than a deck collector, and he just picks them up and gets to run away for free. Plus, he gets time as well. This is what I'm talking about. Do they use both or just one?
This time around, they're committing just the one. Okay,
wow,
cool.
that's
So
a
maybe
smart
that
read of the situation.
Yeah, because Jenna changed it last time. He only used the one, right?
Up.
The prior time he used both, this time just the one coming out. That means that's opened up, and now with both Hard Breaches still alive, still a Salma on side to use for the Church Wall, I'd expect, they can turn their attentions into finally getting Kitchen open. They have failed this both of the last 2 times. Nathan has died early on in both of those rounds. This is the time to get it right.
Well, they've only got 2 of the impacts to work with here, and obviously they'll want to challenge that. So Boss needs to be very careful how he does this here. And there goes one, but it misses. And that's the big ticket play that Eminem needed. They needed that kitchen hatch open. This is what had been a huge detriment for them round after round attacking this bottom floor. And now that they finally have access to this power position that kitchen hatch is, they can see most of Armory, they can see over towards box 1 and 2, dirt entrance, even if you lay down over towards the blue door. This is huge that they'll have all of this. Hatch will get open in stock as well. Hatch was open in Moto. They even still have enough hard bridge to work on some of this Church Wall, of which I believe they also still have EMPs. Everything's going Eminem.
We do have the EMPs, but it's about timing again. We're down to 15 seconds and they're barely making a move. Only now do they finally drop through the hatches, and here we go. Serbos finding them one. Teb still holding nice and close, and Bonkers is shut down. There is no blue pressure. This is all that Matchco need. Dats is still on the upstairs, and Nath is trying to go for a plant. How is he getting away with this with 5 left alive? Guess what? He's not, because Serbos steps up and brings down the 4th member of MNM. Not a single kill going the way of the blue team. MNM in this instance, and they will lose that half 5-1. That's a pretty big bruising for a team that, well, with several of these members used to be on Team Crazy. They used to start attack on this map in being absolutely confident they could take at least 3 rounds. Here they've taken 1, Jess.
I'm bewildered. You know what? I actually think I'm the curse. I'm just going to come out and say it. The moment I say that a team looks to be, or a team rather, MNM most prominently, I say that they look to be an advantage, and they completely prove me wrong. Round after round that I say that they are in an advantageous position, all of a sudden they throw it all out to the wind and it blows away, and the Matchco goes, yeah, that's ours. I don't understand rounds and situations and compositions like that where you are in the lead essentially and you have so much of an advantage shouldn't go the way of the other team, and they keep letting it go and go and go. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. We're now in the second half. They're on defense. Things might look so much better here for MNM. I mean, you go back and you look at some of their games on Clubhouse before, and you kind of go, okay, yeah, they've not really given us a good example of how good they are on attack. They've actually only played 2 attacking rounds on Clubhouse during the regular season because, guess what? They 7-0'd and started on defense on both of those matchups. So I don't know. I don't have a lot of information as to how well they're meant to do on attack. Maybe they're just not an attacking side team, but they've won all of their defenses they've played in the regular season, so that could look really strong.
What I want to give a quick mention to is Teb. Although he's only sat on 1 kill here as well, the impact that he had in that first half just on the roam. Remember when he was below on Valkyrie inside a kitchen? In the last round when he was playing around blue? In a number of these rounds, he's doing what a roamer needs to, and that isn't finding kills and walking away with 10 kills at the halfway mark. He's wasting time. And so often for MNM, that's what the issues came down to. They had no time left to actually execute, again, despite no Goyo or anything of the sorts being present. So really smart coming out from Matchco, dealing very well, even with that Goyo being banned away by their own hand. Let's see how they fare now they have to attack, and I imagine without that onside, they'll be feeling a lot more comfortable. Time is going to be an important piece because they're starting on the top floor for me, though. They need to... Oh, how do you not know? How do you not know?
Wow, yikers. And he even broke the stock door, walked all the way in, aimed down sights at him, and killed him. And all that time, he could have been, given away, usually by sound, you would have thought. But if he's so... Actually, you know what? Oh my god, you know what happened? I just realized the EMP went off right above him. EMPs have sound priority over certain other sounds. He would not have heard Teb walking. There you go.
And got shot. I did wonder why storage was very dark for a few seconds. I was like, it's gone very dark in there. What the hell is happening? Is that a visual bug? But no, it turns out EMP. Well spotted, Jess.
Thank you. I'm going to take that. I'm going to walk away with that. Oh, you know what else could have been walked away with there? A second kill on the attacking half for Teb. He won't get it, and Foggers will barely walk away with his life. He's actually in a really good position to net the headshot there. Big thing for me is that Fonkers, he's got a pretty positive KD, but look at Keenan. He's died once. This man has only gone down once this matchup. 11 kills to his name, and the match is not even done here. Very impressive from him on that first half.
See if you can do some wonders and work a sloth that we saw the other day, for example. What was it, 23 kills he got in a map? Absolutely disgusting. It's going to be a big effort for Keenan to replace that or to stack up against that, but who knows with how they're playing so far. Could well turn out to be the case if MNM can pull a few rounds back on the defensive side. Either way, Matchco somewhat stalled out here. I think they're still trying to decide exactly what the execution plan is going to be. They have control of the top floor. They haven't dealt with Fonkers on main stairs, so couldn't easily look to push down there. I think he has now peeled back a little bit so they can make use of that if they want to. But otherwise, it looks like it's going to be a drop in through the hatches that we're so used to seeing. You still got, mind you, the smoke player holding inside a Moto. So this could be a Hail Mary inside a kitchen here, and that could be quite risky, given the control that MNM have elsewhere on the map.
Moto hatch is not open, 15 seconds coming up, and this means it's a kitchen plant, but they don't really have the angles that they need. But Teb says, I'll take them by force, but rather Fonkers says, I want it back in my hands. Do they have the time? Nah, I don't think so, Daz. I think this is all over Red Rover. Last smoke pops out, Pokeballs in hand, and Keenan's trying his luck.
This trying his luck indeed. The planter is going down as they've dropped in through kitchen, but a double kill for Sir Boss comes out. Do they know where the planter is? They see him, but at the last second he manages to connect it. It's Fonkers going big in this round with 3 kills. He's in a 1 versus 1 against none other than Sir Boss. He himself has got 7 kills in this match. Fonkers trying to stick on the diffuse here. He is behind the metal grating. Can he see the foot? Can he see the foot? I'm sure you can see the foot. Spray him. Yes, he does. And Matchco take round number 7, but my God, was it close once again. Matchco go to match point.
Sorry, say that again for me. I feel like, whoa, Matchco going to match point?
So Jess, I got an idea for you. Slap yourself in the face for no reason other than I'm going to find it really, really funny. Matchco are at match point against M&M on Clubhouse.
What's the scoreline?
6-1, Jess. It's 6-1, Jess.
I just needed someone to say it out loud because that seems a tad unbelievable to me. Alrighty then. Not sure how I feel about that, other than elated for my Italian boys, elated for my ex-player of Sabos, who I've always said has just been such an amazing support player and highly undervalued. So I'm so excited that he gets to show off some of his skills here today. Looks like we will have a rehost, however, and it will come back to our shocked faces. And I'm sitting here going,
is that really your best shock face?
Well, I mean, I'm feeling it very much on the inside. I'm trying to stay calm, you know, got to keep the calm voice for the cast.
Fair enough. You look lovely today, by the way, Jess, I should say. I love the shirt once again.
Got the SI shirt
It looks
on.
like you're going on a safari. Exactly. I always look at it and I think, oh, I remember it. Mine isn't that one today. Mine's got birds on today.
Oh, well,
My mum bought me this
animal
shirt
theme.
years ago. We have. I've also got my lion shirt somewhere. In fact, it's literally right here next to me. I don't think you guys can see it, but I have a lion shirt. You can't see it. That's a shame. I should have wore that one. We could have matched today, but alas, we aren't going to. Either way, that was a momentary distraction for us to reset ourselves. 6-1 Matchco. Not a scoreline I expected to be speaking about at all today, but we're going to be doing it right now. What is going on? Like, even in that round, Fonkers found himself 3 kills. It looked like M&M had the numbers, had the time, had the denial, because we were like, oh no, they haven't got blue control, they haven't got main stairs, they've only got kitchen, there's no way this works out. They stick the plant and then go on to win the post 1v1. It's unbelievable.
I have a feeling that the huge thorn in the side of Eminem, this game has been Keenan. Time and time again, he's either clutched up, I'm thinking of the Jim clutch on the Valkyrie. He's been able to get the plant down on that last attack where the plant should not have gone down. What was it, 0.25 by the time the first bullet started coming out of Fonker's gun? Had if that been 0.6, he would have absolutely denied that plant. I mean, it's these milliseconds that we're talking about here, and Matchco are getting every single little bit of advantage from all of those milliseconds, and M&M is getting negative. There's almost no advantage that they're getting from any type of advantage that they're having over the round. So I'm a little worried. A reverse sweep of 5 rounds in a row seems a little much of a tall order, but who knows? Maybe they're just warming up. I'm trying to give them something here.
The best way I can look at it is that they didn't come into this game ready. Now, truthfully, this is behind the scenes knowledge. We all know they didn't come into this game fully ready. They were like, oh, we are not ready. We're not ready to jump in yet. Players were a little bit late loading in. It's why we were slightly delayed in our start. I wonder if they had the full chance to warm up or not. I'm assuming a team of M&M's caliber will most definitely know they have a game today in Challenger League for a spot in the EUL kicking off at 4 p.m. local time. They should know that. If they don't, and this is their warm-up map, that is a big problem.
I mean, they were late. Whatever they were doing, you know, give them benefit of the doubt. I've seen players who decide to take
sugar
toilet breaks.
That's what they're doing.
Oh, yeah, trying to do some TDM warm-up or whatever it is that they need to do.
I was playing it yesterday with a couple of boys. Amerta, actually, one of the coaches for Secret, of course. What he and his friends take it far too seriously. They've got call-outs designed for it. They're being super hardcore about it. Like, oh, he's in our tower, he's in our tower. He's in Sweet Shop, Sweet Shop. I'm like, whoa, calm down, guys. It's a TDM mode. It's not that big a deal. People love it. I'm all for it. It's a great way to get into the game. Maybe clearly that's something M&M should have been doing before we got into the game, because at the minute, we're only seeing one player hitting shots, and that's Fonkers.
Yeah, and you really need a lot of your team to be stepping up, especially when you're in playoffs. You can't be, you know, hoping that one player kicks off for your team. Everyone needs to be standing up. I think we said that about Kavana the other day when they went up against Windstrike. The reason that they dismantled Windstrike so effectively was because every single player was playing at, you know, the peak of what they could play at that time, at least in my analysis. So for me, Eminem not playing at their peak. The only person really standing up that we can see for the most part is Fonkers. Nafe has just been absolutely dismantled from the get-go. A couple of these players must be really feeling the pinch here. Will the rehost give them the time that they need? Is it a tactical or is it a technical? You know, we won't really go there. But 5 rounds in a row, I'm not seeing it here, Des.
A lot to sort out on the side of Eminem. That much is certain. That downstairs site was the best chance in my mind they could have ever had at winning a round with the numbers advantage, a Hail Mary plant coming out of Matchco. They were in a glorified 1v for a while whilst that plant was going down, and they still managed to bring it back for the win. We now head upstairs. CCTV and Cash going to be where we head to. And looking at what Eminem did back in the first half, their focus was very much this one-directional push coming out from construction side. I want to know where Matchco's attention goes here. Do they go for the stock standard, let's get Cash ECTV open, take control of Garage and go for a plant in B default? Or do they instead look towards construction as we saw Eminem do? Lots of variety here to come through. We'll see what flavor comes out very soon.
Just looking at a couple of these drones, I can make the assessment that surely they're... yeah, spawn pick those drone Fonkers. Get them. I mean, the less intel, the better for Matchco and rather for Eminem, and worse for Matchco. I'm thinking by the placement of that drone that they'll try and get the platform wall first. In fact, that's something that I tell teams should probably absolutely do first, because if you're going to go for a B plant or you're going to go for an A plant, whichever one you most idealize is the wall you should try and get open first in case you can't get the second wall open. So always put everything you can into the first wall, wherever that is that you're going to plant, so that you have a better chance to cut rotates later into the execute.
No denial intent coming out of the side of Eminem either. No Bandit, no Kai coming through. Quite understandable when there is indeed a Thatcher on side. It's something Kavana love to do as a team, is they'll ban away the Thatcher and bring along the Kai an awful lot of teams don't bother. But here as both are available, things should get opened up pretty quick when you have this combination of the Thatcher plus the Ace, and sure enough, you're going to see CCTV wall opened up quite comfortably. Worth noting, of course, as I was corrected on last broadcast, that these now only tick over twice, the Selmas. They don't go all the way. So there won't be full-on holes to run into the room with, but enough that you have wonderful angles of sight all the way through if someone chooses to play here. Right now, for the side of Matchco, they've opened it up and said, you know what? It's phantom pressure. We aren't actually there, but the fact the holes are will make sure that Eminem are cautious. They don't want to run in front of those and get themselves shot out by someone playing out on East Balcony.
And now it looks like they want to open up the other wall, and they've been able to do so well before the halfway mark. And their focus now would be to make sure that they can get this open some way, somehow. Looking at the defensive side, does Yuzu have some of those impacts to maybe deal with it? I'm not sure. Yonka could also commit a C4 over the top if it's opened up enough. It really kind of isn't, unless you were to kind of slip it on through. And oh, good night, Fonkers. The only player of Eminem who's really been stepping up has been dispatched with there. And I believe the wall got opened, did it? Or did Yuzu impact from below? I believe he impacted from below the hatch. And that's what I was kind of talking about there. And he won't be able to do it again. And if we get an extended view to see how many more hard breaching utility we have 1 Excalibur and 1 Selma. That's way more than enough.
Yuzus is still downstairs here. Definitely would be a big risk to push back and go for this a second time. They did drop a good A drone down to keep a close eye on where he was, and sure enough, he has to back away to keep the focus on staying alive. Is he really going for a run out here? Apparently, yes, he is. He's going to try and make happen what he can. Sees one up on the roof, and he will hit those long-range shots. I wish I could shoot like that, but I absolutely cannot. That puts us down to a 4 versus 4 with 30 seconds to go, and I imagine Matchco, this shouldn't shake them too much. They know they've got to open what they need to. CCTV has been opened up. They're now looking in towards getting something opened up in towards construction. I did see that 1 Excalibur go off. Don't know if they got both. Now also looking to push up red at the same time. They have options, but they've got to find the kills. 3v3 is Elation and Dats find a kill each. 10 seconds. Nothing left for either side here. It's all or nothing in the dying 5 seconds. Can Matchco close it out? They find one. Can they find any more? There's still one up in the rafters. It's Yonka. Uses finds a double. It's a 1 versus 2. But unfortunately for Matchco, the time just runs out. A few seconds more, and this could have been a very different story, as he was even going for a plant, but shot off at the last second.
Yeah, that time was really the nail in the coffin there for Matchco. It did look like, at least for the half mark of that round, they'd gotten open the platform wall. They'd all rotated over to work out getting open the construction wall. They had a Selma, 2 Excaliburs to work with, and 3, before that impact trick occurred. So everything was in their favor. My problem is that they didn't keep track of the time. And once they sort of ran out of those options, they just tried to Hail Mary it on in, which isn't really the answer oftentimes. Nate still had smokes. I believe it was him on the smoke. So a couple of those players on Eminem were really equipped to be able to deal with that. Now we just need to see that 4 more times in a row, and then maybe we get to go to overtime and things will look, sweet, nice, more appropriate of a scoreline for Eminem here on Clubhouse, because I didn't mean it lightly when I said Eminem was the SSG here of like Clubhouse in the version of Challenger League, and they're kind of making me look a little silly, not gonna lie.
Ooh, okay. It's not over yet. It feels like it all but is, given 4 rounds, Matchco have got to find a single one. And I always say, when you're in this kind of position where you've got yourself at this kind of 5-1 spot and you can nick one more round, you've got 4 rounds to try any kind of craziness you want. You want to go for a rush or something ridiculous? Hell, just go for it. You want to change the comp up and bring something unconventional? It's the time to try and do so. They've got room to play with here. And I think if a couple more rounds start falling by the wayside, maybe it is time to really change up the record book here and keep Eminem guessing as to what's coming next.
Well, drones will come zooming through and confirm the position of Yonker at least. And him roaming down below will actually cause a lot of time delay here, and they've extended really far out. Eminem have decided it's not just a cache extension they want, they also want to hold rafters. They want to make sure that they've got CCTV to some way, shape or form. So it's quite a heavy investment here. Jenna's job will be to hold this line of sight so that no one comes and peeks CC window over towards gym or bedroom window, which is just, usual kind of push that you would expect or hold from a player. He's expended all of his X-Kairos to do this, and now they're going to have to rely on Elation to get open the jacuzzi wall. My problem is that I don't think they realize how aggressively Das wants to hold Garage, and whilst he's still here, Jenna will struggle a lot to be able to hold this off alone.
All his job is, I think, here is hold the angle. Just make sure no one can be too cheeky. That's, I guess, is the one you have to worry about being cheeky. If he can come out here and cause a bit of chaos, then this could really come back to bite the side of Matchco, losing one of those key members out towards the east early on. For now, it's just happily chewing their way through drones as they come rifling in. 5 dead already here inside the opening 75 seconds. We do talk around drones an awful lot, and for some teams, they do like to commit drones just to make it absolutely sure no one's tried to move anywhere crazy, to try and set up a play of some kind. It isn't always going to be the end of the world if you do lose a number of them, but you just want to make sure in those dying moments of the round, you've still got a couple left alive to watch those all-important flanks when it comes round to, I suppose, the later round aggression from the defensive side.
Well, Selma will go down to an impact trick and a really well-placed one, and Jenna says, you know what, I'm sick of staying out on the platform. I'm just going to say goodnight to you, Dats, because what I really want is absolute control of server, which is absolutely fair enough. Oh, no. They really needed the big play of Fonkers there because numbers were dwindling way too fast. Over 60 seconds left, and well, if you're Matchco right now, this is a good position to be in because guess what? No Maestro, no ability to turn the cams, no ability to zap. Where they're facing is where they'll stay, and well, only got Yonker with the C4 left. I'm not sure how many smoke babes we've got left to play with here, and looks like only one. This is not good, and it's already been popped.
That's such the meme. It's gone. No longer available. This is 35 seconds of raw bloodshed here. Fonkers finds a double kill after his earlier jump out will. Pick up Keenan. Top fragger on the side of Matchco so far in this game. Jenna's going to find one more, but Fonkers is going bonkers. He has a triple kill. He's going to have to ace it all the way through to keep his team in map number 1. Tries to peek aggressively for the second, but this could be everything. Everyone is a bullet from death. A peek comes around the corner. Back with the diffuser in hand. Matchco may now try and look for the plant. There are a couple of pings coming out here. They know what's going on. Maybe one of those Valkyrie cameras or Evil Eye still in position will give them all they need. He finds one. It's a quadra and he swings for the ace. Fonkers will keep Eminem alive in round number 9. What a play coming out of him.
We said he was absolutely going huge here for Eminem, and guess what? He's the only player keeping them alive here on Clubhouse. Map number 1 of this best of 3. And I tell you what, if anyone wants map number 1, it's Fonkers. Bonkers is, I don't even think, the right word there. There's no word to explain exactly what he just pulled out of the hat there. It was the right idea in the end there by Matchco, but a little bit of mistiming in the pinch onto Fonkers meant he was able to flick with pure skill. And this is getting very antsy. These rounds have been very close, and that's been the most, I guess, successful looking round on attack from Matchco. They don't want to be letting this drop because they needed to have already walked away with this match to feel quite confident going into the next map.
Ooh, okay. Momentary breather. One thing I will give against Matchco, maybe slightly in favor of Eminem here, is after watching back their game against Gamma on Consulate, a map that generally attackers don't do too bad on. They really struggled to crack Gamma, and admittedly that last round came down entirely to the efforts of a single player. Many would argue that's a round that Matchco should have won, but unfortunately, Bonkers is bonkers, and he will step up and find kills like that to keep his team very firmly in the match. But for Matchco, despite the overpeaking, all the aggressive plays they tried on Consulate against Gamma, they could not find a single attacking round. So I know that there are some weaknesses to their attacking side. We have seen a couple of strengths come through in the last round or two. I just need to see that happen once more. One round where a player on the other side doesn't pop in the same way that Fonkers did to get this match over the finish line. You've worked so hard. You've got yourself up to a 6-1 scoreline. If this goes all the way through to overtime now, this could be one of the greatest throws we have ever seen in Challenger League. Of course, only succeeded by, Penta and Gamma throwing it last season.
Oh no. Don't bring it back up. Surely this is not going to be a window peek from bedroom stairs with an SMG. Not the best weapon to be able to long range it with, but that's okay. And Fonkers this time, he's got the T5 in hand instead of the AUG before. And I think you can do just as much damage with this weapon, if not more. I don't mean damage as in the bullet damage, I just mean there's no recoil on the T5. The things you can get away with, you shouldn't be able to get away with it, actually. So we'll see exactly what they do here. And is that a rotate going in there, or is that just a line of sight? Is that going to be impact tricked by Fonkers?
Impact
That's
trick.
an interest. Yeah, can only imagine that's what
And
it's
with
going
the shield,
to be.
yeah. Makes total
I
sense.
love that. I love that.
I guess the only thing you have to be wary of is that you can't impact trick across the far right-hand side here. So there's still every opportunity for... I guess actually that's why there's a mute jammer there, so it makes sense. I was going to say the one thing to be mindful of if that gets cleared out is Jenna just opening up the bottom left corner of Church Wall here, of course, facing from the reinforced side, the outwards facing side, if you can get that open. And potentially there's a couple of Zofia impacts coming raining through that could destroy that shield, although as we all know, Zofias are just drawn to blue like flies are to a light. There's just no stopping a Zofia player from playing in this spot, and that's exactly where Teb is going to head.
Well, we need to see him have the same success that Fonkers did on his burst down blue on their attack on the last side of downstairs for Matchco. My problem here is that there's just over 60 seconds left. I don't really feel like Matchco's had the kind of success in getting things opened up that we will have seen them done in previous rounds. So their time management here has been quite poor. The big hitter for Matchco goes down and he'll fall to a C4. He did get some of those vertical holes open. So he's kind of done his job, but with a man down, things don't particularly look good. I don't think he's expended his grenades either. And now for Matchco, 40 seconds left. This time delay that's consistently, sort of just demeaning them and their ability to be able to get into sight seems like it will be yet another recurring theme here.
Well, they still need to clear Dats out of Generator here as well. He has a couple of ADSs still sat down, and I imagine that's why you've seen stock opened up. Expect Jenna to be chucking down a bunch of grenades here to help clear this one out. And in fact, there's still more than R coming in from the other side too, just trying to keep Teb at bay. And he's looking to go aggressive here, but almost walks straight into the firing line. Jenna drops in hot, runs round and finds Dats. Man's on fire. 4v3 for the side of MNM. Make that a little bit closer. Actually, his 2 kills come sailing in for Nathan Fonkers. And 5 seconds left. Elation has nothing to do here. The diffuser is a clear mile away. Try and trade the kill back, but no, Yonka comfortably picking up another kill. And maybe this is the time where as an MNM fan, you start getting excited. 6-1, all the way back up to 6-4 with a Fonkers ace in the middle. There's plenty to be excited about, but still 2 more rounds to be nervous about too.
If I'm Matchco, I'm hitting nervous point now. Because Eminem have found their stride. There's not a lot looking good here for Matchco. It almost seems like they're getting worse with their time management. Things are not looking good. Whether or not there's too much stress, too much pressure, not good enough comms, whatever it is, it feels like they're slowing down. And this is the exact moment you need to speed things up. You're on a 6-1. You're at the point where you're 1 round away from winning this map and propelling yourself so much closer to the semifinals. So if I'm Matchco right now, I say, boys, chill out. We know exactly what we need to do. The site's going to be CCTV this round. We know exactly how to take it. Last time we had it open, both sides almost open within 1 minute 30. Let's do it again, but this time get our drones out, know exactly where our opponents are, and pinch together. Otherwise, Matchco will just keep losing these rounds to time alone.
Surely you're screaming, oh man, there's no way Fonkers goes bonkers twice. There's no way Lightning strikes the same location twice. It doesn't strike Clubhouse in the same match. It may well do. But I think here for MNM, with how comfortable they looked in that last round, there's no doubt far less worry on their side. The players less stressed. Things are looking more recoverable for them now. It's far from match done and dusted here, given it is still 6-4 to Matchco. I'm sniffing in overtime. We'll see if that really comes to light in the next couple of rounds. Starting things off then, we are back upstairs once more. Catching CCTV. Nothing really worth phoning home about in terms of the setup for MNM once more. That double information coming out with the Valkyrie and the Maestro in tandem. Also seeing that Banshee to help with the more aggressive, fast pushes that might come out of the side of Matchco. Users here is looking to cause some trouble. That is so cheeky, but they know. I appreciate the attempt there, Users, as well, even making use of the impacts. But it feels like the side of Matchco just a little too wise to tricks like this.
Imagine getting flicked to like that when you've got the angle group, you've got the better position, you know exactly where he is, and you just lose out on it. That just blows my mind because now you're down impacts, which really could have helped out with that wall. I heard one of those impacts go off, but it only hit one of the Selmas on one side of the wall, so the other side got opened up. I mean, this does not look good for all of the impact players here for MNM, of which Fonkers still has one in hand, which he'll absolutely need to keep for the construction wall. But if we get an extended view on the utility here for the attackers, we see we've still got one Selma and 3 whole sets of X-Kairos. Again, this is advantageous to Matchco. Things are not looking hot for MNM.
All inside the opening 60 seconds as well. Let's not consider that Maestro is basically locked here inside a garage, given they don't know once more who that phantom presence is outside a CCTV wall now that it's been opened up. You can't just run across. You have to be very, very mindful if you're going to do so. It could be a big risk for them. So Matchco here have got all the time, all the utility. They have got all the right tools to win this round. But as the last couple have suggested, it's not quite that simple. They're trying to get Nate out of playing inside a site. They've got rid of the shield, which makes his life even more uncomfortable. Vonkers is now looking to contest onto the catch doorway from playing down inside a garage. So the right angle's being held. Nathan even gets out of dodge. MNM are playing this as smart as they can, given the numbers disadvantage they're currently at. Vonkers is going to find one. Not sure where that was, but he gets brought down by Teb, actually, and here we go. This could be the push coming through. They find a couple of kills, come singing out. You got Yonka playing one, gets a second. Does he know the diffuser is off to his right-hand side? No, he doesn't, and Serboss is going to find a double. It's a 2 versus 1. Dats on the downstairs has got to make magic happen. They've got a bit of information upstairs because I imagine there are still some evil eyes on side, but with him playing on the downstairs, a spray through the floor could be all that they need. They keep on moving away, being super mindful, and that's going to have to come pushing up the red stairs. Tries to contest onto the one in the back of window. No, he's not going to. Keenan, after all the frags he's got all map long, is going to land the most crucial one of the day, bringing down the enemy side and giving Matchco map number 1.
Sitting here saying that Matchco takes it 7-4 after getting to a 6-1 in the first half. I mean, that is not something we think we'd be saying, let alone Matchco walking away with Clubhouse against MNM out of all teams. Big hitters that we need to give a shout out to on both sides. Number 1, Keenan had an absolute smashing match on both halves, but Fonkers, he went absolutely bonkers, like you said. Both of those players really stepping up, but for MNM, unfortunately, their teammates just weren't able to surpass the expectations needed. And for Matchco, a lot of the players were putting in the parts of the puzzle that were needed to bring this to a map win.
Very rarely was it just one round in which those key players had impact. It was felt across every single round. But unfortunately for MNM, Matchco take the map. Not something I expected to be saying when I saw that we were going to Clubhouse, and no doubt something the analysts are also a little bit gobsmacked about. Let's go over to them and get their thoughts on how this first match went.
Hello.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, there
I guess
go.
we'll
We
stay
are
on
back.
this.
For some reason, I couldn't hear anything. Fluke, I can't hear you in the meantime.
There we go.
There you
Apologies.
go. All right. Well, you know what? We are back. The crazy bit about it is that we're expecting MNM to be walking all over their opponents in their matchup. However, Matchco seemed to have a pretty good advantage. What was it? It was like 5-1 at the half. Huge plays today for the Italians happened map 1.
Definitely a huge play. They managed to come in clutch. Keenan especially. You know, we joked about him being the imposter amongst them. You know, the Italian underneath the the Irishman underneath the Italians.
Yeah.
Having a similar flag, but he definitely showed up huge today. Just completely shut them down wherever he went.
That's it, and I think that's the main thing to take away from here is, okay, maybe some days you do take MNM to club, and it's the days where MNM, they didn't start playing as them. Their game in the first, 7 rounds before the rehost is weak. There's no two ways about it. MNM weren't playing like MNM. They weren't able to show up and set themselves up and bring themselves into a firefight that all of us expected. So they have, I guess, they had a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a moment. They took some great rounds. Bonkers with an ace, top of the board for the first time in a long time. Let's see them heat up for map 2.
Yeah, let's definitely see that. Of course, Clubhouse was not the expectation. At least that result in Clubhouse was definitely not the expectation. I can tell you that much. But if we take a bit of a closer look and a deeper dive into the whole series, what is the biggest change necessary for us to be heading into map number 2 where MNM can actually push it through? Because you of all people were definitely throwing out hot takes and saying, you know what, this is 2-0 MNM. Easy.
Sometimes you just gotta, give them the underdog position so they can perform. But yeah, no, like they did well, but MNM, as Fluke said, they were kind of sleepy during that first half. They managed to get alive after the second round of their defensive half. The question is, can they keep that up, and can they also translate this to their attacks? Because their attacks, they were pretty lackluster, I have to say.
And you know what?
It is something they've often been praised for.
Attacks are going to be usually the most difficult part of a theme park, which is our map 2 assembly for people that haven't seen our Big Band phase before. So very quickly, what is the solution? Because it looks like this might be an MNM starting on defense. They're going to have to give it their all, Fluke.
And I think that's it, is because MNM looked good in those last few rounds. Obviously, Matchco were able to lock off the map. They have one advantage. But that first, 5-round, 6-round Matchco, they shut down MNM so well. I think they went above and beyond expectations. Now they're playing onto their map. Maybe they expected Clubhouse. They obviously look like they'd prepped well for it. So I guess I want to see what they've stepped up to, because they can assume and expect that if this is their pick, they're going to start on the attack. Can they bring some creativity? We only got a very little window because they did so well on their defense as to what their attack's going to be. We got a very little window of MNM playing like MNM. This could be a really spicy match.
It gets swing the other way very quickly, especially as Fluke was saying, Hap, that, this thing is starting out very well on the defense for Matchco, and that's not where they're probably going to be starting here on theme because they picked the map.
Yeah, MNM is going to be having the opportunity to go to defense here, and it's going to be up to Matchco to make sure that 1 or 2 of those rounds will be won by them instead on their attack. If they manage to get a 4-2 split out here in favor of MNM, that is definitely going to be a good exit point for Matchco to go into the second half and get their own defenses on point, because we've seen how MNM can struggle on a map like this, especially against proper defenses.
How to deal with Funkers, though? That's more my question. But you know what? We see him moving around the map, and this is theme park, right? It can be a very wide map to control sometimes. You might see him, be put on a Vigil, on a Jaeger, on a Valkyrie, even on this. What are some of the ways that you can bring operator-wise or synergy-wise to deal with this sort of thing on theme?
I mean, if Funkus is bonkers, that's it. It's hard to have, because he's been an entity that throughout all of the run, the season, all of the run through this, he hasn't stepped up as much as we expect, but now, I guess, when you've got Nath doing the bits that he's done, Funkers has started to light up. I really want to see him do more insane things.
All right, Fluke, Hap, thank you so much. We're going to come back in just a moment here. Just going to run some quick ads to pay the bills, and we'll see you in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back, almost ready with our lobby. A couple players remain before we toss it in. So very, very quickly, Fluke, what do we need to see from MNM to bring this back from your point of view?
We need to see. We just need to see Eminem. We need to see the Eminem on the off day not show up again. It started badly. They picked it up after the rehost. Keep picking it up.
App. It's not a 2-0 anymore, is it?
No, it's not going to be 2-0. And I think, like, okay, so this has been mentioned before by many others. MNM, they can be either really good and sometimes they just struggle. And if this is one of those games, one of those days where they will be struggling, and Matchgo are absolutely playing out of their minds, and I don't know what this Team Park will bring, because if Matchgo is going to be able to get some attack rounds in here, because we're expecting a 5-1, 6-0 maybe from MNM to come through, then, well, it might be a very tough second half for MNM.
Okay, our game is ready. I'm wondering how this will be in comparison to Winstrike's game against Kovana. Who knows? Maybe we'll have MNM bring it back to a map 3, the only way for them to survive, or Machiko, our Italian squad, might just steal it right under MNM's nose. That is, though, up to our casters to take us through. So please, Gesture, all yours.
Hey guys, it's me, everyone's favourite autopilot who didn't throw to break but instead threw to the casters, and I'm now probably the most scorned person on this whole production team. It's nice knowing you all. I'm sure I'll wind up dead somewhere later on, as MNM could well do after this map, unless this goes their way. You're right there, Jess. Theme Park going to be the next map that we head into. I had some doubts about coming into this map, but you're right now, you recovered.
It is just so dramatic.
It's gotta be, man. It's the way I do things. I mean, this is dramatic. MNM are about to get knocked out by Matchco. It's a prediction that no one had on paper, but it's about to happen. What a world.
I will give you that. It does feel like a really dramatic moment, because when you lose Clubhouse's MNM, you've got to be thinking in the back of your head, 1, it's our map. 2, it was our map pick. And 3, we're going on to Theme Park, which, I mean, I just look over towards some of my stats here and I go, okay, MNM, I press Theme Park, I have a look at the sampled matches, and oh, oops, they 7-5'd with Auglis, which is a pretty damn bad result, considering Auglis did pretty horrifically. And
I thought you were about to say it's a pretty damn bad team, and I was be like, whoa, okay, Jess, I thought we normally steer away from that sort of language, but all right.
No, I mean, it was a bad result for MNM. In the state that they were, in the state that Auglis was at the time that they endured this matchup together, Auglis should not have got as many rounds as they did, and there were a lot of mistakes. You and I remember it. There were a lot of mistakes in that matchup that MNM made. They can't be making it here today. And guess what? They're putting Matchco on the back foot here. There's a Thatcher ban. There's also a Maverick ban. This is huge. This is a huge detriment to the attackers who already are on the back foot starting on attack. And you know what? Take the floor, take the stage, do your little ramble about how starting on attack means you're absolutely going to lose the map. Go ahead, Des.
Wow, that's a way to just put me on the spot, isn't it? You are correct. It is something I very commonly say, is that this map, you know, maybe it's from talking to a lot of players who all seem to feel the same. The reason why Theme Park isn't as popular as some other maps are in the pool is that it is absolutely horrific to start an attack. You are very boxed in when you enter the map, generally on top floor where most teams will start off. You come into Cafe where you can be fired on as soon as you walk out the double door from multiple angles. It's the same story on the other side inside of Cache. It just doesn't make for an easy map to actually get inside of and then start your attack from there. And most sites have single doorways to get into. That makes things so difficult to be unpredictable or surprise the defenders. That is why many teams won't even bother heading towards this map. They'll just completely ban it out and move away from it. But Matchco here have clearly got something planned. I'm really excited to see how they prepped out for this one. Nothing huge to shout out about immediately. We're seeing that mirror come out that you and I have seen quite a few times on this site, Jess, with those mirror windows facing in towards Cafe to the north, and teams then looking to pen people inside a Cafe, like I mentioned not too long ago.
The reason I did a pretty big sigh there was the 6-pick off of the Kali, and I think the problem is that they've taken nades assuming that the first site would be Armory, and that's okay to have that soft breach and go from above, open up yellow, or toss a grenade over the top of maintenance or barrels, but they needed the Kali if there's not going to be an extended hold from MNM. If MNM don't open up an extended hold over towards initiation and they just close it all off and they throw a Kaid on it or whatever they throw on there, the lack of Kali means that wall stays closed. I don't know, I don't care how you put it, but there's no other way. You can't go below, there's no vertical, it's solid concrete. So the only rotates they'll have is either through Cafe, up arcade stairs, maybe through, I don't know, the office wall, which is half reinforced with a mirror on it. And yeah, there we go. it looks like these walls will just stay closed, and this is really bad for Matchco, 6 picking off the Kali.
We'll see how they aim to deal with it because, well, we mentioned earlier on about the Thatcher ban and then Kai not being banned. Teams like Kavana and clearly MNM are teams that will lean in towards playing that Kai wherever possible because of the denial it brings, because of how hard you make their job, as you just alluded to, with those solid floors underfoot. Let's see how effectively they can do it, because again, with Matchco, you don't choose to start an attack on Theme Park without some kind of plan in mind. I'm hoping here they've been smart about this. They have different answers to what we have seen from teams historically to deal with the setup coming out of the side of MNM.
Well, Keenan's lost half of his life already, and it's only been the first 50 seconds of the round. And usually he'll be the one to hold off on yellow stairs, which it looked like Jenna was being hot droned into quite quickly. I can hear a C4 rip, and I don't know where that is. Is that just to scare someone, or it's somewhere across the map? Might have been Nafe sort of giving it a little test rip there to make sure it's still working. And that smoke will rain out to cover off any lines of sight in between. Is this because they want to repel into break? I've not seen this strategy in a very, very long time. In fact, it's one of the most unsafest strategies of pushing this site. So if they make it work, which they do, then I don't know how to analyze this.
Question mark, question mark. I said they're going to do something different, and they're doing something very, very different here. Or something we haven't seen in a while. But Yonka, oh, he should have won that one for free. But no, Teb gets him first. And that should be most of Arcade, at least under pressure, if not pushed back. And at the same time, that enables Keenan to say, Arcade's clear. I can step into Cafe and look to contest with you. Nate's going to find a second kill onto Teb, mind you. And that should put a bit of a dent in the setup coming out of the side of Matchco. They had the right idea, but sadly cannot connect the kills. Jenna going to find one on yellow. 3 versus 2, and let's not forget, still 60 seconds to play. So this was a nice early execute from Matchco and should give them enough time to be able to course correct a little bit here, but be very, very wary of the fact that you are against 3 players on the side of MNM.
I don't think Jenna knows that there was a couple of crossfires onto him, and he does go down, and well, that was a very convincing retake there from MNM. It all came off the back of the mirror, let's be frank, because Teb had a great entry that he should not have had. And when I said I couldn't analyze this, well, I actually can't go back to a competitive matchup in my mind in APAC North or EUL where 2 players have decided to enter onto a bunks defense through those windows. Generally, they've just gone elsewhere. They've decided to go, okay, we'll push Cafe instead, maybe with a yellow pinch or an arcade pinch. But that was a full commit to repelling into a window that you, quite frankly, should die from, especially when you've got to rotate over to the top arcade balcony. A bit of an interesting one. It probably came out of the fact that they didn't have the Kali and it wasn't the site that they thought it was going to be. So things got a little bit more difficult for them. I love the innovation, but yeah, they did deserve to lose that one when you apply a strategy that should 9 times out of 10 not work.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Well, I again appreciate the attempt at doing something a little bit different, and they did catch Jonker out at first, mind you, as he pushed in from the arcade catwalk, and I thought, man, surely here they've got control. There's nothing else that can be done, only for Nate to swing around on the mirror and collect the kills to completely put that attack to bed. A nice attempt, but still a round that goes the way of MNM. So things starting out as you'd expect, at least as far as the scoreline is expected. We now move over ever so slightly to the right-hand side. We lift up those bomb sites, we carry them across a couple of floors. Gonna need quite a few people to carry them. They look quite heavy, mind you, looking at them. But now we set ourselves inside of Office and Initiation. This one's a little more direct. You tend to see a cash take come in or a control take down to the south. And it's quite simply a job then of getting your way in through control wall and going for a plant behind the shrine. Now, the number of times that teams have denied that by having a couple of players playing inside of Initiation has been, well, almost impossible to break apart. But this is slightly different coming out of MNM. They're sticking a mirror on there. They're leaving one side of it soft and no doubt using that to chuck smoke canisters over C4s. This could be a good adaptation from their side to deal with the aggression coming out of Matchco.
Instead of using Kai, they're just going to sit with the mute jammer. They didn't have any of that Kali to deal with last round, and there's no Kali to deal with it this round either. And whether or not that was another misread here from the side of Matchco, maybe they think, okay, surely they go to Armory now. This is the lineup for Armory. Let's do it. They have not, and that's okay because Teb gets the opening kill yet again. And I believe he was the opening kill last time onto, was it Yuzu Dats? I'm not sure who it was over towards balcony, but he was able to get that entry that was really needed for Matchco. They just need to convert on that number count now and be really confident moving on in. taking out one C4, it's probably not that bad, particularly on this side as well, because it actually doesn't, work that great. There's not a lot of places you can actually C4 confidently from, especially from below. So for me, I'm hoping that they get one more pick, and then they're able to dispatch of these mirrors, which will play huge power positions if they don't pinch from Cafe.
Really interesting how strong their hold is inside of Office here, where you have Yonka playing in behind the mirror window. You have one playing inside of Vault, and Yuzus even fell back through that location. So very happy here with the setup they've got, this kind of crossfire. If I remember correctly, it was Gamma who did a very similar sort of thing, whereas a team tried to push their way up yellow, they turned around and found the frag, and then as they came pushing in through the doorway to the east, they were just absolutely gunned down in the crossfire, almost nothing to be done. Office is so hard to break that I think it makes far more sense to be looking here towards control. That's what they're thinking about, and even with that Selma on the other side, unfortunately they're staring face first here into a C4. That is all too easy for Dats to connect. They're going to blast off that Selma. In fact, no, he misses it. His trying grenade comes through. Down he goes, not dead, but at least down on the floor and able to be contesting anymore. Sir Boss and Co. likely not aware of this fact. That drone should at least confirm it for them, and now they must start thinking, hey, this is our chance to go in for the push. And sure enough, here he goes, trying to convert the kill if he can. There we go. Will collect it out. I thought for a second you might see someone on the side of M&M swinging out, but Sir Boss brings down Yuzus as well, who had such a start to the round, trying to be quite pressurized out towards Dragon. He's going to find himself down as well. A 4 versus 2 for Matchco, and the best chance they've got at winning a round should be now.
I don't think Jenna knows that Yonka's right here, and no, he doesn't. The Vector shreds right through him, and Bonkers shreds through Tab, and now the only hope is Sabos and Keenan. Keenan had a great first map, but Sabos is trying to get into sight, and he can't really. He'll have to run through the door, and Bonkers is on 20 HP. Can he go bonkers again? He'll need to, otherwise this will be a Matchco round.
There isn't really anything here that can help him alongside things like C4s, impacts, whatever else it might be. He has just got to go for the gun skill here. 2 kills to connect now in a post plan. Going to try and wait for one to swing out onto him, or at least push aggressively in a few seconds time, I'm sure. But the side of Matchco, they haven't got to move here. They can be patient. They can wait. And when they're ready, there comes the peak. One comes out. Can he find the next one as well? No, he cannot. Keenan carrying on as big as he did in the last match, coming up against his adversary in Funkers of all people. We'll make sure Matchco get round number 2, and that puts us at 1 apiece.
Shaky. Huh. Was that a comment to the opposition?
Himself, I think. Missing the shots. Jess, not everyone is trying to be as BM as you are.
Oh, please. Please.
Some people are just commenting on themselves and not looking to always outwardly criticize others, that's all.
Well, I didn't think his aim was that shaky, although I did miss it a little bit there at the end as I was watching one of the players to see if they would swing or not, but that's okay. I'm not sure what Dats is trying to say there, but that, a little
Just
bit of typing in chat.
That says to me tea break. Here in the British Isles, we say tea when we want to take a tea break. Now, you ever watch a game of football and someone just screams tea and everyone downs arms, the football's put to rest, everyone goes and sits down for a cup of tea and some biscuits?
I would believe if you did that.
If we're feeling very luxurious.
Yeah, see, I would believe if you guys actually did that as well, which is the saddest part of that. They can actually retry it, funnily enough, is that they've felt that Armory is not a site that really works for them. I want to see whether or not that's something that they did against August as well. Maybe they struggled on their defensive Armory. Maybe statistically that's not a site they really particularly like to go towards. I'm having a look here. And they like to win it, of course, but when they sort of defend it, they almost never go there. In fact, yeah, they literally have never gone to Armory. If they have to go to a third bomb site, it's Lab. So they refuse to touch Armory. And that's something that Matchco should know. So, interesting.
Teams love changing things up. In this case, for M&M, it's the site they're playing on is the whole focus. Yuzus starting out this round exactly as he did the last, by the way, hanging up towards Cash, out towards Top the Dragon. You see the rappel and you get excited and think, oh, they're not going to drone me, and then a drone comes popping over and it's like, okay, I guess not. Best pull back, best keep myself alive and save my life to fight for another day.
Well, 30 seconds have already surpassed, and Jenna is in. But Fonkers is already in Keenan's head there. Bullets as well. And that was, I believe, an attempted entry by Keenan below, and he just got absolutely clapped for it. Jenna wasn't close enough to get the refrag, which is a bit of a shame, actually, because when you are entering, especially as a duo on a hot drone, you would expect that your duo is close enough to be able to take an engagement straight after. But Jenna was kind of looking another way. I actually think, unfortunately, Jenna hasn't had a real good match so far. It's only been a couple of rounds, but he hasn't really had the impact that an entry fragger does need to have. He's kind of played a bit too passive for his role in some cases. So if we can see him speed things up and be a bit more aggressive with the use of some of that intel, we might see a bit more impact here for Matchko.
It's funny when you think about Matchko, the big players you need to pay attention to. It's always Teb and Keenan that are the ones in our mouths, I think, after what we've seen from them all season long. Boss, equally with a couple of moments in Elation being in that more supportive role, you don't always expect to be the one popping off, but I get your point on Jenna. It reminds me of Astro from Gamma, actually, who we'll be seeing play in the next series, where his role is much more supportive, much more team-orientated. It's not a sloth-esque Ash player where it's charging off around the map finding frags. It's playing behind drones, it's playing for the team, and maybe that is what Jenna's attention is going to be here. It's using Ash in this more supportive role, something we've seen players like Citizen doing a lot this season for G2 of EUL. Who knows? That's maybe where he looks a little bit quieter.
Attackers have located a bomb.
This is a really bad spot from Elation. What he's trying to do is bait out this C4 that caught him last time he pushed up on this wall. And if he can do that, which he has, he'll get a freebie, and there we go. And that's to make sure that one of those C4s can't rain out, and he gets the mirror for free. But guess what? They've already thought of this. They've got a contingency plan here. They've got a go-go shield. They've got the opportunity to have 2 ADSs covering it. And yikes, this is falling apart here for Matchko. This is not the entries they need. No drones coming out from Teb means his kill is absolutely inevitable. And well, is this the dominating M&M we were expecting in map 1 finally coming alive in map 2?
Maybe. I'm just slightly bewildered as to how the site was armory enthroned, yet everything was going on as if it was an initiation defense or a bunk daycare defense.
Really? I didn't even see.
You called it, remember? M&M never played that site, you said at the start.
Mm-hmm.
And then all the fighting seemed to be going on the top floor. It's where the scrap around, we had the smoke playing upstairs, we had the mirror playing upstairs, the assault coming in from the attackers upstairs. It seemed like a pseudo-initiation hold. There was a couple going on downstairs, but there was so much attention going on to the top floor that I was like, what is this? There's 2 or 3 kills being traded across the top floor very quickly. It was wild.
Very confusing.
I mean, admittedly, that's the way sometimes it plays out. I remember we first saw this map in APAC, for example. I think it was Xavier versus Fab back in the first week of stage 1. There were kind of 2 hit squads on the map. There was a 2v2 going on where the sole focus was the objective. The other 6 players were all just hell-bent on fighting away from the site around shields, around wild reinforcements going into random places. It was wonderful to watch, and maybe that last round was quite reminiscent of that. Either way, that's our first rotation of sites done. We now go back up to Bunk and Daycare from the downstairs. M&M have those 2 rounds on the board that I think you would come to expect. Maybe you're looking towards a 5-1 half here, thinking that it is theme park and generally, again, quite a defender-leaning map. But with Matchko having 1 round already after just 3 rounds, if they can get 2 on the board, I'm feeling mildly optimistic about them going on to win the second half of this map.
Well, having 1 attacking round for Matchko is not too shabby. It means that the first half can't go to that impending 6, really, and then you're worried, okay, they only need 1 match point as we saw last map. And I think here for Matchko now is that they've been trying to focus on getting rid of some of these mirrors, and they've not been really dealing with them as appropriately as they probably should. Some of these entries as well from Matchko have seemed a little bit, not for lack of a better phrase, willy-nilly. It just kind of seems like Jen is entering very fast on his own drone. He'll go in, but he'll have no impact. He kind of just seems like he sits somewhere on the map and hopes that they come to him. And you can't have that frame of mind. You have to push together. You have to play the time game here, because no defensive player, or rather defensive side, is just going to come running to you and gift the kills.
So much denial coming out on the side of M&M that I wonder if this is what Matchko were afraid of back in the last one when they banned that Goyo away. Because you're coming up against standard shields being used by the defensive side. You've then got the Vulcan shields coming out. You have mirror windows to deal with. You have the Banshees to go through. This is something, again, that I saw them struggle with quite a lot on Consulate against Gamma Gaming, and I'm wondering here if that's what they're getting slightly hung up on, is the amount of utility and denial coming out of the side of M&M.
Exactly right. We've seen them use a couple of grenades to throw them on through, and Teb not able to connect these shots here. In fact, shots are connected back. Funkers does lose a little bit of HP, however. but he's done a little bit of damage, and now they know he's here, and it's going to stall Machko out quite considerably. I believe that opened up a vertical below, and Jenna now has had a lot more impact than he's had in the previous rounds by just displacing one of those mirrors vertically. So that's a really good hit there. Yet again, they're repelling here on the southern side. This is super unconventional. I've never really seen this sort of version of it, and is that someone in break already? Why? How does Elation get in over and over? If they know he's on the soft wall, he's dead.
I think for the most part, because you can't see this back window, and with the electrified wall to his right-hand side, there's just no easy way to tag him unless you're holding the right angle inside a bunk itself. I think here, because him and Yonka are just staring each other down, it's like, well, who moves first? Who's going to die in the first case? And someone has to move. That drone coming out might give reason to trigger a swing coming out here. And there we go. The shots are coming out. Yes, absolutely. You must hear that drone and think, okay, someone's most definitely inside. It's time to go for the kill. And Yonka is going to bring down Elation. That now means there's still one player hanging out for the opportunity to repel it. It's going to be Teb. Will he be able to get the spray down here? No, he won't, as Nath brings him down. This is an M&M whitewash. They were ready for it last round, it appears. This round, they're only doubly so, as it's a 4 versus 1. Jenna, the last player left standing. Something tells me, even inside 15 seconds, even he can't pull off a 1 versus 4. He shall not. And M&M convert round number 4 their way, taking us to 3-1.
The fact that Elation can get into break that way, and we've sort of discussed a couple of ways that you can make that happen, is mind-blowing to me to begin with, when there is already a rotate there and someone should be sitting there 9 times out of 10. Maybe he's worried about a grenade, so he backs on up, so on and so forth, whatever that might be. But the fact that Elation keeps getting in, but it's also keeps not working for them, it just is a bit mind-blowing to me in both sides. M&M shouldn't be allowing people to repel in. Of course, they didn't in the end there, but they also shouldn't continue a mistake that obviously is not working time and time again. I don't know if Machko just don't want to deal with the walls. Do they not want to deal with the mirrors? Do they not want to deal with the walls? Do they not want to bring a Kali? Is that why they're not going the conventional way, the meta way? It's hard to say, but they've clearly dry run this. This is clearly part of their strategy. And unfortunately against M&M, it's just not working.
Well, I appreciate an attempt all the same. And here a different attempt will be made altogether. Keenan going across and playing on the glass. Now, there's been a lot of hype and furor around the new glass and whether or not we're going to see it completely overtake the meta. I say new. Significant changes, yes, but nothing new in terms of actual mechanics. All works the same as before, just a much quicker recovery time now. When you're looking through smoke and things like that, you will have those yellow targets illuminated a little bit quicker. But the fact that you currently have Ace also so prominent in the meta means that you have 4 smokes to play behind. That's a lot for Keenan to be able to play behind here, especially if he can click heads as fast on the glass as he has been on other operators so far across these 2 maps. It could be the change that Machko are looking for, but let's not also forget that M&M here, rather than going back to initiation, have swerved that entirely, and as you said, Jess, have gone down to playing inside a lab instead.
Yeah, this is the final site they really like to play here on Theme Park. It's the third and only one that they real go to. It's kind of surprising. As I spoke about Armory before, is sometimes people's entire first site, they love to go there. Lab, I feel like, is a really tricky one to push in as an attacker, because you've got 2 options. You can either go take Lab and, you know, manage to get off a plant there with some smokes and whatnot, some okay crossfires, but it all hails off a Hail Mary through a window. That should not be allowed, and M&M says it's not allowed, and Machko wanted to do a rush, but nothing was set up to promote that whatsoever. And Dez, I don't think they read that round and that push right either. It just seems to be everything going wrong.
It's like trying to do some damage to someone with one of those colourful noodles that you get at a swimming pool. They're just not really going to have any effect, to be honest with you, Jess. They try and burst their way in, they try and find kills, but alas, only 1 to their name, and the glass is now dead along with the ace. There are no smokes left. It's all going to be standard siege for potentially the last 2 minutes of this round. We'll see at what pace Machko really want to push forward with. With a Nomad and Nash on side and a pretty quiet Jenna so far, I'm not too optimistic this round goes their way.
As I said before, it'd be good if Machko could get 1 more attacking round, because it would set them up to do pretty all right on the defensive and give them a little bit of a buffer. 1:30 left. Things kicked off in a very fast fashion in the start of the round, and it did not go Machko's way in any way, shape, or form. In fact, they only lost Nath, and that was just the Banshee, or rather the Banshee holder, and there were... I keep wanting to say Wamai, and you know why I want to say Wamai? It's because they've got the same set of colours. Do you read... Sometimes you read the operators based off their colours sometimes? I feel like I do that with, like, Bandit and Jaeger and...
Especially when they're on the same sort of side. And I know it's close colours, it's not identical, but I completely get what you mean. They are close. You know, I actually really took that the wrong way. I totally should have said, no, Jess, it's only you who's the idiot here. But alas, I didn't think to go down that line of thinking. What's wrong with me?
Wow, you're too nice today. What's wrong?
I know. Gotta get back into it. I don't know. Wait until the semis and then we can have a good talk about it.
Oh, it seems like we're waiting an eternity here for the inevitable to happen, and M&M don't want to risk anything at all because we've seen this happen before. Bonkers went bonkers in an ace in Clubhouse, and it's just one of those things that you know can happen. The head is just over and over. Yuzu can see the head, and he's just not able to capitalize on it. He does have an SFG, so one tiny little burst would net him a kill onto Sabos here. Sabos has no idea he's there, and as a result, he'll go down, and finally we get to the last 10 seconds of the round. Jenna is yet again somehow the last one alive on Ash, and oh, will he be able to get an exit frag? Haha, not today.
Comfortable for M&M. All-in attempt coming out of Matchco expires exactly the way you would intend it to, or at least expect it to. They try, they don't quite manage to get past M&M, a little bit too coordinated and ready for that. That forces us into the final round of the half with M&M sat at 4-1. I mentioned that kind of 5-1, 4-2 scoreline is what you kind of come to expect here on Theme Park. Absolutely going to end in one of those two scorelines. And for M&M, this should be a bit of a confidence builder because last map, as we all know, absolute car crash. Let's not forget, though, that it ended at 5-1 in the first half to the side of Matchco. They found one single round as we went into the second half, and that pressure then just existed in all of the remaining rounds. The same could happen for M&M here, where they end this out at 5-1. They go on to win one more round in the second half, and suddenly it's Matchco that have got all this pressure against them that one surprise round, one surprising play out of the side of M&M would be match over for them, and then we go into map number 3, which is Oregon.
I would like to see it go to Oregon because I really feel like that's what we deserve, I guess, between these two teams, especially when you're looking at M&M. I mean, I have in my dot points here, right on my notes sheet for this game, it says undefeated like Penta, and there are high hopes, as many would have assumed that they would snag one of the EUL spots alongside Penta. But I look at this game here, or rather look back to Clubhouse, and they go, actually, they're not an EUL team. They're not ready to enter EUL, not with that kind of gameplay. However, I look at Theme Park here and go, actually, yeah, some of what they're putting up is EUL-esque. And it's hard. I want to go to Oregon. I want to see a formation of them now that they're warmed up and whatever it is that they were lacking before has seemed to kick back in. M&M were an undefeated team in Challenger League regular season. Now they've finally had a map defeat, and it's against Matchco, who was not undefeated. In fact, they only have one win. So it doesn't add up to me in some way, shape, or form.
See if the math works out for Matchco in this round. Looks like it's going to be another similar start to this as we have seen time and time again. Going to start out looking in towards break room before looking in towards bunk. Only I would fully expect with M&M now being aware of it that is not the plan to go for. And someone on Matchco must be screaming, okay, guys, let's not go for the repel this time. We want to play someone on the windows, fine. As soon as it comes to trying to get inside, well, suddenly you're putting yourself at great risk, and they've got to be super mindful of losing yet another early death on the window. And Teb does get sprayed on a bit, only put down to about 25 HP, but has got to be so mindful that M&M are very conscious of what it is he's trying to do.
I'm wondering if Sabos has air jabbed all of the jump outs that could occur to Teb, because Theme Park warrants a lot of jump outs. You can jump out of control window, you can jump out of maintenance window, barrels, arcade window. There's a lot of jump out opportunities here onto the person repelling, and I don't think anyone's actively watching that for him. One of those mirrors will go down, and that was between sight. Yet another vertical hole opened up by Jenna. So he is doing what he needs to with his Ash charges, and he's making a big impact. But somehow Teb is repelled in. And again, it goes to a lost person. M&M must think that they're getting a freebie every time they hear someone either attempt to repel in or actually repel in. Oh,
3k for Bonkers, carrying on just as he started in the last map. Wouldn't a second ace be lovely to see? Nate, I agree with you, but shh, keep quiet, because you're going to curse him, as you've now done. Jenna bringing down Bonkers, but it is a 2 versus 4. Timing-wise, there is still plenty to play for. There's 70 seconds on the clock. They can afford to breathe easy a bit here, and before drones on side, let's take the time to reassess our options here. You've got Keenan still on side, as we've already seen multiple times pop off. Jenna, who slowly warming into the game, very slowly, mind you, at that kind of comment. So if something tells me this is not going to go the way they want, and it should end as M&M in a 5-1 situation, very comfortable position to be going into the second half of Theme Park with.
the problem now is that they don't really have the control that they need, nor do they have the openings onto site that they would need. not sure how it looks on the wall with the mirror, or whether that's already been opened up or not. It's hard to see, actually. Okay, so it's still up, but it's on a soft wall, so Jenna could foreseeably deal with that, but I think he's used both of his Ash charges, so he can't do it. Now he's just going to walk on into waiting room. Do they know about this? Well, TCSG in hand means he gets flattened by Yonka, and it's all up to Keenan now. He had a heck of a lot of kills back on Clubhouse, but I don't foresee him with 10 seconds being able to pop 3 other players. Yonka down to nothing. I think these are just exit frags now.
Exit frags, padding the stats, whatever works for him just fine. He has collected it out. It's going to try and do what he can, but we all know exactly how this is going to end. So the M&M going 5-1 at the halfway mark. Much better than what we saw previously. Some LOL exchanges, why not? You know full well chat is now going to be just full of LOL, by the way.
Yeah, everyone's just gonna be like, lol. They did when an accidental T came out. So, wouldn't put it past them.
True. True.
True.
That's really what happened, actually, as well. I was going for the chat button and ended up entering T for some bizarre reason. As we now switch over, M&M are the ones going on to attack, as you can very clearly see, with Glass currently being hovered by Nath. May 6 pick that one away, or may opt to stick on it. There we go. I was going to say, surely thinking about the amount of utility here, with a Goyo available, things like that, you do want a Zofia, especially where a Clash has now also been 6 picked in. But things are looking relatively normal. Let's see then, if with this being the map pick of the side of Matchco, they've got something special prepped on the defense, because they are going to need, for 4 rounds straight, something magic to be able to catch up to M&M.
Given their unorthodox attacking strats, especially over towards that break room and whatnot, I can only imagine that they have scrimmed this map quite a lot. This is something that they really wanted part of their map pool. You can tell by the way that teams don't just do the meta, they have their own set of strategies and multiple different ones per site. So I think for the most part, Matchco on their attack looked like they knew this map. They weren't able to really put those rounds on the board that would be reminiscent that they knew this map. I think it's going to be so much easier for them to display that on defense here. And just looking at this extended hold, it looks like they know exactly where the barbed wire needs to be, where the lines of sight need to go. Elation's setting them up now. Sabos on the Clash, and that was 6 picked in too, so the attackers are not going to know just for the beginning that that is what's in hand. And I want to see how they play this. Did they play this aggro? Did they go super aggressive and hold Cash off to the dying seconds, or rather over towards Volt? Or do they just keep using it as a rotating back tactic? Given how many reinforcements are there, Des, I'm not sure, but what's this rotate down? Ooh, they really want him.
They do. But whether or not they managed to pinch onto him is a different story altogether. We've seen a team doing this recently, and I can't think of who it was. But the attacking team cleared the top floor, didn't bother looking towards Shrug, got themselves bit in the late round quite aggressively by not having the drones or anything else in position to be able to contest that. So here you got to think about how much time the side of Matchco can waste. He's going to get rid of that drone, but of course, once you've shot a drone, the best option is to move away. Stay in the same place. You might just find a pre-fire coming in for your head very quickly, or in that case, a grenade. Bonkers timing it near perfectly to bring down Jenna, and it will clear Elation out as well. That is lab cleared out in record time by the side of M&M.
There was 3 M&M players committing to being able to clear those players, and I like the thought process from Matchco there to go, oh, they're entering in lab, let's go, let's try and crossfire, get them as they're vaulting in, because they're all vaultable windows, so you've got a better chance of winning that gunfight than if it was just the door or whatnot that they could run into. The problem was, they really didn't have the crossfire they needed. Jenna decided to go back to where he was drone, and a grenade sailed in and almost killed him, and then only 1 bullet to put him out of his misery, really. 2 players, very important players, dropped from Matchco, means that Sabos, without really a gun in hand, he's just a walking shield for the most part, has to rely on Teb and Keenan. A Carbine and Elder's not too bad to try and hold off on, though, but that coordination from M&M means that they're probably in a pretty good position here.
This is all the downstairs focus they've had as well, let's not forget. They've now got to start looking to the upstairs where there is a clash waiting for them in the name of Sir Boss. You got Keenan looking to roam between the last 2 remaining members of the Maestro and the Clash, mind you, so a little bit of support being given towards both sides. And I'm thinking here, with the tools they've got, and given that there is still time to do for the side of M&M to even look at getting into the site, this could work out really well for them. That smoke is going to help out a lot. Bonkers almost getting sprayed out, but not quite. Now being pinged up by a Clash. They're in a spot where 2 are pushing it. He knows that he's dead here. It's like the undead staring at you. Serbo's going to go for a 360. Tries to go for the 1, but can't quite net it. Plants going down from Nath here. It's all down to Teb on his lonesome. Going to spray around and find 1 after a whiff shot coming out. M&M very comfortably going to take round number 7, putting themselves at match point, and this is looking like a pretty much dead on repeat of what we saw in the last map. Though.
I mean, it's not that surprising that a lot of teams take their opponent's map. I remember back in, and I don't know if it was stage 1 of EUL or the last season of Pro League before it moved into the EUL format, there was a lot of teams who would be taking each other's map pick and the map that the other team preferred over others. So I don't see it as sort of like an anomaly of any kind. I kind of see it as the trend for some of these teams is that they feel that they're ready to go on a map. And then the other team goes, oh, we're on the back foot here, so let's just do our best with what we've got. And that just dismantles on the fly. The adaptation mid-round just overcomes what the team that's so prepared on the map has to set up. I think that's kind of what Matchco has fallen into the trap of here. They started on attack. They need to win pretty much every defensive round to bring themselves back up to match point. And now they're in a picture-perfect, reminiscent moment of what we saw in Clubhouse, as you said before. I like it. It's kind of a bit of karma a little bit. Yeah, Eminem swinging around going, we can give you a taste of your own medicine. I don't think Oregon is going to be an easy fly for Matchco either. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to look at the numbers on that, Des.
Honestly, thinking this goes through to Oregon, then M&M are in full flow then, like on club, they looked scrappy, they looked a bit erratic. We mentioned around the nature of which they collected themselves the day. Maybe they were just in their spot where they hadn't had their warm-up, they hadn't got themselves into the action. Yes, Matchco played well. Yes, Fonkus was the only real one that showed up to play in that last map. He's done it again here, mind you, with 13 kills to his name so far. And I really hate to highlight an individual player, but Elation is currently going James Bond on us. Contribution this map, pretty much 0.
Bit of a shame, unfortunately, because I've always called him the cool, calm, collected support player that Matchco's needed, especially when the attackers get onto site. He always seems to be able to have those 1vx moments or 2vx moments where the team is able to pull things together in the dying seconds. He's just had no impact here whatsoever, and I'm sure that's been crippling for him mentally, is him sitting there going, I'm not having the impact for my team. We're losing crucial rounds here. We're on match point against us. So my problem is here now, do they have the tenacity and the mental framework here to go, okay, we've got what we need. Let's play as a team and let's bring them down. And I think M&M are on just a bit of too much of a roll right now.
Unfortunately so. This map looks almost wrapped up, but we'll give it time. We've seen on the last map how things can be clawed back by the losing side. It did still end 7-4, mind you, and I know that the tail of the tape will tell you 7-4, not bad, kind of surprising that Matchco won, but whatever. It felt a lot more dominant by the side of Matchco for the most part on that match, and again, scorelines might not show, but you definitely can't write off their performance. On this map, maybe a little bit of a different story so far. On the defensive side, you've got to start grabbing 3 or 4 rounds. This is the map to be taking defensive rounds. It is the map that you picked, no less as well, let's not forget. I'm kind of surprised we aren't seeing a mirror being brought out and instead more of a lean towards things like the Kaid being dragged along by the side of M&M, even with no Maverick and Thatcher on side. They're still saying, you know, we don't care. We will deal with the Kaid. We'll find ways around it. We'll see if they can.
Well, they've got to make something work here, because if you don't have that mirror to play with, which would actually really help Sabos right now. He's got a mute jammer to work with there, and now he'll be able to surely trick that one off. It might take the first one, but not the second. And as a result, they're going to have to use one more grenade. They've drawn him out, so he'll need to make sure he's not in the way. And no more Electric Claws means this C4 will have to hit. He might get 2 for the price of 1, and it gets shot mid-air. That's exactly what happened against them before as well. What a shame. That could have been the big hit they need here with 30 seconds left.
I think when M&M are playing that C4 game exactly the same way that we just saw that a Matchco attempt to do, they're going to be very aware that C4 is going to come sailing their way at some point or another and deal with it pretty nicely. Now in a spot where with this opened up, they can start smoking things out and going for the push, and they will do just that. They find the kills they need. Great plus support play from Nate from behind there to ensure that Yonka can get in and go for the plant. There are 2 kills coming back for the side of Matchco. Plant still being stuck. C4 coming through. Can he connect it onto the planter? Looks like there's no planter left to be alive. It's only Nate by himself, and he knows this round is done and dusted. Try as they might, Matchco do collect those crucial kills and will take round number 8.
There was a flurry of kills there coming out, and I think actually a couple of them were Jenna. I didn't manage to see his first-person perspective of those, but there were a couple of really crucial kills there from Jenna that he's been otherwise not able to have on the first half. If he can come stepping up here in the second half and help, you know, deny some of those executes here from M&M, things might start to look good. My problem is that M&M they're not really a plan or an objective-based team for the most part. They don't really have a lot of plans to go by. Most of their wins are via elimination rather than attempting to execute, even though you can tell that that's what they're setting up for. Usually the round will end via eliminations first. And I think that MNM losing during an execute is not really that surprising. But it also just goes down to the fact that can Matchco keep that up round after round after round? Because what do we need? 4 more in a row to even push it to overtime? I said it to MNM last map. I just don't think it's possible for teams that have kind of been on the back foot to put that many rounds in a row on the board.
Very tall order. And I mentioned a couple of times around the craziness you can do, the rushes, the off picks, the strange things that might just surprise you the side and get you that one crucial round that you need to get over the finish line. And I think for M&M, although they're not looking to play that kind of crazy erratic game, they are very confident they can close things out. Let's not forget in that last round that despite losing, they still came down to a point where a diffuser was going down, and given a few more seconds, the outcome of that round could have turned out to be very, very different. Now go over to Bunk and Daycare for round number 9. Is indeed still at match point, as you can see at the top of your screens. And even on a site like this where we see so much a popularity, but I'd say a lean towards something like a Mirror, to not see any coming out of Matchco probably just screams that Mirror just simply isn't an operator they're prepped for at all. Maybe he was very used to it being banned away and just think it's not worth it. But it's not going to come out here once again.
Maybe alluding to the fact that, like I said before, they're so used to their strats that they've prepped this on. Why? You know, their coach would be telling them, do what we prepared. There's no need to change it, because if it's worked in scrims and we've, you know, identified any weaknesses that we could find during scrims, then don't change it. Let's do it this way because this is the way that works. Unfortunately, against M&M, it hasn't always worked. And I'm wondering whether or not that lack of ability to adapt is going to bite them in the bum here. And when you're on match point for M&M, all you need is that one round, as we spoke about before. I'm excited for it to go to Oregon either way, because I think that will really be where it hits its head.
Well, I think it's come to a head, and it basically becomes a best of one like we get in the regular EUL season, where both teams have showed their flair on each other's map picks, and then Oregon, of course, has to 100% be the decider. But I agree with how much seemingly almost every single team in EUL, across CL, across APAC, we've seen teams playing on Oregon. It feels like the go-to map that needs to decide how a series concludes. But this one still needs to end out first, or this second map at the very least. M&M making slow but good progress. They're getting themselves towards office here with a bit of help from utility being slung through into the office room itself. Even a smoke coming out there towards the end as well. You know, of course, we're pushing in towards Bunk and Daycare here, so although they might have control of some of the east side of the map, you need to start pushing forwards, because all you're going to find yourself doing here is getting yourself gated inside this connector through from Cash in towards office and slowly picked apart.
Speaking of slowly getting picked apart, that Aldo will come bursting through Cash, and Elation will also be able to get Nath. That's a good use of the C4. We said that Elation had a really rough matchup so far, but now he has the impact when it counts. And a 3v5 would generally be able to give Matchco the opportunity to be in a more advantageous position here. But Matchco are backed all the way up on the site. They know the numbers advantage they have. There's no need to aggress anymore. That's a smart decision. And as we're at the 40-second mark, M&M look absolutely desperate to get a pick.
Yeah, no drones on side means this is all coming down to the individual players and what they can achieve. Serbos going to go down actually to Jonker, who comes in from behind. Pretty much traded that back onto Uzus immediately, though. The contest onto yellow stairs from Dats will bring things to 3 and 2. Finds the second. Actually, can he find the third as well? No, he can't. Keenan a little bit too prepped and waiting for yet another lull to come out and chat off the back of that one. But Jonker, he's going to find one, I think. No, he's not. It's going to be Teb connecting onto it first. Matchco taking round number 9 in style. That round, I think, actually a perfect example of why so many teams hate attacking onto this map. Look at how long M&M got stuck inside of Cash for. We hit the 2-minute mark once it had all gone by. 60 seconds remaining. Only then did they actually manage to push themselves through office.
Yeah, it is quite a nightmare of a map if you are attacking onto it in any way, shape, or form. It takes a lot of coordination, a lot of utility, and depending on the defender's setup, of which having that side Cash wall open up in those line of sights, which Elation opens up each time. Not only did they have the clash, their yellow ping over and over and over again, but with those yellow pings, the Elder just, pops up, that long angle, even with the holographic, just bursting in there. There's not a lot of places you can stand safely in Cash, especially once you've opened up the breach. You're pretty much just a sitting duck in that room. It's a bit of a murder room, if you ask me. So I do worry for the attackers that take that and put a lot of bodies in there. You're kind of asking to essentially go into a gunfight, and M&M couldn't connect their shots, and Matchco could, and that's unfortunately all it comes down to.
Hope that the changes here coming into Armory and Thrones. We are going to see the site be utilized. Last time Eminem made use of it, or the time that Eminem made use of it, a lot of the fighting took place upstairs.
It actually wasn't, by the way. I went back and checked.
There was 4 players upstairs there, right? There was the one pushing in from control and 2 or 3 holding inside a bunk.
Yeah, they didn't.
It didn't?
No, that wasn't Armory. Nope.
I swear it was.
No, it was initiation.
You
can go
gaslight me
back.
now, I swear to God, I'll cry.
I am not gaslighting you, I promise.
No, I swear it wasn't, because they left it because of the shield. Oh, you're tormenting me now. I will go back and find out. I will check.
I promise.
Okay. Fine. All right.
Only time we've seen it on
I'm
this
tilted,
map.
bro.
We've never seen it from Eminem. We will see it here from Matchgo. And I promise you, this is the only time we've seen it on this particular matchup between these two teams. And it'll be interesting to see how they play it, simply from the fact that Matchgo don't like Goyo as an operator to begin with, so that now that they'll get to play it on their side is interesting. I don't like Teb pre-setting up here because a simple drone will be able to tell us that really quickly, and a pre-fire from the attacker nets a free kill 9 times out of 10. Keenan does get Fonkers, however, and Teb, well, he'll actually get to walk away with his life. And a little bit of a question mark coming out. Where was Keenan? Where can I get a little bit of a spot as to where Keenan supposedly killed him? And where from? Where did he shoot from? From that door?
Really from there.
Wait, what? He wallbanged him? I'd be putting a question mark in chat as well. I'd be like, hang on.
How did that happen? Why am I dead?
Uh-oh.
I've got to check that back.
That was, you know what, whilst you check that back, let me analyze exactly what's going on here for
Yeah, you do
Eminem.
that.
Because we're reaching the halfway mark. They have vertical control now, and they lost one of their players, their key soft breach players, who would have been able to dismantle this floor a lot quicker than Nafe can do with these breaching charges. It won't really matter for the most part because they should be able to get this floor quite easily. Dats will get Teb, and that's a great pick on one of the fraggers of Matchco. But he was playing aggressive as it was already, and this last breaching charge will go down, and Nafe's opportunity now to be able to pick someone off or get at least one of these electric claws which have been placed on the side is really important. He can't find it yet. This is delaying them way more than it should.
They're always put into slightly awkward spots where even things like the Kali gadget will not destroy them. They'll just be remaining to the side. They get rid of one, don't need to bother with both, and that should mean that one of these walls gets opened up at the very least. So it's going to be this Yellow Taker. By the way, Medics was right. The kill did come from all the way far out west.
Wow.
The wall banged through, and then he leaps over the balcony and then retreats downstairs. That's why we didn't see the culprit in action. Either way, Eminem have found themselves more kills than they bargained for in this round. I'm sure with Matchco, a pretty severe numbers disadvantage. Keenan himself, the wonder kill, you might call him, with Sir Boss left alive defending in a 2 versus 4. This should be the round that Eminem can close out here, given the advantage they have, and we'll wrap things up at 7-3. It's not quite the 7-4 that we saw in the previous round, but it is something. Keenan finds a second, and now going to try and look for a plant. They are blasting their way through here. Does he not know where the camera is? Still shooting it through him. Yonkers down to almost nothing, going to try once more. He might just get himself completely killed here. He's down to almost no HP.
No way.
Keenan comes round and finds 2. It's a quadra kill. It's a 1v1. How on earth? Matchco managed to pull it back from the brink in a 4 versus 2 off a massive 4K coming out of Keenan.
Did you call him the Wonder Boy before? Because that's absolutely what he is here.
The wonder killer, the mystery culprit who disappeared from the crime scene. Describe him how you want, but either way, he's just kept Matchco's dreams alive.
Oh, this is now doable. This is now within arms of reach for Matchco. I have a little bit of a worry, however, because when you're so close to being able to bring it back to an overtime position, and you're Eminem, for example, Eminem might start to get desperate and play super aggressively. And if I was to compare the mechanical skill of Matchco, all of the team, against all of the mechanical skill of Eminem, I think Eminem outdoes them considerably. I think there's players like Keenan, for example, who are absolutely great with their mechanical skill, which is why he's in a fragging role. But, overall, I think Eminem out edges them on the mechanical skill alone. So we'll see. Either Eminem starts to panic and they stall out, which a lot of teams do when they're in a panic situation, or they collect themselves, they say, boys, we're better than this, let's get in and get things done, and they absolutely storm the site. Match point, it's all done, we move on to Oregon. Either way, this has been an excellent matchup nonetheless. We thought it might be a bit of a whitewash here for Eminem.
We did, but we keep on being pleasantly surprised by Mr. Keenan himself. Him and Teb, especially this map, have been standing up pretty big, as you can see. Between them, 17 kills. On the other side, equally Fonkers, Jonker, and Nath. Quite a number between them as well. 32 to be precise. Kills galore it feels across these 10 rounds to date. We'll see how the things conclude. 2 more potential rounds of normal time, or potentially 2 chances for MNM to close this out. I mentioned that last round felt like their best opportunity. It was a 4 versus 2. They had time to play with. Everything could have gone their way. But that evil eye, that goddamn evil eye just meant they could never quite finish the plan.
And it's nice that Sabos decided to use that. Sometimes players will just go, oh, can you just keep red pinging on my evil eye and I'll swing instead? In that situation there, he couldn't have swung. He couldn't have gone anywhere. Yellow stairs was opened up. Someone was on Dragon Door as well. It wasn't an advantageous situation for him to swing anywhere and deny it at all. There was no possibility. Keenan was the only one close enough in split to do damage. So if he can get the attention, if he can keep delaying, which he did down to the last 10 seconds, it's a beautiful use of that evil eye. And I think sometimes people forget that it does damage. You know, it's not just to give intel. It can also do quite a few ticks of damage if you spam it across.
You know how much damage it does per shot?
Is it 5?
It is indeed.
Yep.
I quizzed Gio on a Maestro quiz once, live on broadcast. It was quite amusing, actually.
Oh, no. How many out of 10?
I only had 3 questions, to be fair, and I think she got 2. She did well. She did well.
There you go. See?
How many shots to overheat?
Oh, God. I'm going to have to count that in my head. Come back to me soon once I've gone in my head.
Number of times I sat there and fired every single bullet of an evil eye. Not too many, believe it or not. Always normally at risk of it being shot before you manage to get full use of it. But okay, we'll come back to that one. Small revision break. No Googling, no cheating. Ouch. No blowing people up with grenades either, Fonkers. Jenna goes down. Opening kill found for MNM and secured. Can they put it back into a 4 versus 2 once again? Or will Matchco make sure this round stays a much closer affair? Another grenade comes singing over, but doesn't quite down Sir Boss, except giving some wonderful deafening sounds in his ears. There's a second kill coming out. Elation. We spoke around how quiet he's been. We'll strike back onto Nathan and bring down the Zofia. And like that, 2 kills come flying out of nowhere. I say 1 kill, a second, all but guaranteed onto Dats unless he can be recovered. And this could be Matchco once again, bringing a round back from a massive numbers disadvantage.
Oh no, Sabos's attention was put elsewhere. It's all onto Elation. He's going to clutch this up. I said he can oftentimes have those cool, calm, collected 1vx moments. A 1v2 is what he needs, because I don't think Dats will get picked up.
Diffuser.
30 seconds left. Drone is on him, and they are yellow pinging him actively. They have to time this pinch correctly, otherwise Elation will win this one out. Here we go. He can see the foot of the down player. He needs to reload, but he loads it. It's all over. Red Rover. MNM will walk away with the second map here on this best of 3, and it's going the distance.
And you were just willing Elation to swing around then and be prepared for that cross angle coming back out, but not quite. It does mean that both maps have now ended at 7-4. It means we are 1-1. It means that Oregon will be our decider. Ooh, I am very ready to see which way this series goes, because we have been pleasantly surprised by not just the teams, but some of the players themselves as well. Big performances from Keenan, from Teb, Fonkers. I commented in my notes previously that I really want to see Fonkers step up and re-show us what his old self was like. I feel like he has started to do so, and for MNM it guarantees them a map win. Who knows which way Oregon could possibly go though, Jess? It's going to be an absolute scorcher to conclude this best of 3.
I've never seen MNM in their current iteration play Oregon. In fact, I have nothing here for them on Oregon. So this is going to be exciting no matter which way you put it. I don't think Matchco will have anything to go off of here. And as we throw it to commercials and then we'll go back to the analysts, I'm hoping to see exactly what everyone else thinks in chat. We'll catch you guys soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Fluke and Hap on the analyst desk. And yes, Dez did not mess up that transition because it was Chess that ended up saving the day to take us to ad break. And here we are, going to wrap things up as M&M took it back on map 2. Funkers, I gotta say, Fluke lives up to the name. Quite bonkers indeed.
What a day. What a day for Funkers to show up. As we said kind of early on, he hasn't had the best season. He was ranked bottom of the board for the team in terms of the CTG stats. Not to say he had the worst time. He was still even on KD. He just didn't live up to the very high expectations a lot of us had set for him. And now, so far, for an M&M that I would still say, even with that map win, isn't quite living up to expectations. You look at the end of the rounds and the executes on those attacks, and they were sloppy and they were mistake-laden. They weren't as good as what we can have usually seen from them. Now, obviously, they're going to Oregon. It's going to take more than just a bonkers funkers. M&M, you got to keep stepping it up, my guys.
Hap, the biggest problem seems to be if your team starts on defense, your opponents just, by the time they're able to mount like any actual effective resistance, it's almost too late. Do you feel that defense-sided nature of our current matchup is going to pull the same way in Oregon?
It is the nature of the game. Even the game is a defense-sided, game, and it's like, when you're up in the lead, it's a better morale that you're going to be going up against than when you're, for example, 5-1 behind. It's really hard to bring it back from there on, especially if you lose your first round straight away. So it will really depend on the coin flip, which will decide who gets to choose the starting side for map 3. Because Oregon is also one of these maps where, of course, it is not as clearly defense favored as, for example, Theme Park should be. But there's still a defense bias in that map.
I wonder if this is going to favor Machiko a bit more in this. Now, we saw how M&M were great on their defense and controlling the map and really baiting Machiko into positions where they can deal with them effectively. It's something that we see replicated quite often in most maps and a lot of times in Oregon. We talked about Oregon so many freaking times over the past 2 or so months that it's something we wake up with cold sweat nightmares in the middle of the night with. So my question is, Machiko, looking at what they did on Theme Park, what do they need to change or improve on to deal with M&M?
I guess it's tough for Machiko because for me, they've played above and beyond their expectations. They're starting on their defense as well now. As we said before, it's a map which can play quite well into that. You still got to give credit to players like Keenan, who's obviously having a huge day. The clutch there before where he was able to pull the 4K as well. I guess for Machiko, it's keep doing what they're doing, and I think they could see themselves out very well here. Oregon from M&M, we've only seen it once in recent times. It was against Na'Vi, and they won it, sure, but they started on their defense, so 5 of their 7 was from their defensive half. Was from a period of time where they were very, very good in that situation. They're starting on their attacks. They haven't had the best history when they start on their attacks. It could be Machiko's if they keep themselves steady today.
That's the thing. Machiko, they are playing beyond expectations. Many would have expected M&M to take this in a quick 2-0 fashion. But here we are, map number 3, the first one of these quarterfinals. The first map 3 is about to get underway. And I'm excited because Machiko, especially Keenan, have been living up. They have been absolutely playing beyond what many might have expected for them. Showing that hashtag I'm pasta is definitely working. So I'm having high expectations here for them. I hope that they're going to be able to turn the loss they just had into a win of themselves, because I would like to see these guys continue to the semifinals.
I wonder. I mean, we saw this on Monday with Winstrike versus Kovana, where Sloth pretty much, put everybody on his back and carried them through the game, as everybody's kind of saying it, even Mr. Officer. But do you think that here either one of these two teams can produce that 1 or 2 players that can really carry them through an entire 3-map series, because exhaustion starts to set in at some point?
I think that's it as well, is when you're looking at exhaustion, when you're looking at these long form plays, obviously the other 2 best of 3s ended within 2 maps. Here we know M&M have a lot of history. They've played long form games. Their ride here was from a best of 5, where they played all of the maps versus Na'Vi, where they played Oregon last, and it was Na'Vi's first pick though, so they had it a little bit earlier on in the day. So I suppose it becomes a question, it becomes an answer of surely they can't be too tired out. There's not really been much else to stress them, I would say, from this.
It is still a very stressful situation. To remind everybody watching at home, I don't know if we can pull our bracket graphic up very, very quickly before we toss it into our game, but we had 8 of the teams, 12 in total, that made it through from the groups back into the bracket. And yeah, these top 8 teams now are trying to fight. It's a single elimination bracket. I think Jess touched on this multiple times throughout the past week. So yeah, gotta look out for it. Lose to date, it is all done. Though, let's toss it back to our casters. Jess, it's you.
You okay?
Choose you.
Jess, it's you. We'll take us back to Oregon and try to move through all this. So please, I need to get a cup of water. All yours.
Who knew, Jess? You try and utter the name of a god and you start choking and unable to say it. Poor Milosh. His throat must have been infected at the moment he tried to say our name.
Wow, it's like he who must not be named. You know what I mean? It's like a Voldemort
Yes, Fluke,
reference.
you heard
there.
me. A god.
Fluke in the background going, "Oh
Fluke's
God!"
talking smack and you guys can't hear her because she's off camera at this point. Anyway, let's go. Game number 3. Oregon coming right up between M&M and Matchco. Been a screamer of a series so far and set to only get even more intense. This is it. A spot where you're out of CL for another year, or if you get to progress for a chance at that spot, to shoot for that spot in EUL. All rides on one single map. Let's get into operator bans and see how things shake up, Jess.
I think the operator bans will play a really big part here on Oregon. Oregon is being tipped to be one of the most balanced maps. I kind of don't agree, but out of all of the competitive map pool, which map do you kind of put up as the best one? Probably Oregon. I still think that it does lean one way over the other sometimes, depending on the bans. A Maverick ban coming out. Does this get followed by a Thatcher ban? Or does M&M turn around and go, no, we need it? Or we will play Kali? Why? Okay, this is a target ban towards Jenna from Matchco. And I'm going to be really damn honest and brutal here. And I used to be Jenna's coach, so I'm sure he won't mind me saying this. Jenna is trash on Ash. There is no need to target ban him. And if it's because of his breaching charges or because of the flashes or whatever, they've still got Zofia. So,
Welcome back, Jess.
Thank you. Hot takes every now and then.
Every now and then. Jesus, it's been a while since I'm coming out here. I used to coach this guy. I've got him really well with him, really good professional relationship, but absolutely trash on Ash, by the way.
I mean, go back to the past 2 maps, specifically on Theme Park, and look at how he played
Maybe he's
Ash.
having a bad day. You ain't got to murder the guy in cold blood like that.
Today, he is trash on Ash.
All right, let's take a look at the stats. All right, yeah, it's trash. Never mind. I looked at the stats.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's
Good,
get into it.
Carry on.
Now, to be fair, there are a good number of teams. I mean, I say a good number of teams, actually. I think it was Kavana that did this right in their game. They banned Zofia. And at the time, we commented and said, surely you ban away the Ash because you're removing 2 breaching charges and 3 flashes, as opposed to the Zofia, where you're removing the 2 impacts as well as the 2 concussions. So I think, as well as being a target ban, it's also making things more difficult for the other side to deal with the utility meta when it starts being brought along. And to be fair to the side of Matchco, I feel like they've somewhat acknowledged that. They're bringing along the Goyo here as well. They've got 2 shields coming in with the Valkyrie and the Smoke. They are aware that without an Ash, this could be a little more difficult, although normally it does open you up to other options. Maverick being banned away means no extra frags being brought along here. I don't know. Nothing worth shouting about, I guess. You're looking here towards having the double hard breach, along with, of course, the Thatcher given it's available, and the Sledge also being brought along for M&M.
I know it doesn't seem like much, but Fonk is having his drone in the drone hole next to the wall of sight, and you can see him just there hiding in there. And the fact that no one's checked it yet, maybe they will later, but if that stays there, that's a worry because they'll know exactly if someone's playing behind that shield or not at all times. And it seems very minor, but it won't in the mid-round especially. And when you're trying to take elbow control, if they do try and take it. And they've also had to move the ADSs right up into elbow, into that 90 bit of elbow, purely because the Thatcher is still in play. We didn't see this last map. We will see it now. We did see it on Clubhouse. And Jenna is almost getting stuck up in tower, trying to catch that drone out. He's got the Vector, so short range, this is really good and advantageous for him, but he'll rotate back to site. And we'll see whether or not this is a top-down attack over towards Freezer. Are they going to use Laundry Stairs, or will they finally rotate over to blue and play into Matchco's setup?
Seen a grizzly from Cavana. I remember watching his game in Oregon the other day, and the number of times where he got caught running down those stairs was a bit ludicrous. So I'm glad to see that Jenna is not going to suffer the same fate. Very commonly, you'd see Keenan or a Jaeger in general playing on these stairs, just taking out a couple of drones and then pulling their way back down to site. That clearly has not been Keenan's role in this round. He's playing out towards Frieza instead and looking to maybe cause a bit of trouble on the upper floors if he turns out to be completely ignored. He's like a child and needs attention. If you ignore them for long enough, they are going to come and break something, and likelihood is it's going to be members of MNM.
Well, it looks like Hatch is the #1 starting place here, and they're saying, Funkers, please EMP the Hatch, bro. We need to get it open. We're already hitting the halfway mark of the round. What? Hello, team?
Team, hello? Pick
Pick it up. Oh.
Yep, good.
Okay, that's right. Mistakes evaded there. I think there was a little bit of miscommunication in multiple members there, from Fonkers to Nafe to Yonka. Everything was going bad, but that's okay. You know what's not okay? Time management. Now they're rotating down to blue, and oftentimes this can take between 40 and 60 whole seconds to take. They do have a Thatcher. They're going to have to place it almost perfectly so it doesn't get caught by an ADS here, and they've got multiple Go-Go shields to go against as well. They're going to have to be super fast.
Yeah, I mentioned the whole banning away the Ash piece just removes some utility from you. You still have the frags, you still have the Zofia, but you're looking at the amount of time that has been wasted here so far. Oh, Elation might just die to the smoke. No, just get himself back inside just about. It's down to about 25 HP, and you commented on the drones. In fact, they've still got one running around here, which Jenna still hasn't dealt with. I think it will get finally killed off, so now it's more of a blind challenge coming in here. Jenna's going to take the tackle, brings down one of Can he get a second? No, he can't. That's neutralizing things out pretty quickly and bringing us to 4 versus 4. But with only 30 seconds on the clock, I am slightly concerned here for MNM that despite getting into a spot where it hasn't looked like they've been too hard pressed, they're taking a long time to start clearing out this utility. The drop comes in from Funker, and they finally have this control up towards the north side with the shield from Cerbos playing in the back corner of supply. He's now looking to go aggressive as his backside does get opened up. Sees the angle but doesn't connect the shot. C4 comes out but gets shot out before he can pull the trigger on that one, and they know nothing else will come of that. That's going for a plant in the default spot. They must know about the potential for a C4 to come singing out. I'd say that the Valkyrie's got a shield, so it can't happen, but they can find 3 kills out of nowhere. 1v2, how does he run past him? Hello? What was that?
I gotta see this. Oh no, Ted. I actually thought, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I thought they just ran past each other and didn't see each other in the flurry of things, but he actually missed his entire MPX mag on him. You know what happens? He got the deagle in the end. It doesn't matter. A win's a win, supposedly. It's not just live to thousands of people.
Okay.
Well,
just okay. That happens. It happens. It's in the past. It's in round 1. That is now just a number in history. We don't remember moments like that. We go into round 2. We go into Kid Storms. We head onto the upstairs. The first round was scrappy. As I mentioned with MNM, they did get a bit hung up, I feel, with cool. We committed all of us upstairs to getting meeting hatch open. Then we all moved to construction. Oh, wait, there's 45 seconds left. Damn. We better start moving fast. Matchco at least get the round win. For MNM now, you are starting to wonder, okay, well, where are we going to find these attacking wins then? Is it going to be up here on the top floor? More than likely not. I don't think this is one of those sites where you see a lot of attacker success for the most part. You see some creative attacks, I'll give it that much. I can never forget Tempera's wonderful execute inside of Kids making use of the Amaru just a couple of weeks ago. As highlighted here by Menace, came singing in through that window up towards the north, got a plant down, and G2 were none the wiser. It was beautiful.
yeah, that was a fantastic round, and very blessed to have been able to witness that one live. Big thing for me is thank you to the beautiful Captain Fluke as well for throwing over the stats for me. MNM have played this once, and it was against Na'Vi in Yukon, and that was in the Yukon finals as well. And I'm not going to put a lot of stock into it and to say that, oh, well, they're a very defensive-sided team. I mean, a lot of teams on Oregon are defensive-sided just by virtue of it being a defensive-sided game. So for me, they walked away with 2 attacking rounds, no more. Then they walked away with 5 defensive rounds there to be able to cap off that win on Oregon. They have a win on it. Their attacking rounds probably weren't the best, and is why they only walked away with 2. But when I say only, that's not too bad. I mean, if you're pretty defensive sided as a team, 2 attacking rounds put you in the safety.
Quite terrifying, actually. I chose to look at the stat just to confirm that I somewhat knew what I was talking about. Kid Storms is the most defender-sided site at 71%. So it's the one where you see the least attacker success. It does require the workout. There's an awful lot to do. Things can be a bit one-dimensional. We all know that the go-to attack, I think we assume here, is that you take control of Attic, you take control of Master, you open up Wardrobe, you go for a plant inside a game, and if you haven't got C4 watch downstairs, you're going to get blown to the high heavens and denied out that way. That is always the go-to standard assault, and a few teams have got a bit creative using things like Ying, but for the most part, that is how this site always plays out.
Well, M&M have decided to speed this one up. C4 wasted from Jenna, unfortunately, because that could have played a crucial role in being able to C4 below during the plant if that does occur. And I love that. They've placed the X-Pyros high up there so that can't be impact trick from below. And as a result now, Sabos might be able to get this set if he places it correctly. Yes, he will. And now there's only one more set available. It won't be a walk-through hole. Actually, it will, because this should make the wall soft. It's a brand new trick of getting rid of the red bar and a reinforcement. There we go. And now they'll be able to at least impact or sledge it or whatever they need to do. And that's an easy peasy. So yeah, that impact trick is now null and void on that particular spot.
At least the top one, absolutely. I mean, the lower one you can still get away with if you have a couple of members willing to rotate through. We've seen a lot of Malusi when they bring along those impacts be able to help deny things out. But in that case, with only a couple of impacts available for that moment in time, will get opened up. So now as M&M, you're looking towards that execute that I mentioned. You're looking towards game whilst also trying to take your way through Attic to pick off members. But Elation wins the gunfight. He has control of the north side, and that means the smoke will reign free. The final one comes out. That'll leave us with about 30 seconds on the clock when it comes around to execution time in a 4 versus 3 for the side of M&M now that that's been put back on his feet.
Oh no, Elation swings out. There was no necessity. Time was dwindling for M&M, and that's what they really need to play off of. And now they've left it down to the two clutch masters of Keenan and Sabos. We've seen them do a lot before in this particular best of 3 as well. Keenan often hits his shots, and now he needs to make it count because the plan is going down. Nath is unobstructed here, and M&M have got this in the bag, and that round 2 will go into their hand off the back of some really good placement during that plant. And I like to think that probably came off the fact that the team rotated an entire player over towards Attic once one player had died there, and they identified that that was a crucial power position they must have. And to rotate someone over with 20 seconds left meant that they understood that fact.
I love that kid's window that Dats was playing on, sorry. I think it's one of the most powerful positions you can hold on the top floor. Mainly because you can contest onto the top of white stairs. You can restrict most of kit itself if there is a player in the back right corner. You can look to contest on any player trying to rotate through from Pig, and anyone trying to even rotate through site itself will get caught out on the crossfire as you look down and towards the white stairs. Really good spot for Dats to get into. It came late in the round, but it came at the absolute perfect time to make sure they could definitely get away with that plant. So after 2 rounds, M&M have found the one of the 2 attacking rounds that you think they really need here in the first half to give themselves some safety going into the second. Matchco looking at that and thinking, generally defender lean in sight. We just lost it. Let's sweat a little bit around that one, make sure next time round we don't go making those same mistakes. We are going to try again up here by the looks of it. We'll see how their hold comes through. Anything too creative comes out to change things around, and maybe a roam is the answer. Again, looking at the likes of Teb and Keenan, their whole identity is as these crazy roaming operators or as players. Now's the time to show that and make some damage happen on the side of M&M.
The last time that Matchco, back when they were with Samsung Morningstars, they played against IGP on Oregon and they won 7-1. Now,
I wonder how you know that, Jess.
I know, right?
Just pulling up all your coach notes.
I am. And look, for the most part, they won that quite confidently because at the time, IGP wasn't quite a hard opponent to go up against. That's probably something they were quite confident going in to begin with. And for the most part, they also were able to start on defense. So I think that's something that also gave them a leg up in that matchup. So I can't really pull much from that match and go, oh yeah, you know, this is what kind of sided team they are, or this is the kind of players and what we expect them to play. It was so long ago. I'm not going to put much stock into it, but that probably goes to show you that they haven't played this map in a competitive setting in a very long time, and they've probably just been scrimming it. And the problem with just scrimming something is that not all teams are able to yeah, I think he's missed that one out. Not all teams are able to possibly get every bit of information till they get into the game.
Possibly not, but let's see with that wall now being opened up on Attic side, how fast M&M can push through. Once more looking towards Master, no doubt into Trophy, and no doubt also looking towards getting this wardrobe wall opened up. There is this pulse playing on the downstairs, and I like that they're looking for some denial down here. That same hole being opened up again, I think, to look below and make sure that there is no threat coming in from downstairs. And with users holding in this spot, you can watch for these rotations that might come out, I think, of the player from downstairs. So Jenna shouldn't be able to comfortably get his way up laundry stairs and look to contest up armory without being spotted out by someone, no doubt holding on a flank drone.
Does Dats know? Is that why he's rotating down? Is he aware that someone is playing below? No, he's just trying to grenade up to make sure that Sabos can't impact Trick here. It was actually a misplaced grenade, and that one's a better placed one, but it actually doesn't go anywhere. I'm not sure where that one went in its entirety. One more X-Kairos, and no, Sabos misses it, and he misses it twice. That will surely get the wall open. No, it doesn't, because guess what? You needed that extra bit of X-Cairo on the bottom red panel there of the wall to make it soft. Surely this gets it now. And as a result, they're dwindling on time yet again, but we've seen them make something of it. For Matchco now, they don't need to be peeking things unnecessarily. Play the time and, oh, it didn't get it. Oh, no.
Oh.
Do they have any
dear.
Selmas left?
Yes,
Okay.
2.
There we go.
Panic, no more, Jess. It's okay. Selmas are present.
Good.
Since we've seen that new opening up actually as well, it's been really interesting how when that first came out, everyone was like, what? No way. But it is very, very specific, as you say. Hey, look, this isn't very specific. It's Serbos holding down left click into anyone who's trying to walk forwards. Serbos finds himself yet another, and in fact, 2 kills swing the way of Matchco very comfortably. Round 3's over before the attack even really got underway, it felt like. Matchco will give themselves a little bit of breathing room going into round number 4.
Well, that was a round that was very likely going to be theirs, considering Eminem lost a lot of time having to deal with that wall, getting rid of the panels top and bottom, and then things just went wrong with it. I don't know, did the Impact get rid of one of those X-Kairos, or when he placed the X-Kairos, only 5 of them deployed out because of how low he put it? I'm not sure. I'll have to go look back on it later. But either way, that was really what put the stick in the side there. They really were just not time efficient, I think. And that hole that you were talking about, a bedroom, by the way, over towards Armory, it just gives them a little bit of freedom to rotate in and out without having to cross over a line of sight from Trophy Door. So if they wanted to go back to main stairs, they'd have to go through Trophy Door out and around, and it puts them in too much danger. So by making their own door, it's a bit safer for the attackers as well.
Once we've had a bit of a flirt around the top floor for a while, we're going to head ourselves back down into the basement where Matchco had their earlier success. Maybe invigorated by their victory on Kidstorms, they can make a third one happen for them to bring us up to 3-1. But Eminem, we clocked that there was a lot of time invested up inside of meeting, getting control of the meeting hatch, and then probably not quite enough time given to actually executing downstairs, getting control of boiler. We ended up with that very weird, hilarious 1v1 between Teb and the final remaining member of Eminem. Let's hope here there's a bit more pace and zest to the side of Eminem and their execute. Otherwise, it could only end up going exactly the same way.
The thing for Matchco here is that they really need to walk away with as many defensive rounds as possible. They don't need to do what they did on Clubhouse, of course. They don't need to win the rest of their defensive rounds, because this is a much more balanced map, I think, overall. And there's a lot more possibilities for the attackers. My problem is that Eminem, on their defense, they will have a lot better chance to recuperate themselves and regain that momentum, and than they will on their attack, for example. And that's the Thatcher gone. That pick is huge. I cannot understate how big that pick is now, because Eminem will not be able to get hatches open and walls as well.
It's definitely more looking towards the hatches, I imagine, here, because meeting hatch can't be opened up. That means electric stays safe. Unless they can pull off some miracle. It's hard pressed to see how this is going to work out for them. I was going to say if surely a freezer push would be the one to go for. I'm not just saying that because I saw the 2 Matchco players come running down there, but there's definitely less reliance on hard breach and such and hatch play if you're looking towards something like that. Having security hatch does help, but I would fully expect that Matchco haven't committed an electric claw towards keeping that reinforced.
They're going to have to win their 1v1s here, because there's no possibility for them to be able to get the hatch open. That is their first target here, and we saw it last time they'd made this push as well. Big problem for Sabos is that he's got the TCSG, and generally you want to be able to hit shoulder up with that to be able to do enough damage. It was nerfed a few months ago, so it doesn't pack a punch like it used to. And I don't think Matchco necessarily have to over-aggress here. My problem is that it looks like now they've rotated, like you said, for a freezer and laundry push. They'll get this hatch open towards freezer, and a lot of that reliance over towards freezer means all Matchco needs to do is wait it out, You could even possibly let them take Freezer right up until filing cabinet, and once they have that there, you could just deny from there.
All down to timing, mind you, once again for the side of M&M. Without the Thatcher, it does mean that, yes, they've had to rotate everything mid-round, and we've seen so many teams go for attack changes mid-round and then had not enough time left to deal with the utility, all the requirements of that other side. You've still got shields over here to deal with, for example, and Teb is still currently playing inside of Freezer, and given there are 40 seconds left, we've got to see a pace come out of M&M here that we have not yet seen. Magenta playing around towards utility. He's more than happy to say, look, I can deal with these X-Kairos, don't you worry. So there's oh so valuable hard breaches that could have been put onto very those powerful locations here are going to be denied away for the most part. Teb dials back inside of sites, or at least back into the corridor, and now starts looking to contest through the soft wall. Teb finds one, a second comes through actually for Jenna, and Nath trading one back is going to be more of a consolation prize for them. This round ends exactly as you'd expect given they lost to Thatcher early on. Matchco with round number 4.
So this is my one problem with this map, is that a lot of teams say it's super balanced, one of the most balanced maps. It's why we saw it like almost every single game for the first 2 weeks of EUL. And I disagree because the ban phase influences it heavily. There's no Maverick. You're relying on a Thatcher and or a Kali. No team is going to bring a Thatcher and a Kali. That's just insane. I mean, there's no need to bring that much. And if you lose a player like Fonkers who's on the Thatcher early on, it almost makes it impossible. Bottom 4 site, for example, is one of the most impenetrable fortresses if you don't have some kind of ability to open up one of the walls. And half the Freezer wall was opened up, but it may as well not have even been opened up because there was a shield placed adjacent to it anyway. So defenders have probably even an 80% extra chance if there's no ability to destroy that wall denial, which I think makes it super defensive-sided. So for me, if Matchco can keep doing what they're doing here, they'll move over to dining and kitchen. You and I spoke about this particular side being quite defensive-sided, didn't we? And in fact had some of the highest defensive-sidedness in EUL at one point.
This particular site? You know, I think, Jess, I think we should go on a little adventure and go and find out.
We're pulling up the stats. But for right where? For where? For EUL?
Yes. So,
stage 1 or stage 2?
Kitchen Dining had the lowest defensive win rate with 50%. This is stage 2. I'd say let's go with the latest stage, given it's more recent. Teams are still kind of figuring out Oregon more, so I'd say back in stage 1. Interestingly, the highest defensive win rate was Meeting and Kitchen.
Interesting.
So a lot more success seen on Meeting and Kitchen than on Kitchen and Dining, but here we stand.
Well, I can understand why. I mean, there's a few plays
and actually it's the same kind of story here. I mean, the gap is much closer. It's 55% on Kitchen Dining here in EUCL to 57% for Meeting and Kitchen. So pretty close there overall, but still the lowest win rate site is this site that we're on now in both competitions.
Well, people have started to work it out now, especially as attackers. The big power position of this site is showers, and it's an area where players will play the impact trick over and over and over again to try and deny them from being able to be, you know, given away that power position. I think once you lose showers, your ability rather to be able to deny the plant lowers just so much to the point where you would never really see a team get away with denying a plant without that position. They've got 4 impacts waiting there to try and deny this one singular hard wall that we're looking at. And thank you to our beautiful observer there for highlighting that one. I believe it's Medics today in with us, so thank you. And it's easy. It's actually, it's easy in my ear. Hello, Easy. Thank you. Wow, you've been.
All right, you know, I credited Medics earlier for spotting the God shot. It wasn't Medics, it was Easy. It's easy for Easy.
Oh no! Look at how they're dealing with this. I've got to commend M&M. The way that they've been pairing some of these smokes and being able to throw Selmas in them so that they can't be spotted has been excellent.
What I'll also give is the fact that Matchco are stacking up 2 operators here with Impact and Age ready to go. Oh, the challenge! Not going to go the way for Teb this time round. Nathan just goes, sit! Gets the kill for himself. And that is something. Almost flashes himself as well. After such a heroic moment, you then go and almost flash yourself. Congratulations, good sir.
Little bit of an oopsie, but that's okay. Some good trades coming out from Nath. He's having a huge impact here onto this power position. The time management here for M&M is much better, but we've got to say this is probably the offside for Matchco as well. So all they need to do is deny the plant. Elation, how many smokes does he have left? He'll be the big hitter here. He's popped out one, none left. Smokes will pop out from the attack. Can he get the plant off? Surely he does.
He's trying to do so. 3 versus 3. Plant is being sucked down, but Elation's going to collect a kill onto Yuzus. The swing back for the counter. Oh, it's a 1 versus 2. As Elation will bring down Nath as well. And Fonkers, well, he's been here before. We've already seen him make it happen once, but he's going to get into a spot to be able to deny it. He wants small tower. He's going to have to go fast if he wants to be able to deny this in time. 2 seconds coming through. The contest is there, but no! He gets the spray down. He found the vertical angle, and Keenan's going to have to go aggressive here to try and bring him down. But something tells me he is simply not going to have enough time. He's going to try and piece out left or right. Which way has he gone? He's to the right, my good sir. But Fonkers pulls it off once again with an incredible 1 versus 2 post plant to give M&M the round they were looking for.
That's the experience of Fonkers. Fonkers has been around for quite a long time. I remember how his imposition in secret back at the Las Vegas LAN that we went to, and the way that he kept so calm and collected and did so well at that Vegas event, and I can't remember the name of it that it was called at the time. Allied, yes, that's the one. And they managed to walk away winners of that.
Minor. Yeah, everyone remembers that.
Yeah. And so for me, I know that Fonkers has a lot of experience with so many different players who are also still in Tier 1 or were in Tier 1. He's been able to play at multiple different capacities. His thought process there to rotate straight up to the vertical and make sure that he played time on that was perfect. Had he have been a second later, that would have been to the defense's side 100%. What did they have? 1 point something seconds left on the defuse? It was unbelievable.
Ooh. Beautiful. I mean, the funny thing is for Fonkers is way back in the day, he was on M&M. He was part of that original squad with players like Doki, Kendrew, who did absolute great things, and then got that offer to go and join Team Secret. And obviously we know very shortly after which way those two teams went. M&M became Na'Vi, went on to become champions in Japan, and Secret sadly fell out of Pro League. And then, well, now we're in a spot where, as we know, they've completely changed roster. They've picked up a new organization, who formerly known as Auglis. And the old Secret, as we know it, with players like Meepy, with Leon, with Fonkers, is no more.
So many different iterations of teams, but something that always sticks by us is that M&M always has such a big name in the UK scene. They're one of the best UK teams at the moment. And they
Across
were able
any
to
game, it's worth mentioning as well.
Really?
Between any game I've been in, League of Legends, Overwatch, Rainbow Six, in the top tier of UK esports, M&M has always been present.
Wow.
But it's not by sheer fluke they built two really solid rosters, the ones obviously now known as Na'Vi, and now looking at this roster, what they could be on course to achieve. It's not by sheer fluke. The boys there do a wonderful job, boys and girls, of course, all do an incredible job in making sure that their teams are well prepped and able to give their best. So, small nod to them for being a very decent org that is very well loved in the UK. If I don't get clipped and put on their Twitter, by the way, I'm going to be so upset.
Did they send you a goodie box?
I meant to. I actually DM'd the Cal yesterday. I was like, Cal, you said you were sending me a box, mate. I did your voiceover for you. Where's my box? He's like, I'll check where it is. I'll let you know. I'm like, cool, cool.
Good. I'm just making sure that I wasn't the only one sent. Make sure that everyone's getting there.
I want to shield them.
You should shield them. They've been a great organization for the scene, and they've propelled a lot of high-tier players into where they are now. But I almost got confused that this was a top 4 side.
Shield show, or is this a game between Matchco and M&M?
This is a game between Matchco and M&M, of which Matchco is currently ahead.
It's both.
Oh, Lordy Jesus. All right, I'm bringing us back into the fray here, and the fray is they're going to try and get the wall soft again, and it requires Sabos hitting his impacts here. This one has to go, and it does. Great. Now he has to do it again for one more of them, and hope that he stuffs up the last, let's be honest, because he'll have all 3 of these Excaros. Wait, where did the other one go?
He used it on the bottom. It already got impacted off, remember?
No, but he has 3 Excaro sets to work with.
Top.
Where did the other one go? No.
It's at the top of the screen, Jess. There's a hole at the top of the wall.
Yes, but he has 3 to work with, not 2.
Yes, so one was at the bottom and got impacted off.
All right, I can't count. Whatever.
Are you okay?
I have not had my coffee, and it is currently 5:30 a.m. I am struggling, and now I see what you say. No maths allowed. You know, clip it and rip me later, mate.
Oh, that's getting saved. That is getting brought up anytime you can give me a very big I am very smart moment, I swear to God. Oh, I love it. Love it. Absolutely love it. You know who else is loving it? Junkrat is loving bringing down Jenna. And a second kill for users coming out. M&M are high on life right now. This could work out to be a third round on the attack for them, which would be absolutely massive here in Oregon. And they are well set to do so in a 5 versus 2. They're trying to go for a plan. Dats gets finished off. Nathan having to cancel things down. They are just ready, and they just shoot heads a little bit quicker. M&M with their third attacking round surely are in a solid position to go into the defensive side and close things out here. But given how well Matchco played so far today, you absolutely cannot write them off.
I cannot believe in my head that I couldn't count. I'm still absolutely gobsmacked.
I started laughing about it again.
Because
You were
I
just
didn't-
like, yeah, well,
it
where's
didn't-
the other one? I was like, Jess,
it
you just
didn't
started
click in my
getting
head.
detonated in front of your face.
It didn't click in my head that the 1, 2, 3, obviously, with the set that is already being utilized, has been destroyed. You've
It's
got to
so
cut me
good.
some slack every day of the week. I work until like
No, I
9
don't.
a.m. I never see sun. I don't know. I'm coming up with something.
Woe is me, Jess.
Yeah,
Woe
that's where I'm
is
going.
me.
Nonetheless, I do want to probably hype up on the point that you brought out, the fact that they've got 3 attacking rounds. The reason that's just so big is that I still do consider this to be a defensive-sided map for a lot of, especially these teams that aren't in Tier 1, let's say, and they're not quite as versed on their attack as they are on their defense, because as a majority, most teams can do better on their defense than they can on their attack, just naturally. To do well on your attack, you need to be a well-oiled machine, and not all teams, not to say that M&M aren't, but not all teams, especially below Tier 1, are capable of consistently putting that up on the board on their attack, unless their opponents are struggling on defense.
The setup coming out of M&M is pretty expansive. You're looking towards the glow shields coming out for one. Is there other shields on the smoke and the Valkyrie as well? Can we just do a quick check? No, so a C4 and a shield makes sense. You're then also looking towards Evil Eyes, so there is a lot of utility for them to burn their way through here. Without the Wamai, it's not going to be as bad as it could be. But you still got to give a lean to the fact that there's also the ADSs to burn through as well. Probably part of the reason why you're seeing 2 sets of frags coming out of the side of Matchco is they are bringing along the Iana. Something that we saw teams like Team C do an awful lot was bringing along this operator, not just because there are frags, but also because of the free drone / free intel that it gives you as well. No doubt going to be useful to them later on in the round.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I believe they droned Yuzu out before. They had a drone in dining and spotted out the fact that he had rotated over the small tower. I don't think they're ready to deal with him just yet, considering the spawn of some of these players. This bullet hole into this particular spawn peak is juicy, but he misses out on Keenan repelling into Armory, so it won't have much of an effect. But actually, what he's looking for is over towards Armory. I take it back. I thought it was a spawn peak, but this little pixel bullet hole here is actually looking over towards Armory. He's already pre-opened the window, and this will be the cheekiest kill I think Fonkers has got so far, and he's even managed to ace it before.
Ooh.
Oh.
He tried. Couldn't quite connect the shot. Didn't land any shots, interestingly enough. So nothing to be found there at the very least. But it's a saving grace for Matchco. They keep all 5 players alive here. Can now start thinking around the setup for the execute upstairs. They have got themselves playing downstairs, at least with a couple of members. But otherwise, it's business as usual, looking towards getting this wardrobe wall open. And I think Elation already has had enough of that and just said, look, they're impact tricking it out. I don't think we can deal with it. Back away, maybe look for an alternative angle. Drone our way in through Trophy. But as you'd expect, this is a 3-prong setup from M&M here. This triangle of death where 3 players are just revolving around Trophy door, waiting for that push to come through and ready to get anyone down who gets too brave.
Bonkers has been able to rotate up to Big Tower, and Tev is very much aware of this fact. He's actually going super hyper aggressive. This is not an advantageous
go.
angle for him, and it is for Fonkers. That's a bit of a freebie onto Tev there. He got hyper aggressive onto a player he probably could have just held there. And as we get down to the 60-second mark, they're trying to use the Yana clone to spot out exactly which players are going to be playing inside of Kids, and Keenan does get Yuzu. So that's the Valkyrie with the C4 gone. Done and dusted. No more C4s, which will go from below. I believe Yuzu was actually playing in that particular spot for almost over half the round. So will they catch Fonkers as well? Yes, they will. That's another freebie.
It's like going to the circus here. There's constantly freebies being given out to try and keep everyone happy, keep the kids smiling, and Matchco no doubt smiling in a 4 versus 3. But that time is going to start making them very sad very shortly. 30 seconds remain, and the execute has got to be on the agenda. Smoke still singing out. It's going to waste even more time for them. And as we always say, this is where teams start to make mistakes, is when that clock becomes the 6th man for the defensive side. That grenade not going to fly through and connect onto Jonka, meaning he can still sit here inside of game and ready to contest onto Sir Boss. In he peeks, he's straight into the Elder. It's all too easy for M&M. They bring down 1, they bring down 2, they bring down 3. Keenan might find a triple, but he's got to convert 2 more kills in rapid time, and try as he might, Dats is all too ready with that Vector. M&M taking round number 7 and putting themselves up at 4 and 3.
I keep thinking to myself that if Eminem win, and let's say they win by quite a small margin here, it'll probably come off the back of that clutch from Fonkers on the Thatcher over and Dining. I think that particular round win and the way that he played that and gifted his team a win that quite possibly, had he have played it any other way, he might not have gotten, has really propelled them on their attacking half to do quite well on their defensive half. That was a pretty promising and convincing win on that particular one, especially from the fact that Closet Wall did not get open in any way, shape, or form. So they're probably pretty confident as they move over downstairs, the laundry. I want to see how they hold this. I'm looking over towards a pretty standard meta composition. They'll probably extend out with a shield onto elbow. They'll have a couple of ADSs around the shield. They don't have OMI to play with here because it's been banned, so they're going to have to rely on Yuzu's ADSs for the most part. So they'll probably invest a lot of them over there. And then maybe a little bit of a freezer hold. I don't see this being too much out of the ordinary.
This is just playing into what we commented on way back at the start, if you remember, was that with the Ash ban coming out, there is far less utility available for most attacking lineups to be able to deal with the amount of utility brought by the side of the defenders. And once more, you see Ngoyo coming along with those Vulcan shields. You've got Standard Shield coming out of Nate. You've got the Banshees coming out of the Melusi. You've got the ADSs to burn through, and you have the Evil Eyes. This is a lot for Matchco to deal with, and I commented way back at the start of Game 1 that from watching back Matchco's game against Gamma, sorry, that's an M rather than an N. They're in a spot where they were just trying to peek things to get kills because they really struggled to get through a lot of the utility being thrown up against them. And I wonder here if Eminem have seen that as well and just thought, you know what, let's make their job really difficult. Let's make them sweat by just putting up shields, putting up Evil Eyes, putting up ADSs, Banshees, just to slow them down and force them to make mistakes in the later moments of the round.
I think they've read into the fact that it might be a small tower push. Bonkers was looking for the drones, but wasn't able to get any except for that pre-placed. And they'll also barricade off Freezer to give him a little bit of a sound indication as to whether or not anyone pushes through. And my problem here is that we're sort of getting down to the 60-second mark in the round, and I still haven't really identified the push that Matchco are going to make. Is it Freezer, considering their placement here with the Thatcher? Where do they really want to push? I'm not entirely sure. And Volkers is being quite aggressive on this particular angle. He can do so and get a really good pick onto the Thatcher there. And actually, he took no damage? Wow.
Like ships in the night, just like in the previous round where we thought Fonkers had a wonderful position to get an opening kill. Doesn't quite connect, and well, they walk away without anyone taking so much as a scratch. No doubt just nastily shocked or surprised. So back downstairs they go, and you can see these setups being re-engineered ever so slightly here down to face the south. I think in some that the push will come in from that direction for the side of Matchco. As it stands, I think they're still a little bit split here. They've got one looking out towards Freezer, they've got one looking down towards Laundry, and I think now we will finally start seeing, I don't know, he's committed X-Kairos towards it as well. Again, maybe Phantom Pressure coming out as all players of Matchco now have finally moved down to the south side of the map.
What were they doing for a minute 40? I mean, I could see the enter from over in Small Tower, but nothing has really been opened up for a minute and 40 seconds. Did they call a late rotate? Was there something they weren't expecting? There wasn't really a lot of roaming pressure, let's be honest, so I don't really understand, but now they've got less than 60 seconds left. My problem is that with that time delay, they haven't really got rid of enough of what they need, but there's a lot of projectiles raining out now, and I believe they've been able to pop some of the shields. No, they haven't.
How is no one dead? Like, Tats and Funkers are both low, but no one's actually died so far. They are within a shot of death each, but still left alive. I always mention how the timer becomes the sixth man for the defenders. We're getting down to that time, Jess, with 30 seconds remaining. And again, as you said, they still haven't dealt with all the utility that has been set up against them. I think the key shields have been removed, but now it's about execution. You've still got a few very healthy members on the side of Eminem willing to contest, one of them being this ever-present Alder coming out of Junker.
I think they've got a really good position here to deny this. All five are alive. All Smoke Babe's gone, however. This will come down to absolute flurry of kills, and the Elder's the best one to go for it.
Oh! They're fully aware that he was pushing in as well. The Zofia in such a critical spot where he could have caused a lot of damage, but no. Alder player was aware. Jonker was ready. Eminem were ready. They adapted well when they realized what was coming out of Matchco, and that is another round back-to-back. That's 4 rounds on the bounce. But Eminem have now got themselves into a victory position, 5-3. But now you're starting to see that swing that we thought we might see coming into Eminem's defensive side, where they are on the path to victory. And as mentioned earlier on, a shot at challenging for that spot in EUL.
I did worry when they had those 3 attacking rounds. I sort of said to myself, oh no, how coordinated will Matchco be? They haven't played this map a heck of a lot. I keep saying they may have played it in scrims, but a scrim is a whole different arena to jumping into a competitive match against a team that is doing absolutely everything in their power to win. And they're adapting on the fly. They're not possibly practicing strategies here. They're implementing them. They're adapting, as I said. So for M&M, they want to win this. It's very clear. They obviously lost their map of Clubhouse. If you guys missed that out, don't worry. You can catch this VOD later or scrub back a little bit, depending what medium you're watching on. But after that map loss, I did question whether or not M&M had what it took to win the preceding maps. Theme Park, yeah, okay. It's hard to tell how Theme Park's going to go sometimes with its defensive sidedness. But here on Oregon, this is probably the best chance you'll get to see whether or not a team is the better team or not, really, outside of Clubhouse.
Well, let's see, 2 rounds, potentially all that remains of this best of 3. And this the first best of 3 that we have had here in the quarterfinals that has gone to the 3rd map, let's not forget as well. 2-2-0 the other day for Winstrike and Penta, who will face off against each other on Monday, I believe it is. And the same story for the winner of this game versus the winner of our next series, which is Gamma coming up against Homeless. Also not a series to be missed. Matchco here, we've seen some wonderful performances so far this evening. I'm sure they can pull out some more. I'm sure this isn't the way that it has to end here with M&M just taking round after round after. So Matchco, this would be exactly the same storyline or scoreline as what we saw coming up against Gamma, where they take 3 rounds in the first half and then nothing in the second. I really want to see that they've got the grit to hold on here going into these last few rounds.
Oh no, they didn't drone that ADS, which had been smartly placed. A good concussion will rein in and give away Fonk his very aggressive position on the window. And now they're using a heck of a lot of utility here on this small tower where only 1 player is sitting. This is exactly what Fonker's job is here to do. 1, waste time, 2, waste a lot of utility, and he's doing just that. They have vertical holes below the window hop-ins as well, at least one of them. So you know for a fact that some of his defensive players are assisting if he does get pinched from both windows. My problem now is that they've wasted, and there's another. Actually, they're holding both of them here. So this is actually some of the most elaborate small tower hold I've ever seen. And finally, the grenade will collect, but Teb goes down as well. And this is what I mean. This elaborate setup, 2 verticals up onto the windows. I don't think I've ever seen that before outside of Chaos's small tower hold.
I love it purely because for so many teams on the attacking side, you will always go and take control of that small tower. You'll always look to contest those vertical angles and use those to your advantage. Why, as the defenders, wouldn't you try and fight back against those? It does bring a kill back for them. It's definitely not a massive like smash and grab for the side of M&M, but it does neutralize at least Teb off the field. Funkers being the sacrifice offered in exchange. Yonka's still holding inside a shower, and with a minute to go, he's still got both impacts on side. So you're looking at the side of Matchco and asking, okay, you've got these X-Karos, you have these Salmas ready. When are they going to start singing out, and what are you going to do once they start being denied away? That should be the first one coming out. There is one. Do we still have 2 left on Dats as well? Is he waiting to rotate in? Yes, we do. So I think once you see Yonka run out, you're just going to see Dats trade places with him, and they'll carry on doing the same thing time and time again.
They're obviously counting the impacts here, and the trade will come in to rotate it in. And actually, there is not enough X-Karos to deal with this.
There's one more, right?
Does he still have the 1 to go with? No, he doesn't. He used them in the last impact and then the 2 impacts from Dats, so I can count this time, I promise you. And what was that? I don't know what's going on there. Of course, Jetta just decides to Hail Mary on in. And how did Yuzu get in small tower? Hello?
What? Did he run out? Oh, he jumped out because the window smashed outside of a double window. He's managed to get himself in. He's in a commanding spot. And look at that. First, you're firing into small tower. Then you're taking control of small tower. What an interesting setup from M&M that ultimately secures them a pretty convincing round.
That was just a mess there from Matchco. A site that you're saying is the least defended sided site in EUL Stage 2 and in Challenger League as well from who have played it. My worry is that if Matchco can't win that, which should have so decidedly been that site that they should have won, granted, that's set up there from M&M. We've not seen from any other team before. I've never seen a team play those vertical holes that way with the addition of shields and go-go shields, ADSs in really smart places to be able to protect the Jaeger for as long as possible. That was probably one of the most innovative ways I've seen small tower ever held and probably ever will, because there's only so much you can do in that small tower area. And it's propelled them onto match point, and rightfully so, because I think they've just put up some excellent rounds here on defense, way more convincing than their attacking rounds.
Ooh. Okie doke. This is it. Do or die, Matchco. You have one final chance. Well, technically not. You have 3 rounds to give yourself another second chance by taking things through to overtime. But you've got to pull it back from this point. MNM in a driving position here, and this is looking to go the same way, as I mentioned, as the game did against Gamma, where MNM now go back to their strongest site, and this should conclude as a 7-3, unless there's some nasty surprise coming out of Matchco on the other side. The one thing I had to give a nod to, and we'll talk more about this no doubt in the post-game as well, is that for Matchco, I've been impressed today. For a team that I not so much wrote off, but always regarded as a very frag-heavy team, it relied so much on the likes of Keenan, on Ted being able to run around the map and hit shots. Today, I've seen a slightly different side to them at points. That has been a big part of their gameplay, with Keenan and Ted finding multi-kills in numerous rounds. But even looking back at Clubhouse, they played that map incredibly well, and that has got to be respected.
Well, even if Matchco don't walk away with the win here today and MNM get to propel themselves up into the semi-finals, the fight that Matchco have put up against an undefeated Challenger League team has been immense.
Definitely.
We will absolutely give every bit a shout out there, and not because I just have a bias towards some of the players, and I'll freely admit that. I truly believe the likes of Keenan and whatnot have really stepped up here today. Teb as well had a great game. I just think that...
Are you a parrot, Jess?
Why?
I literally just said exactly the same thing about 30 seconds ago.
Did you?
Yes.
My apologies. I will solidify what you've said there and go, yep.
Double down,
I
Jess. Double
absolutely
down.
agree.
Commit.
I'm committing. I'm doubling down on what you've said there. No impact tricks coming out from Yonka. Pretty interesting. Was that because he was being concussed from below? Very likely. And that will make this wall soft, I believe. And they'll actually be able to get a lot of that wall open. And that's all done in really quick time here. I think Matchco have kicked into gear now. They've said, all right, we didn't get this open last time we pushed this site, but this time we damn will.
This time it is going to be so open, no one's going to have any idea where the wall once was. They have opened up pretty much the entire thing, and that now means that a push into game and a plant should be the next game plan. That's the default that we see for most teams. You get yourself in the top left corner of game, you go for a plant, and you are relatively covered from most things except for C4s from below and smokes being tossed in by the smoke player, who can be in numerous locations, normally inside a pig. They've got themselves downstairs to deny that C4 play, so it definitely screams to me, especially with the drone currently inside a game, that is 100% the go-to play here. The question is, A, can they do it in time? And B, can MNM fight back against it at all?
Dats is in a really precarious position here, and I think Teb knew that someone was downstairs, but he's not going to be able to commit to that either. I think that's the boss's job to be able to hold off on that line of sight below from Garage. He'll have a drone there and spot out if anyone tries to come over and C4. And now with 40 seconds left, there's a lot of opportunity here for Matchco to bait out the plant, actually do the plant. Oh no, has Fonkers been spotted out? Yes, he has, and he'll get lit up considerably. Sabos barely missing out on that crucial kill there. He's trying to protect Yuzu, rightfully so. He's got the C4 to deny the plant, and here things go now. 4v4, 20 seconds left. Is this match point, or is this just another round here for Matchco?
Does Yusus know that Serbos is pushing up below at the bottom of White Stairs, mind you? This could be a big power position if he gets control of that, because you can deny so much, but no, he does know, and he's not even looking up White Stairs. He suspected he might have gone elsewhere. MNM slaughter Matchco on their entry into the site. They will take the series 2-1, but it has been one hell of a war to get to this point, and they will move through to our semi-finals on Monday to face up against the winner of our next series.
A well-earned victory there from MNM. Started off shaky, but they showed us exactly why they were undefeated up until this point, map-wise, through our Challenger League. As you said, propelled up into the semi-finals, but it was a hard yakka to get there, let's just say. And Fonkers, well, he didn't quite step up this map. It was Nath this time to step up with the kills, but he absolutely propelled his team in on the second map into that victory and led them into the third map. I think a lot of those players on both ends of the spectrum here, both Matchco and MNM, will be walking away pretty damn happy with themselves, because Matchco, they put up a heck of a fight here.
They did, but unfortunately, despite it looking close at points, it was MNM who take the series the way that many of us expected. Some beautiful plays from different players all throughout both games and from the teams as a whole. I look forward to seeing what Matchco can do in future, but MNM will progress into the next round. Let's go to the desk and get their thoughts on what has been a cracker of a series.
Definitely so, a cracker of a series. We came into this, all of us, saying, you know what, MNM have this in the bag. In the end, they do end up winning But man, too close for comfort. Congratulations to Machiko having made it so far for their first time really playing together and all that. But yeah, hopefully the future is bright as we saw in the past few weeks of their competitive plays. Congratulations to M&M Fluke. I wonder if there's any happiness within the UK scene seeing all of this. I mean, Kovana are third too.
That's it. There's going to be happiness in the UK scene. Obviously, both teams have been able to get to this point. I know the players. I think they're going to still kind of have their heads on. I think to be honest, M&M are still going to look back at today. They know that they can go bigger. They know that they can go better. They have a little bit of time now to keep working on that stuff, because either way, it's not over yet. Job's not over. Job's not done. They've still got a bit of graft ahead of them.
Hap, anything you'd like to talk about?
Yes, actually. I
Whoa,
have some clip prepared we can use, because on Twitter for the last couple of days, something has been cycling about how you need less Maverick canisters, how you can also use the Excaros and the Selmas to open up walls completely. And as you see right here, the top anchor point of the reinforcement is being broken with the Excaros. Now the bottom anchor point will be used as well. So Boss tries the impact trick. We'll be able to get the first one, but keep in mind they already used his first impact trick for the one on top, which you can get. And that means, as you can see right now, the entire reinforcement is gone. So the anchor points have been removed. And it shows you only how much of the Maverick canister you need to use. So you don't need to draw a complete line, people have found out. And here's another example where they first removed the actual wall. A bit of wood was still stuck in. The first anchor point gets destroyed. However, the second one this time is not succeeding too well. One of the Excaros had been taken down there by Sir Boss. And thus the wall stayed in. They used another set of Excaros there to try and remove it. Failed as well. They had to come in with 2 Selmas to eventually open it up completely. They lost that round. So it's tricky to pull off. But it is definitely coming into the meta a little bit. So just a quite little nifty trick I wanted to show everybody.
Smart. I wonder when this was introduced in any way, shape, or form, because Hibana has been in for what now? 3 years?
I think it's been over for a while, but we've never really. No one tries it. Like, why would you try it like that, right? It's like.
But here we are, still 3 years and like 4 months into her introduction. We're still figuring out new things if they were added before or not. So not too shabby. Though, what can you look forward to in the future, Fluke, if you are Italian team Machiko after this performance?
I mean, the thing about Machiko, it seemed like they ran out of steam a little bit towards the end. Things like not quite getting the clear on the small tower that cost them with users still up there later on. Those were the kind of mistakes that they were in no way making, especially in the first map and throughout most of the second too. It's one of those things where obviously they haven't been together as a team in terms of this level of competition, the same length of obviously M&M, who the core of them of Junker, Dats and Ave, they've been together for a long time at this point, and sure they had some adaptations to do, but the basis and the core was there for a long time. I think Machiko have a long potential history in front of them, and to get to this point where they're kind of marking themselves as one of the next top teams to beat, like they almost took M&M out here, and M&M were one of the 2 favorite teams, so they've got a lot that they can build on from here.
M&M, Hap.
M&M, well, I mean, they looked a bit scrappy today in some of the rounds, and they managed to bring it around into their advantage onto the last map. So if they manage to play like this last map during the semifinals, indeed, it will be looking bright for them.
Okay.
But we need to make sure that first map does not get repeated.
You know what? Let's take a quick look back at the bracket for those that don't really understand why we're doing all of this. And I'd like us all to participate in explaining this and how we got to this position. So, Fluke, can you guide us through the group stage and what it meant to get us to playoffs?
Well, group stage, Group A, all your hopes now rest with Gamma Gaming, as we obviously see Kovana being able to take out one of the other top teams earlier on with probably the only upset result so far against Windstrike. Penta did a pretty good demonstration of why they are arguably the top team and pushed Heretics, unfortunately, to the side. Here, the first 2-1 and the first full stretch, the best of 3. M&M are able to take it, but they're pretty out of breath, and we have one more ahead of us. One more semi-final team to work out before, obviously, they butt heads and find their way through towards the finals. Obviously, out of these remaining 4 teams, only 2 of them will have the potential to get their way into Tier 1, and we still have the joy of deciding which one is the one that gets the free ride, and which one has to look towards Rogue, which is, well, that's not an easy game.
I mean, you could say kind of, depending on how you look at. I know Have just shakes his head. Depending on how Aces, Corey, and Leon really feel in their day.
They have 6 weeks to prepare from now, okay? Like, they should be back on their usual form, because you got to keep in mind they had little to no preparation during the main season with all the changes they had to make.
That's true. You know what, FluCap, I'll be back to you in just a moment. Let's have a quick chat with Nath from M&M.
Hello.
Hey, Nath, and I will call you Nathan because, you know, we're buddy like that, and that's how it works
like
here.
that.
But, you know, 2-1 victory today against Machko. First of all, let's talk about the ban phase for maps. We came in, we saw Clubhouse like, you know what, M&M 2-0, easy peasy. Wasn't quite the case. What happened on Club?
I think we didn't prepare this week for Clubhouse, considering like the last 2 teams we played, we 7-0, so it was like, yeah, they're probably banned off the start. And then we got into the game, it was like, oh, we might as well pick Clubhouse, you know, it's our best map. And then we got into it, you know, a lot of individual mistakes. I think we played a bit scared. Yeah, I think that was the main reason on Clubhouse. We weren't really underprepared and scared, I think, to take gunfights.
Do you think taking you to Theme Park was a mistake? Because this was Machko's pick, and you got to pick which side first. And I think the obvious choice is defense, right?
Yeah, I mean, in our game against, what were they called? Not Beacon, what was the other team? We played our Theme Park game against Black Mamba.
Yes.
We came really close at 7-5, so we expected them to pick that. And I think that's one of the maps we've been putting in the most effort recently, so yeah, I think that came out well.
It definitely looked like it. Now, you know, we go into map 3, Oregon. It's a toss-up. We had close to maps before it. How is this going to go? And what was really the big deal playing Oregon, where you guys felt more comfortable on it compared to Theme Park and Clubhouse before it? Because there definitely was a shift in your team's entire pace, at least from my perspective.
Yeah, I mean, we've never played Oregon on the stream at all, so no one even knew really that we played this map. And we've been practicing like we've got to a stage as a team where we ban what we want to ban. So if it's a comfort pick for us or it's a target ban. So we go on to, as soon as we went to Oregon, we was like, yeah, we'll just ban Ash. That's going to throw them off. No way they scream about Ash. And, you know, worked, didn't it?
Yeah, it definitely did. At the end, victorious, even if it was a bit more of a difficult fight. I gotta say, congratulations again. You guys are moving forward. You're going to be facing off against the winner of Gamma versus Homeless. Let's just put it out there. Do you care who you face off against?
No. All I can say, we won't have a performance like we did in that first map today. Any
preference between the two there if there's no care at all?
Storylines.
Think storylines with me here, Nathan.
So if you want to go storylines, you're obviously going to say Gamma because of last season and all this drama about
you got to win those.
You know, but you know it's all right. Yeah. I'm all good to them. I've got nothing against them. I'm fine to play either teams. Honestly, doesn't really bother me.
All right, I'm quite curious how that will turn out. Of course, that will be the match coming right up between Homeless and Gamma. I'm sure everybody's going to be sitting back and watching it. There's a lot on the line for it. There's no second chances. And you guys made it forward into the semis. As many would say, M&M high up there in the rankings, potentially taking it all, making it to the top 2 where it really is super important here in EUCL. Anything you'd like to say to the fans out there, Nathan?
Thank you for the support, and you know, I hope we perform well next week. So I had a best in that.
Look, it's not about hope, you know. It's about really like putting it out there, you know, going beyond.
We'll make sure. No matter who we play.
Yeah, don't let your dreams be memes. That's the holiday. You gotta move it forward. You really gotta win those, Nathan. You know, this is something that we all have learned over the past year. Exactly. So thank you so much. Congratulations again on your victory. Cannot wait to see you playing come next week. So yeah, we'll see you then, Nathan. Bye bye.
Thank you. See you later. Bye bye.
See ya. there it is. Victorious M&M, comfortable. They don't care who they face off against. Hap, I think both you and I predicted Gamma will probably mess up their next game. So how's it gonna go?
They'll choke, probably. I mean, after 4 seasons, it's not a Benelux game without a little bit of a choke in there, you know. So this is me inspiring them not to choke.
It's so
by the way.
inspirational.
I'm not sure if you realize.
You just.
They like to prove me wrong all the time.
Look,
Phil.
Hap,
That's
yeah,
why.
okay.
So I'm saying they choke just so they can prove me wrong.
reverse
Because
psychology.
last time I said they make EUL, then they choked. So
I think do you want to blame yourself or Tolosma in that case? That's the big question in my head. But you know what, Hap?
It's always blame
You're
Hap.
so inspirational right now. I think some NA players
you.
are going to start quoting you. So before we get to that, we're going to toss it to a quick break. Once we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a fresh coat of paint on everything. It'll be Homeless versus Gamma Gaming, Poland versus the Benelux. Just a few minutes. Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I guess we're counted down. Gio
Well, that
and
lack
Des.
of countdown completely threw me off. Production, I love you.
We were not ready for this, but here we are. Gio, Des, welcome back to the analyst desk. Very quickly, let's take a look at our bracket again, just to refresh everybody's mind just watching at home. We have 2 games scheduled for today. We've already gone through one of them, and we saw M&M versus Machiko. Very close matchup that it ended very interestingly in M&M's favor, though Machiko showed that they have this spot, or they made it so far for a very good reason. There's a lot that this team will be showing in the future, but now it's Homeless versus Gamma. Let's have a chat about these 2 teams. Of course, Poland versus the Netherlands/Benelux area, and let's take a quick gander at Homeless and what they have to offer. Now, Gio, I turn to you for all of this information as a Slavic team expert. What can you tell us about Homeless?
It just keeps widening geographically, doesn't it, Milos? I mean, this is a really big deal for Homeless. Not that it isn't for the other teams, but there is barely any Polish representation right now in the EUL. You have Saves, who puts the Polish flag on the map, but other than that, there isn't really anything. And this is a relatively underrepresented region. None of the players in this team have ever played beyond Challenger League in the past. So this is just a really, really huge moment. And given that this is a team who at the start of Challenger League, in their first game they played against Penta, kind of let down themselves, maybe is a really euphemistic way to put it. I think they have proven to us that they have so much to offer, and now is the moment where that really comes to a head.
All right, let's take a quick gander though at their opponents. Gamma Gaming signed up the ex-Lowland Lions. This is a crew that we've seen a lot in different iterations in the Benelux. Desutu, what can you tell us about them?
I can ask first, Milos, where's the word gander started coming from?
Actually,
That's such a British word.
people don't know this, but Des, like, we all give ourselves, like, one another feedback on things, and Des said, you know what, it might be good to diversify our vocabulary. So
That you shed some light on. Yeah, fair enough. That is something you say an awful lot.
See?
I appreciate a nod towards Gander. Fair play to you. Let's take a gander at Gamma, as you say, then in that case. Gamma, I think, as a team compared to last season, back when they were Lowland Lions, Diffuse Kids, a team that were known for this rampant, somewhat coordinated aggression with Next One and Crying on side. They both left to go and join Chaos. We've now, of course, got Astro and Panics on this team. And it is a very different team to what we've seen historically. Now, I think with how they performed this season, it's been a bit shaky. I think they were still trying to adapt really to having these two new members on side. But Astro especially, I've been watching very closely. He doesn't have the highest highs that you see players like Keenan, like Sloth having, for example, as we've seen in previous games. He is a team playing Ash. He will stick with them. There's no big pointy tip of the spear for these boys to run through an enemy team and literally tear them asunder. They play as a unit, and I'm really enjoying seeing that. One weakness they have is I think it hasn't really taken full form just yet. It hasn't hit maturity. They could be upset today by Mexis because he's a very, very sharp tip of the spear, and if they aren't ready for him, he could come breaking through.
I mean, Mexis is the highest rated player in all of EU Challenger League. Not only that, he has the highest KPR as well. He's actually the only positive KPR of anyone in Challenger League, 1.08. Everyone else is below 1. He also has the third highest KD at plus 23. So absolutely terrifying. The big thing with him, though, is he has quite poor entry stats. And I think that one of the big weaknesses that could potentially be exploited by Gamma onto Homeless is if they can ensure that they are not getting the entry frags and they can kind of consume them in that moment, then that may stun any momentum before it has a chance to evolve for the side of Homeless.
And that is the whole point of having stats, right? You can look at these statistics and say, what does this number actually mean? And you see a high kill per round, a KPR, and then you look at these very low stats for opening kills or high opening deaths. You can kind of correlate and try to get whatever information you can get out of it in this case. Though, very quickly, let's see which maps we're going to be playing. I'll remind everybody, this is a best of 3 series, unlike what you're used to seeing in Europe with overtime on every single map, as is tradition in these sorts of things. And there it is, 2 bands starting off with Gamma. It's Gamma picking Oregon first, Homeless onto Cafe Dostoevsky, and Coastline is our decider. Now, if we look at this pick band phase in general, before we dive into Oregon, does it lean one side or the other, Des?
You know, I almost want to say no. Like, I think if you look through the stats, you would say yes. But looking at the maps that have been picked, I think they are fairly balanced maps, and I'm not upset to see any of them. I think it's the best that it ends on Coastline, one of those maps where proximity to site is very low, it's high aggression, it's high octane, it's a lot of gunpowder. That's where this series could really come to a head, I think, whereas the first two are a little more strategical, and I think might be determined based on which side you start on.
Well, I mean, I think Oregon and Cafe, yeah, they're both decent maps for both of these teams. I think if it goes to the third map, that's where it might swing, because Coastline is a map that Homeless particularly dislike. They don't go there. The only time that they've played it in the last few months, they lost. Every other map they seem to be fairly confident on, and Oregon and Cafe are 2 of their most played and most successful maps. So I think it's going to actually really depend on whether we do end up going to that third map.
Okay, in that case, let's focus a bit more on Oregon. So we talked about Gamma, at least Hap was mentioning it, you know, that they're a team that sometimes performs immensely and then sometimes just what is going on. This is something that we've seen over the past few seasons in their performance. I'm wondering today what do they really need to play on the right level of consistency against Homeless that have really surprised a lot of people, Des?
Yeah, I think for Gamma, you look back at their match history, they lost on this map 4-7 to Windstrike, and everyone's probably looking at that and going, these boys aren't really that good on Oregon. To be fair, they lost to Windstrike, the best team in the group, or I suppose were until they got knocked out by Cabana. Yeah, were is the big kind of like precursor to that statement, I think. That game for me was a little bit wobbly. I had a chat to Leonski as well, and he said as well, like, you know, that really wasn't a good game for us. There were a lot of mistakes that were being made. We weren't at ourselves that day, so just don't write it off, but keep in the back of your minds that was a thing. So watching it back, I saw a lot of that happening. There are still good things in my mind they can do, so I'm not too worried about them going into it. I think they can do well, especially given, well, less so given that they start on the attack. I think that could be where Homeless could cause an upset.
Gio, final thought, Oregon, how do you see this going?
It's hard to judge because a lot of what Homeless are good at is about taking advantage of weaknesses and jumping in, and I don't know how much Oregon is going to allow them to do that, but I think it could go either way.
All right.
Gamma.
Gamma? That's what you say?
I'm not sitting on the fence like Gio. I'm going straight for Gamma. I ain't afraid.
I am.
Fence sitters, don't we all love them? Gio, Des, thank you so much for the details and the information. Though we have to toss it over to our casters. Gamma vs. Homeless is ready. Our second best of 3 series, our last one in the quarterfinals, is about to begin, and it's Oregon. Fluke and Hap, please take it away. Enjoy.
Thank you, Milos, as we are heading into that last quarterfinal here today into Oregon. And it's going to be a matchup here because it's Gamma, the guys have come so close so often, but never really were able to close it out against Homeless, who are still looking for a home. So if you are a org owner and would like to invest, hey, these guys are free to pick up.
Yeah, they're there, advertising themselves right now, and I guess, well, now's your time, center stage. And you are the final team from Group B that has the potential of completely sweeping throughout this half and this side and this playthrough. Nice little use of each other's cheers there. We saw some Polska Groms coming out from the Gamma guys, and we saw some
Little asterisks right now.
lot of asterisks. I think they're clear in the chat. I think
That's my password.
I think they're clear in the chat.
They might be. They might be.
But hey,
All right.
it's last hope of the Benelux boys for Group A.
They're the last team standing. The last opportunity for Group A to be victorious. Because Group B has swiped the floor with every single one of them. From Windstrike going down straight away to Google Drives now being at risk from our boy the Nab.
I mean, you say our boy the Nab.
It's my... Well, I mean, have you disowned him as UK? Because otherwise it's just my boy.
The thing about Sternab, he's a champion of beans. You cannot deny Sternab's championing of beans. But at the same time, he seems like he really doesn't want to be part of the UK Massive. I think he's been disowned by the UK many times.
He can be part of Benelux first. That's okay.
Yeah,
he can.
I think he wants to be.
We take him happily.
Yeah. Hey, and a band phase.
He's adopted now.
Maverick, Thatcher, Kaid, and Wamai gone for this Oregon. A fairly standard removal in what is a heavy utility game at this moment in time. So we're going to have, I'm assuming, a pretty standard story here. But the difference is, for those who are unaware of Homeless and have somehow just tuned in at this point, they've had a really good season. For me, out of all the teams possible to show up and show force and kind of show a bit of a performance from the National League to a situation where we might not have really known them before, well, you know them now. Obviously, we've talked about, and they talked about on the desk, Mexis being such a huge force, the top-rated player out of everybody in this league, and I am curious to see if he can keep going.
That is the question. Is he going to be able to keep it up here? Because I read his notes and they said, kill Mexis, you win game. It's simple as that. It's a very, very deep analysis coming through right there. But we'll see if it's true. We'll see if that is indeed correct for putting him on the spot right here. As quickly we saw Monty being teased by Deepak, but instantly got picked out. And of course you can know if you follow this team for a longer amount of time that when it's not a Fudge playing a Monty, it is not happening. So when it's Deepak six picking it in, or out rather, you know that is...
you giving that strats away?
I mean,
doing the other
team cannot see who chose what. No, the reveal phase doesn't say
no, I know,
which
but
player
chat.
has which.
If they
Yes,
ever
I
end up
am. I'm
screaming.
putting the strats all in public so everybody can understand why sometimes they six pick out of it and sometimes they don't.
It's technically your job, and mine is to talk about this. The push that's starting here from blue. The fairly standard and familiar. The one change could potentially be the aggression that's currently demonstrated in the Tower of Mexis. Now, you can play this quite aggro in that you can put against it, but leaning so quickly into that potential firefight instead of waiting in potential Harry Potter or not having anybody in blue too is going to potentially cause him problems here. That's going to give the game away that the pressure's coming. He might get caught out in the moment in the rotation, but He's not going to swing up just yet. Instead, he's going to, by the looks of it, push deeper into blue. And try and just find the angle, find some safety and solidity, and hope that no one swings around from behind, because he's a little bit isolated right now with nobody inside elbow. Although I say that, it looks like someone may have rotated round during that time to offer some support. The call is there. They know where they need to be. Foster has a bit of a cover, and the spray comes out from Mexis, who has obviously the shield to hide behind. But as the ADSs get burned, it's going to become a steadily dicier position to hold on to.
As soon as that shield will blow up, his position will be compromised, and there's really no way he can go. Steepek is looking to come over. A set of Excaras deployed. The smoke already faded, so a new smoke will be tossed in and surely will be followed up with a Selma. Foster trying to shoot it off will succeed in doing so, so that wall will stay closed for now. And the question is, Gamma, how much more utility are you going to be tossing into this race? There is a Nomad being brought, of course, having the opportunity to use those air jets to waste the ADSs as he runs in with a double kill. Maxis will be able to come down before he gets traded down, and it's Foster to go down now as well. We're in a 1v3 situation actually with just Leonski left. It's a very quick end of the round here as Homeless pick up round number 1.
Well, they threw themselves at the potential problem, but unfortunately the problem is Mexis. The positioning he held throughout most of it. As I said, he might be caught adrift and ajar if the pressure comes from standard places, but instead Gamma went 3, 2, 1, go, threw themselves down the hatch and at the stairs at the same time, and unfortunately for them, there was more than enough of a net made up of the guns and the crosshairs of the defenders. Homeless take a round in a pretty solid, standard, decisive way, and the surprise strike of Gamma was unfortunately nowhere near as surprising as they hoped. Kids Dorms is where we're going to head to next. Clash being baited out and rotated off to a smoke, but no change from the guns of Gamma. They are happy and confident with what they lent in with.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
First round to Homeless. Gamma indeed, they look confident with doing it. Maybe it was a bit of jumping the gun because there was still some time left to try and make something else work. But they tried to get too much done from that one hatch whilst there was still a player in the hallway denying every single piece of utility being tossed at them. And that is a lesson to be learned, something they can use in their coming round when they should be going back downstairs again, which is probably going to be round number 4, meaning it's not too impactful. Now, as Ours accidentally throws down his C4. It's always
as a Goyo.
So I know the struggle.
Yeah.
That's the eternal struggle as the Goyo, because you're used that your shield is also on the secondary gadget. But with Goyo, it's just C4.
Yeah.
Just gotta be careful not to accidentally press the button again.
If you've done that as a Goyo player, everybody has done that as a Goyo player. That is what you do from any echelon and any tier. Especially, it's probably worse if you're more used to just defaulting in this game. Like Dez, where he defaulted a throw earlier and sent it to the wrong place. If you're so used to pressing a button and having a result, having a slightly different result is always a bit of a change. Gamma, pushing intense pressure here towards Royal, does obviously have the Banshee on the corner to make sure that the rotation won't be as quick or as smooth as Gamma wish. The drones are being dropped either way, but they're just going to wait and hold the kitchen angle and hope someone actually peeks onto them. Royal is still just dancing around the meeting hall, has the possibility of impacting the hatch and dropping if they feel like they need to escape in a hurry, but that's always one of those concerns if Gamma might have it locked up. Hey, they're right there. Astro baited the position and popped some bullets towards someone else swinging, doubling up, with Panics covering an angle and the possibility of the attention here, so that frees them to open their own movement.
Just created a rotation here for Mexis to try and come and assist, meaning that the hatch will remain closed. So now Foster will be rotating back up slowly from the white stairs. And there is a little bit of a danger though, because you want to be clearing out the meeting hall. However, if there is still people above on that attic, it's going to be easy to be covered. As Royal now drops through, they'll be rotating all the way around, but I believe one person is actually near the white stairs window, or at least in the hallway, meaning that Royal is not going to be allowed to freely rotate out. Avage is holding it, and as he jumps out or walks out, surely will be picked up. No, Avage just went off the angle at the moment he crossed. He will be able to not pick up the kill right now. Goes to the repeat though, and will be able to find the head of Royal. 60 seconds left. That is the entry frag, but not much control besides that.
Mexy's waiting for any approach through meeting, but nobody is there as of yet. Astro has instead rotated alongside everybody else, seemingly, as they go towards the walk-in push. Late in the game with just under a minute left, but nobody is currently playing countenance towards the balance that they want to put through here. Deepak is going to put the pressure on underneath, and everything they've got to do here is going to be very pacey, because there's always the concern. Obviously, this is going to be played back against. There's no jammers there, thanks to the Zafir underneath, but here's the wall being opened. 30 seconds left as Foster swings towards walk-in. A canister pops, the first of 3, and there's the spray as Vaish goes down. In and amongst the rotation there, everything becoming very dangerous in the center. Panix has been able to slip through, but the shield might give a bit of a game away. It's the gun that actually wins it out of 4 versus 2, 15 seconds. The hum of the Banshee gives a lot more away. There's a drop towards a Jaeger who was off-piste and went for something bold, but now it's just a matter of holding angles and shutting Ryber out. Every way is covered by a gun. The C4 goes for a swing, shot out by the air. Deepak's behind you, and there is a round to Gamma.
That C4, if that was tossed in a little bit earlier and maybe even able to detonate, that round would have been won by Homeless there. And then you're looking at it and it looks like, all right, you got your first kill almost on the minute mark. You managed to catch off a roamer with still 1 being on the board, but there was no control. Nothing was opened up yet, Fluke. Not even the walk-in closet, not even attic. They only started to do that with the 50-second mark, and it was just enough time for them to actually get in, clean everybody up, and try and go for that plant. But as soon as one thing goes wrong, as soon as one player is playing there with impact, suddenly you're not going to be able to open up that wall as effectively as you did. Maybe you're not even able to be able to enter that site. So, like, time management, it is good, but if something goes wrong, it will go really wrong.
Now then, obviously Mexy's found himself a little bit adrift throughout the round there. He was holding and waiting onto meeting for a very long time and potentially took a chance and what was a little bit of misaligned initiative to throw himself out and try and pull something back from the only range he really could. But at that point, that was, as you said, a bit of a read, a bit of a rotation, and a bit of a slipping away from Homeless's ideas. They are going to keep themselves rotating. They're not going to find a stale positioning up here on dorms. Instead, they're going to just hold it and try to lock down beneath as they rotate to their tertiary site here. The extension into shower is the standard way. It costs a huge amount of utility to take, but it seems like they're actually just going to have it as a close angle instead, not have the immediate rotation, which sometimes you see it played quite often, and sometimes you see it played in a similar way as you fall back, as if you're doing onto elbow, where it can be a rotation at first, you keep the possibility of reinforcing it just after, make them spend a huge amount of utility to get it, and then just lock it off. Put it as something where it was territory that they needed to fight for, and at this point, if you do it well, it's territory that they gain a lot less with.
Just want to say, this would be one of those sites where Glass, for example, could be useful. Many are afraid of him since the new patch. However, we haven't really seen him yet in Challenger League or above. We have seen him in French League being used by BDS, but besides that, not really the big impacts yet that people might expect. Because that is a default termite trick. Wasn't necessary in the end, considering they left the wall soft. Some of the choices, there is no way you can counter that except for playing a player upstairs in the small tower, which is a suicide mission. And thus both exothermics will be used to create verticals and open up a hole here as well. That's a long angle created by it. Astro will be able to pick up 1 kill, Panix as well into Max's. And suddenly you lose 2 players. There is still Ruba, however, playing right behind the showers. Now it's actually Hours playing around here. But it's a very interesting angle we saw being created there by that termite charge.
Yeah, that was a really well played and placed thing. Obviously practiced and prepped inside the days in your customs, and now you're able to actually bring some momentum with it. Hours has rotated his way into the shower to try and hold on, but the concern from above is well placed as Leonski is ever watching. Pings and pops the shield, and well, that's just going to give a bit of a game away, but there's still all the ADSs, still a huge amount of utility burn inside, as you can hear the flashes start to attempt to cost it all through. It's actually going to be the swing out that gets attempted, but shut down with the trade as Avash takes over the territory. Now a second, as they find themselves in a 4 versus 1. Ryber, well, the man with the fancy spectacles, has rotated to a very good aggressive position, strikes on 1, but the cover is there. In Gamma, 2 in a row.
When you're in a 1v4 situation like that, there is two things you can do. You can either hide in safety, hope you can shut down the planter and stall out enough time, or you can go aggressive like Dan, try and sneak between the ranks, sneak inside of them and make sure that you're going to be able to pick up 1-2 and maybe even more from there on as you sow confusion between them. But didn't work this time around, and Gamma are in front. They are leading. It's 2-1 currently after a very good attack there onto the showers. I really like that angle, able to shut down the shield player straight away. And now we are going back to Laundry, where Gamma tossed all the utility into a bottomless pit, it seemed like, as everything was being taken care of by the defenders. Holding it is something they need to improve on. Maybe we see a more heavy focus towards the elbow area without having to put pressure down onto the position that Maxis was playing. Or we could go completely off the rails here, and we could go for a Laundry Freezer push.
I am curious if they attempt anything around Freezer, because what we saw before was their rotation and their positioning didn't have to move a huge amount. Obviously, we saw Maxis fall down a little, and we saw somebody rotate into elbow to back them up after they left a little bit isolated and not as intently covered as you often see teams who just say, let's put 2 people in elbow from start and play that till finish. But if there is pressure that comes against Laundry, if there is pressure that comes against Freezer, are we going to see some good adaptation here from Homeless? Because we know Gamma can be a very adaptive strike force. They can be very good at kind of realizing a plot, realizing a plan, and then applying the pressure when and where they need to. If they read a weakness, they can just take it apart. We saw it in the second round when they put some pressure onto Meeting, realized there was not any give there from that point onwards, and with only a minute left, completely swung their way to the other half of the map to try and take the pressure there. Astro here looking to lead in the same way they did before, as they make sure that this staircase is clear and make sure there's nothing that's going to stop this. The wall and the Banshee being cleared, and that route becoming a much easier time.
It's not just the Banshee, also the barbed wire that is normally being located on the stairs right here. Oh, actually, this time it will stay. Not too big of a deal. We'll slow you down. Not as massively as, of course, the Banshee will do, but it's definitely going to be felt by the players if they would go for a push. A second breach round will be used just to take care of that one set of barbed wire right there, and that might indicate that they're looking to go for an aggressive play down the stairs together with the hatch this time. Reba looking to play underneath that hatch, hoping to put up some pressure as soon as it will open up, but there's no Maverick as it got banned, of course. And there goes the shield, actually. Max is taking a lot of damage. Has to be careful now.
Different focus, different approach this time, as we kind of predicted. More pressure around Blue to open this up. Last time they threw themselves down pretty much entirely from the staircase and the hatch. This time they've slightly diversified their push, applied some pressure towards those bodies inside Blue and Elbow first, before they start their collapse. They have plenty of time, and Nexus is in a very tricky situation here because he's very low health. The bullets are pepped and prepped and popped, and unfortunately Royal is the one that's able to swing round and get it. There's not enough cover, not enough intent, and unfortunately nowhere near enough explosions happening on this wall. Another chance, another swing, but there's another gun that's trying to get it. There it is. One hole is made. This is a huge amount of utility being spent here. Deepak is still droning and waiting. He hopes for a body to get a little bit looser and a little bit more aggressive, but Royal is free so far to move up quite deep into that corridor and pinch and push. There is finally a man who cost a huge amount of utility to get out of just a single position. But hey, look at Freezer. There's a couple of drones making its way down, and I'm sure if we go a little bit further, there's a blue body too.
One there in the freezer will be moving back up as Aris going for an aggressive peek. Vitra will go down, and Foster and Aris will be rotating back, knowing that the rest of the push will be coming down from the northern side. There's only 20 seconds left, and that means they need to enter soon. They have some good control here. However, they do not have the angle to open up yet, and I'm doubting that there is going to be any utility left to try and open that up with. As Aris picks up yet another kill in these last dying seconds. C4s are being tossed out. Leonski needs to go for a plan, but as the last smoke canister gets used, there won't be any time as Deepak comes in from the side. Will not be enough. Foster and Hours able to close it out here for Homeless, so they managed to yet again win Laundry Supply.
A slight evolution of what Gamma wanted to apply here, a slight change towards the wind, and what I really wanted and I saw and I appreciated was Homeless's response. The two-body aggro push when they isolated a single idea of, hey, someone's here, let's go take them out. Because if we leave that later, what Gamma like to do is apply multiple different pressure points from multiple different angles at the same time. They do it very quickly, very aggressively, and it does make it very hard to isolate exactly where the true pressure is coming from, exactly what you need to focus on when the comms are just screaming, they're here, they're here, they're here. Well, how do you solve that? You try and get rid of that clutter earlier on, and Homeless did that perfectly. Pushed themselves towards the freezer body, took control of this area again, took another potential pinch and point and push of pressure out of the guns of Gamma, and said, well, now we can focus back on Objective A, which is this other half and the other 4 bodies. Dorms was another one of those problems. Another one of those situations where the quick rotation and adaptation came through for Gamma after they couldn't quite get a body elsewhere. And I'm curious to see where Mexis ends up playing this time. Hasn't been able to be the huge impact player in terms of guns as of yet, and as he's been throughout most of the season, but also his positioning. I think he's having a little couple of moments where he hasn't quite been in the game that we all know and expect from him.
He's been caught off more than he would like to. He's going to attempt to spawn peek. Now will be missing the shots, and it no means that the position has been, well, of course, given away to the likes of Gamma. Not be picked up by that spawn kill or spawn peek, at least for now. There's Foster rotating around the stairs, thinking about going up or down, not quite sure yet, and it looks like down it will be. Has to be careful, however, as Astro is coming in with a drone. Will surely be checking those. Oh, leaves it up on the stairs right there. The question is someone watching it? Yes, he is, but he's missing the shots. And Foster able to pick up the entry kill right here. Homeless able to take down the Ash early on, which is also a big utility operator.
Well played there from Foster. Last time we saw a much more reserved hold onto the stage. This time, no. They pushed themselves past beyond, kept themselves mobile, and were able to take out one of Gamma before they even began to enter onto the site. You lose Astro, you lose your Ash, you lose a big burst of utility, and, well, the entry trade. Now Foster has set himself up with a little bit of a different hold where he lost his life last time round. This time, he has a little bit more working for him in that he's not completely run out into Zulu yet. He watches the drone go by, tries to pop it, but can't quite, so gets popped instead. Deepak with a double as Royal joins in the fray, and now they hunt for the Jaeger that they know is playing around this kitchen area. They've rotated off to meeting with the impact trick that they played before, so they have an escape route. They're hoping that this hatch gets popped sooner rather than later by Hours above, but Hours, well, he doesn't quite have the ability to play it yet, so he's just going to wait and hold on to the C4, and Mix is actually just going to find his way back outside of Split and actually rotate round Zulu.
An opportunity here to come into the side as Avai just holding off for now. The question is, will they have drones available to try and find Maxis? They are with 2. That means if he will be picked up, there is an opportunity to go for a refrag. Unless you get droned out like that, needs to go aggressive, picks up 1 and finds his way back to the bottom floor. At least will stay on the freezer stairs for now, as he knows, of course, pressure would be coming down soon. It turns it into a 3-on-3 situation. That is the most important part, and Deepak still worrying about the kitchen, but no one is there anymore yet. They need to hit the site soon. Look at the time. There's only 35 seconds left, and only Leonski is currently busy with droning stuff out, but there is no control. No one in attic, no one in armory, no one in the bedrooms, and that means that Maxis is allowed to just freely come back to the side and turn this into a full 3-on-3 skirmish.
You think about it, with only 20 seconds left, there's not even really the time to pop off your ex-Kairos, so everything you've got to do is got to be aggressive and got to be through the openers that you've already made. Leonski's applying some pressure here around the corner as they watch the door. Mexis goes for a wide swing but gets caught out by the body on top. There's the lockdown. Only 5 seconds though, and Ryber has the C4 as an answer to Deepak, who tries to swing in. Leonski is going to try and stick it with the Nomad offering a bit of cover support, but the cover support comes around the corner. There it is. The Dorm's rotation leads to success, and Homeless find themselves in their lead.
There's only one angle you could have watched there, and, well, unfortunately, the one through attic came first. And Homeless, they find themselves in the lead, as you just said, 3-on-2. Gamma, however, they already get the attack rounds in that you would need for a decent health. So, if they manage to pick up Muting Whole Kitchen again, which is the tertiary bomb site, they find themselves in a 3-to-3 split, which is a really good position to be in as an attacking team. Especially going over to that defense, which we have seen to be quite creative against Windstrike. And keep in mind, against Windstrike, they won 4 defensive rounds, I believe, but they weren't able to win a single attacking round. So they're already doing better than they were the last time around when they were in Oregon here. Just need to keep it up now when they go over to the defense.
Well, instead of going for the site that very quickly fell away from them, they've opted for meeting instead. A fair change. To be honest, everything really didn't seem like it. Out of all of the rounds, it was the least controlled, it's fair to say. And I guess it's Gamma who've obviously not had the best time over the past two. And for me, it's led from the aggression that Homeless have decided to start to opt into. Instead of waiting on their usual holds and haunts and waiting for the guns of Gamma to fall against them, at least not counting, obviously, the laundry site, we're seeing them be a little bit more adaptive and reactive to the map itself. They're swinging into Gamma before Gamma really expect it. A team that thrives and builds on information and quick reaction to it. Well, when you're taken by surprise by a team that took a lot of these teams by surprise, it leads to positive results, as Homeless have proved now. Can they find the lock-off when they find their fourth before they have to try and attack what is the map and the place and the base of Gamma? Only time will tell.
See a shower reinforcement to come through. However, of course, no follow-up considering we're on a different bomb site. We are on the meeting hall this time around, meaning there will be a more heavy emphasis onto that top floor, which Astro now tries to challenge. But unfortunately for him, not able to pick up the early kill onto Royal, who's moving himself all the way over to the back of the attic to play behind the top. Try and put some pressure on from there. However, the danger is that as soon as Leonski has an opportunity to open that one up from below, or from the back, he is stuck between a rock and a hard place. But it doesn't matter as he picks up the first kill onto Astro. Vaich, however, not seeming too worried about that angle being reused.
Astro losing the opener yet again is an unfortunate statistic that has grown, as we've seen again the aggression of Homeless start to build up and thrive. Leonski applying the breach to the second story and making sure they get this popped open. Obviously they're rolling with the thermite with the expectation on the third site of being able to play the thermite trick here though. Still has its uses as they get control of attic, get this top locked down, and now have to try and lock down the second story. It's the push against a very terrifying Ela, dug in on a corner where there's a lot of ADS, a shield, and just a lot of problems. As you can see, Gamma rotating round. The rest of the bodies have stacked themselves up towards the White Stairs side. They know that they can hold this with a little bit of a penchant of distance. They can swing onto the long corridor of the kitchen if they need to, but here is where the next fight will break down, as I said. Trying to get this Ela into a less comfortable position is going to be the balance of these walls being popped on the back of the stage. She's a little bit out in the open right now, and she might get caught here from a wide swing and an angle. Leonski's looking for the possibility and the promise of potentially catching something out here, with Panics lying down and holding the angle too. There's the drone intel, there's the idea, there's a swing into it as Ours goes full aggression here and, well, thinks for a second about swinging all the way around the corner. Doesn't quite make the decision as of yet and hops behind the reverse of the shield that is finally shut down by Panics, who looks for a second, and Leonski is able to actually find one in and amongst the bodies. Split is shut down there as Deepak and Leonski find one apiece. And Gamma suddenly struck, but they did it with a lot of panache to find themselves even on the turn of the half.
Very quickly dismantled the aggression there that Homeless wanted to bring. I'm not sure if you noticed, but Deepak was about to be jumping in from that window to try and challenge the Ela when Maxis, I believe, jumped out from, I believe that must have been Kid's window. Was able to pick up that kill, take a little bit of damage, and after that, the Ela was immediately picked up. And what is this? Are we seeing the frost coming down? It's not a Vaich, so I'm expecting it to be 6 picked out by Leonski.
And it is.
Aha.
You know who plays what, why, and when. Have you ever thought about getting into analysis?
Isn't that what I'm supposed to be doing a little bit now as well?
Oh, yeah. Hey, kids, Storm, hole. Hey, Twitch on the board. Twitch was a point of discussion quite recently in terms of we don't obviously see her a huge amount. She has a great gun. There's no denying it. The F2 is a heck of a beast. And at the same time, her gadget can have its moments and its mobility. But for a team paying attention, for the risk and reward payoff of a lot of the dynamics of the modern meta is how do you crack an egg without really having to be inside the egg? Is you throw a lot of explosives at the backside of it and hope you can find a way through. Obviously, with Thatcher being a continual ban, teams got a bit creative with explosives, teams got a bit creative with vertical, and teams occasionally got a bit creative with Akali. Here, though, Twitch, she's rare on this scene in this game, in this economy burst, so whenever you do see her, it's a little bit of a treat, and Foster is going to be the one that's bringing it, not hiding the culpability and possibility of these drones. And I'm just, again, curious to see how much success an operator who is slightly dusty will have.
It is an operator with a gadget, which is good for the long game, right? You have the opportunity to take down 3 gadgets early on, park your drone somewhere where it will most likely not be spotted, and then go back in the actual execution phase. For example, temporarily disable the Banshees or put down some of those Evil Eyes, because you have the recharging effect, and that's something that EMPs do not have. Like, they disable the gadgets, and that's it. Whilst the Twitch has the actual opportunity of taking care of some of these, which are, of course, these Bender batteries, as you see right now, and also one of these ADSs to be removed. However, it now has to recharge, as 3 have been used. The question, however, is, are they aware of the fact that the wall has already been opened up and there's only 1 set of ADSs left?
That's it. This is the use that's quite clever, because as I said, usually when a Twitch is on the board, teams will be aware of the game, but if you have a solid idea of where they're going to be holding themselves and where they're going to be putting these ADSs and it's a locked off position, well, look at that. Look at the results. Look at how much quicker and easier that is than a lot of other things. Vaish maybe taken a bit by surprise by how quickly that was popped. And now that shield with a minute 30 is gone, and that's all just going to have to be swings and information. You have the barbs, you know when they might push against it or at least try and crack it open, and it's a dangerous time, but with the cover from the window you're expecting, it could be a very quick burst here.
Max is opening up in Classroom, will surely be using one of those breaching rounds to make sure that if there is a bandit trying to trick, that he can be challenged. There is currently no wire active on that walk-in closet wall. Surely that will change soon. Maxis will be opening up right here. They will be putting up a little bit of pressure towards Panics, who will fall back. He doesn't seem to be too worried about it as he puts down the wire right now. He's going to be able to stop the breaches to come through, at least on one side. However, the breach will still come through on the other, and that means he now has to try and challenge. Is in a very dangerous position as the S-charge of Maxis might be coming from below. Actually, not the case. A Vite will be picked up by Royal to start things off, and that leaves Gamma in a very peculiar spot, I would say.
They're able to find one there, and Maxis is going to try and swing on and get a bit of revenge. The flashes come through, but unfortunately a missed bounce means it only really pushes them further back. And Bandit is able to lie there and pick up the second. Gets even closer, even more aggressive, and hopes to try and catch them a bit by surprise. Oh no. It did work. The scope, by the looks of it, was lined up perfectly with a Bandit that has moved forward further and further territory they take, and now it's only really a great gun left in the hands of the F2 as Foster tries to find some exit, but unfortunately can't even find one against Deepek, who locks down the first round for Gamma and pulls them once again into the lead.
Really like where Penix there was from the couch first, waited till someone was actually in the walk-in closet, stood up, took the kill, went prone next to the breach, waited for the next one to come in, took him out, just jumped over the breach, went prone there again, because then he would be the thing is, your scope housing blocks someone that is prone underneath you. So if you're aiming for the place where he just was, you should be able to see him. But if he moved forward, your housing will block that line of sight. So you're not going to be able to see him. That way, Panix was able to basically win 3 gunfights time and time again.
If anything, I think, depending on how much time you put into Sugar Fright, you should be aware of a lot of people lying around in corners and camping and holding angles. At least that's my experience so far. Have you played much of Sugar Fright? A couple of games?
Played a couple of games, and I've just seen like Power Rangers running through everywhere, like not being afraid.
A lot of the own spawn. I am really curious what the highest KD we'll see on this game mode is.
Would you like to see a competitive game of Sugar Fright?
No, I just want to know like what numbers is like, Shaiko putting down in Sugar Fright.
That would be interesting.
Imagine
like 50 on 0 or something, I don't know.
You told me that, I would be like, probably. I don't know, chat. What's the highest numbers that you guys have been able to drop? I enjoy the game mode because I get to feel like I'm a competent entry. And I'm like, is this how Ashe mains feel all the time? Is this why people bring the R4C? Maybe I'll be converted from my hard destruction duties. Either way, hard destruction duties. One of the things probably worth talking about is the lineups here. Gamma, pretty consistently, and every single round bought 2 methods of hard destruction. They balanced between the Hibana and the Ace. The options were there without the Maverick, who is a big force for a lot of teams here with the frag grenades. So instead, they doubled down on being able to crack open the site. Here, we're only seeing the single use and a single run from Homeless. They're setting themselves up way more so far for this utility game and focusing way more on very particular push points. And I'm curious to see if that becomes something that might start costing them more than anything else. Obviously, the Twitch is back again for the second drone as they try and apply the pressure from 2 sides. Blue and Elbow is the first, and then obviously Freezer seems to be the second. Ryber's tempted to try and apply a body down towards the laundry stairs, but for now it's just offering the drone support towards the Freezer push.
See how many people are in Freezer right here, and just look at that mirror window that Leonski has. The only worry he has at this moment is that the hatches open up and that drones are still coming through. And there we go, very long range coming through will actually deny the mirror window from existing, and it keeps moving through. Takes down the ADS of Deepak now as well, but Avite is going to be able to land the first kill to Foster onto those back stairs. So the entry is there for Gamma, however their push and security towards the Freezer side has completely vanished.
Now, as the approach comes around, 1:20, and a canister's popped quite early this time around. They want to stop the approach of ours, who's rotated to double up here onto the laundry side with Ryber. They have some eyes, some angles in the cross, but look at the attention that Gamma is now playing, even moving shields. When they realize the pressure's not coming onto Blue and has rotated round, they rotated too. Another misthrown flash. Mexis is really struggling to hook those around the corner right now. There's the pickup. There's now 3 bodies as they tack themselves in, and Ryber comes down with these frag grenades, hoping to start popping people out. If they can loot this one perfectly, they might be able to get Astro from a pretty impressive swing, but it goes too deep. Doesn't get the shields of Panics that wasn't quite burned away. 40 seconds. The pressure has to start coming. All guns blazing right now as they've set themselves up with the angle, but the mirror's still in the corner, dug in. Leonski is hoping for success. Still has a C4 in pocket, but the attentions of man hopped up onto a laundry device. Now it's Royal doubling up as Ryber finds 1 across Leonski. The beeping is continual, but Panics is the next to suffer. 4 versus 2 is instantly dropped round, but it's just the man inside the Covenant. 20 seconds, a shotgun is not enough. Royal with a stormer of a round.
Mirror really coming into play right here as Royal just cuts himself through these sites. Have to say the Twitch taking down that 1 mirror window basically put Leonski into a very, well, bad position, I have to say. Yes, he was hidden for a long time. Yes, he had the opportunity to take down these players in Laundry if they would be pushing forward. However, there was one in Freezer, of course, but there was one in Laundry, on top of the Laundry device, able to put down some pressure onto him, take him down eventually as well. That leaves us at the 4-4 mark, where Gamma decides to run it back. We're going to Laundry supply again. Same setup coming through. The mirror will be picked up, not 6 picked out. And the Goya, however, will in the end, what will it be? Quick. Goya.
It's Goya, okay. It's Goya.
Let's go to Goya.
That's a Sterner big brain plan, if I've ever seen one before.
All right. Are we going to see the same push happening, though? Look at Deepak, by the way. 11-4 so far in 8 rounds. Really showing up huge.
Yeah, but obviously ours isn't too far behind, and it's only really Foster and, to me, Mexis that hasn't been able to have the impact that they usually do. If Gamma is kind of thankful for anything right now, I think it's that Mexis hasn't quite hit usual pace and usual numbers. Again, the reminder as he was statistically the best player out of everybody across this season, across all of the teams. So to have the statistical best player having a little bit of an off game and an off moment, that's a breath and a wind and a bit of hope for Gamma right now. And yet they're still 4-4. Homeless with an adaptation where they threw themselves through a very precise moment. They've stacked themselves to get a bit of a quick clear here in a similar manner, in a similar way. There is a bit of a rotation from Panics with a proximity, who is waiting for someone to just try and face check it, but that's not really the MO as the drone is caught first. He's going to hang around, throw a proximity out, and play it hyper aggressively as he looks for another drone.
Just tries to put down some pressure here, Fluke, hoping to be hunted really, only to fall back and bait them into Leonski, who was playing in the same corner again. This time there is no mirror window on that spot, but I'm not sure if they actually have one still in pocket. There is no Twitch this time coming down on the side of Homeless, and no, the mirror window is not in pocket. It has been, oh, it's just been placed. All right, so he had it in pocket, but he just placed it now, as there won't be any Twitch, so that means the mirror window will be relatively safe. Just has to be careful of people jumping on that laundry machine again, because that is an angle you can actually open up that mirror window from.
The C4 is baited, but the play was the swing, and Royal, who was a big force towards the round just before, isn't quite able to open it up in similar fashion. The pressure has rotated itself round as Avaish digs himself into Harry Potter and waits for a little bit more attention, but the burn of utility is going towards Astro, and Deepek throws one more smoke canister to cover the push here. And is potentially going to reinforce it. There it goes. That just stops them pushing and applying the instant pressure here. Avaish, though, they are very cut off from anyone else. Goes for a mad dash run and gets lucky to not be caught on phase 1. But as if you're playing Metal Gear, you've got a solid snake your way a little bit further. Pops a C4 that catches nobody. Now there's pressure onto the staircase too. Avaish somehow slips through yet another firing line, firing range, and takes a breath and takes a life. Ours is shut down, and they're going to swing themselves back around towards Pillar and hopefully take a bit of surprise on the close punch here. There is a body on the far side. They hear the pops and the bullets and the swings. There's the shield that goes down. They don't need to aggro this as of yet. But with the pings towards the possibility of utility and the possibility of a catch over the throw, they need to burn this before they go. The drone is steadily working its way towards whoever's on the back line as the mirror window gets popped around. There is a man separated by a very thin wall here. Whoever reacts first is going to be the one that takes this, but do they know Avaish is here? That is the question. That's probably going to be answered sooner rather than later.
Meantime, rotation coming through. One person on the likes of Homeless is going to be putting down some pressure onto the freezer, as you see, but Panics makes quick care of that one as breaching rounds will be tossed in. Avaish gets the opportunity to go for the drop, will be able to get one kill and has to push through right now. The diffuser will be cancelled, however, as he will be taken down now by Avaish, who rotates back into the side, swaps over to the RG-15, but with the amount of time that is left, this should be a round here for Gamma. They were able to keep Avaish alive, who came in clutch in 2 of these moments here, but also credits to Panics, who managed to catch the freezer rotate in time, which basically left Homeless no other choice than to just jump in and plant.
Gotta give credit to Solid Snake there. Avaish, he was able to slip through a lot of places there he otherwise probably shouldn't be, as the roaming guards couldn't quite catch him. It's just the wind, they believe. Dorm's main hall 5-4 Gamma, step for step, but only just between these two teams. Obviously, it's the best of 3, and obviously it's a situation now where Homeless are putting a lot of a fight here. The bait is the Frost to the Maestro. Kids Dorms is going to be the change up as we obviously move away from Laundry. Not going to play a tertiary yet, but if you get this, well, that's going to be your map point either way. So it's very close to the wire here. Homeless can apply a little bit more pressure. I want to see their plan B. They're so adept usually at having a plan A and having a plan B attack. We've seen it from them throughout a lot of the season, where even if something's successful, they'll look for an adaptation. Here was unsuccessful, so I'm curious to see where the adaptation lies.
Gotta keep in mind that Twitch drone is back on the board again after losing a round. Homeless bringing it back. It was very successful here. Managed to get both the Bennett wires and managed to get both the ADSs as well. Meaning that Avaish had to fall back earlier than he might have wanted to. Now, the question is, will someone be playing around the area? Are they going to be doing something to play around it? For example, a mute could have been brought. You could have been taking care of that Twitch problem you've had with just a mute. Especially downstairs, having the opportunity to make sure that the Twitch drones aren't allowed to freely move as they were. But also to keep in mind, they didn't use any hard breach denial on the previous map. Oh, there we go. This time it's being watched. Very good, very good. As that allows them to at least keep control of Attic a little bit longer than expected.
Yeah, there's an adaptation. Hey, the Twitch drone caused us problems this time. We could use a mute. No, I'm going to do it. Are you sure? Yep. Panics is going to do it. Because to be honest, a person playing in that situation isn't the rarest thing. For a lot of teams, sometimes they'll double up with those ADSs, have someone attempt to trick it. It becomes very dangerous because as soon as they apply pressure underneath, well, you'll get locked out and shut out. So Deepek is playing underneath to buy Panic some time. They could try and burn things over the shoulder and see if they can burn those ADSs from the highway window, but otherwise, as long as Deepek is alive underneath, it's a great situation. So you can see the stack up of Homeless here as they try and get underneath control. He has a drop off and a rotation, the ability to get out of there if he needs to be after some potential pressure, but there might be someone pushing Split as well, which I think was the read there as he went, I need to get out of there, but oh no, Ryber gets the drone information there, sees the body of Deepek moving, who is, well, revealed, might not know that someone is that close, so he backs himself into a cupboard. Has, I believe, the ability to still open a rotation if need be, but has bought enough time for Panics to get out of there. Does.
This time, a lot of time was wasted as well. They only just starting to open up onto Attic, and they still need to take care of those ADSs that will be there. So a lot of utility will have to be used as Deepak still playing aggressively right here. Has a very long vertical hole he can potentially use, but the one thing he must worry about is Ruba, who's playing near him. However, Deepek managed to sneak out, managed to get inside the freezer, so Reba just basically holding nothing right now and just chooses to fall off. We'll be going back through construction, most likely joining the rest of his team up near the tower, as that seems where the main spear he coming from, as Max is also playing around this area.
Well, as a point of reference, they dropped that shield almost a minute faster on their last attempt on this site, so as you said, the waiting game's been good, but there is the first that comes the way of the Sledge that's finally given up on trying to catch the loose man, has instead gone for the pressure that needs to be desperately applied to the site. They swing round to anyone on the top of white, but nobody is currently home. Panics is dug in a usual position, and the walking wall is going to stay sturdy by the looks of it as they instead just try and force their way through onto the site. The smoke canisters cover the windows as Mexus looks for the hop in on the double window. The pings are consistent and they catch the Twitch before she even gets anywhere further. Bodies are falling to the big guns that have the angles. One up white stairs, but no success is found. Gamma put themselves onto map point.
Look like it could be going towards Homeless's side for a little bit here. You know, Reba managed to pick up 2 good frags. Shut down both the roamers. Suddenly it was a 5-on-3 fight on the side. Single refrag likes a Homeless coming through. That leaves us with 2 match points now for Gamma, having the opportunity to put themselves 1 map up in this best of 3. That is to qualify for the semi-final. And that is for a spot of the final relegation match that will be played during the European League finals.
It's not quite over for Homeless, though. They still have the possibility of pulling this into OT. You're looking at the tertiary site in this situation. You're looking at one that you assume it's Gamma's weakest site. So you have some hope there. And then, well, if you take this and Laundry becomes open, you've already taken Laundry once. They have more than enough built underneath them. They have more than enough possibility to fight their way into this. What's changed here is 2 operators we've talked about, and they're finally getting a bit of a run out. Panics is the one with the Frost this time round, but Oh Foster is the one that's 6th pick onto the Glaz.
Here we have it. We're gonna see Glaz in a very important matchup here, of course. We saw it coming down a little bit the previous CL. Like in the previous CL days, which was of course still the group days. However, not much was left to be decided there, especially for Group B, which Homeless was part of. So we're going to see it now coming through in the actual playoffs. We're seeing the Frost as well coming down, this time from Panics. It's always would be fun to see if someone would be getting stuck in those Frost mats. Now you would expect not to, because they're always being placed at the same position, but you never know.
You never know. That's why it's often called outskilled. It really doesn't take much. Hey, Frost meta. Wow, she's pretty kitted right now. There's one under a potential window, but you assume that's going to get spotted by the Sledge on their approach. They're dug in with the ADSs in a similar positioning to how it was done before. Obviously, no Ella is going to be the match made here. Instead, it's the old-fashioned English shotgun, a powerful pump that can stop anybody getting just the quick swing there onto that corridor. Leonsky has played this before very, very well, knows how to bait the information and intel before, and has had an okay game so far. The worry here is potentially if they burn this and push with the smoke and let the Glaz take over, well, that can be very costly. It's still going to cost a lot of burning first.
Ooh.
This could be a worry.
They're really worried about someone being up there. Is there someone in T3? Can we quickly...
There is.
Yeah, there we go. I was going to say, they're really worried about potentially someone being up here And there is. Avige is playing in T3 with that Vigil, so droning doesn't really work out. And this is where we often say the Vigil comes into play, because you have the opportunity. He doesn't see much now. Foster, however, will, as he of course has that scopes, just spotted out the hand as well, needs to find a shot. The pings, however, will be coming through, and that is for the other player on the opposite side to put down some pressure. The hand will be shot, and Royal will get the kill somehow. I believe that was with an impact. That is T3 under control, but keep in mind there's... Oh, Frostmat! He jumped in it! Right, 20 HP for Reba, nothing too big. You're still with all men left standing. You just have a minute to work with. It's not much, but it's something.
I can't believe a Frostmat worked, but hey, it worked. That's maybe the first time I've seen a Frostmat work in a very long period of time. Now then, this is the pressure we talked about before, a very integral bit of the hard brick and mortar. You have to get a lockdown. We saw a well-placed and played take beforehand. The Warriors, obviously someone can swing on from the kitchen, and the Warriors, hey, you're up against the English shotgun in a very tight space, a gun that is formidable in pretty much any tight space that you can put it into. Foster, in and amongst the smoke, as I said, might be a possibility of the push here, but only really suffers the effect of what is otherwise being pushed and pressed against them. Panics pulls back to get a little bit of a longer eye and an angle here. We saw them pop a 3K, I believe, last time they were playing Frost in this exact kind of situation, or at least the Frost was played by Gamma in this situation. So with the current coming in, Deepek is the first to shut it down. There's a C4 over the top. There's a blow. It goes too far. Oh no! Through the hatch, and oh no! Astro drops Leonski, and the diffuser is down. What a misplay. Mexis finds Panic, and Deepek is caught out with the push. Only Astro left. What an unfortunate moment. Finds one, finds almost two, goes in with a pistol to try to confirm, but can't. Homeless put themselves one round away from pulling even.
One round away from going OT. There's a very unfortunate team kill coming through there. Astro ending the hopes and dreams of Gamma of closing it out that round, because if that shotgun would have been able to get one blast out, one person would have died guaranteed. Laundry Supply will be the site that Gamma choose to go to. We see the mirror coming out from the get-go. Don't think we might... Oh, okay. Yes, we will. And thus, we might see the response with a Twitch to come through again. Of course, we've seen on the top floor that they're capable of dealing with it. But of course, you're going to have to wait for it again for those drones to come around. No 6-bit coming in, so no Twitch to work with. That means the mirror windows will stay in place. You have to get yourself into a position where you can actually physically shoot them.
Wow, this has been a bit of a back and forth between both teams down on this site, and a little bit of a misplay. It was what has pushed them to a bit more success. Ours stepping up currently, 12-7. But you look across the other board, the other split, Deepek and Panics, both of them into the double figures too. So Gamma have been able to manipulate the space. Last time this started, their successful run with a bit of a Mission Impossible movement. And then before that, well, it was a bit of a lockdown for Homeless, as they very quickly and succinctly took the control that they needed and pushed their way in. So Gamma, what is the step up in response this time round? Panics drops a drone much quicker and actually rotates very aggressively to find a second two. Wants to shut down the intel game earlier on and make sure that they feel uncomfortable and slowed more than anything on their approach.
Drones being hunted. We're only 20 seconds in. 2 drones taken out on a Homeless. Plenty, of course, to work with. Need 1 or 2 in good positions, and the rest can be used for droning in your entries, droning in your executes. You need to find out where these players are, and luckily for them, downstairs is often a site where we turtle down, where everybody will be on site or near it, because it's so hard to get back to it, especially if a Nomad is on the board. May it be used or not, you never know. Smex is getting a lot of information right here from this drone. We'll be proceeding to push. However, of course, that cam should... Oh, it's not even being watched. So they will have no clue now whether or not someone will be pushing. And as I say, that Leonski puts down his mirror window. So they're probably waiting for some pressure to come down from Freezer. And as soon as it comes down, they place it. Otherwise, they keep it in hand to potentially use towards the back stairs. That is my guess.
Vaish has half of his escape done, but is under way less pressure. Astro is able to take care of not only the best statistical player for Homeless right now, but also your ace. They've at least got some backup hard destruction, so it's not quite over yet, but it's a big blow and a big cost they're otherwise going to have to try and reckon with. Deepex dug in inside elbow. Still got it locked off and still playing it mobile, but is able to pull back just in time. In minute 20, they've finally been able to push the body out, but they've still got to get through a lot of them. Now as the swing comes onto the main staircase, there is still no real aggression being applied towards the bodies on side to site. There is a little bit more utility burn. There is a little bit more of a cost. There's a man inside, and there's a pre-play C4 that catches one. There goes Foster. There goes Avaish with a very bold rotate. And Royal is able to start pushing up as well. A frag grenade drops a bit too close. We can't get any further, but they've dropped the shield down the far side. 50 seconds is now the way that they angle their eyes towards the default plant spot here. Leonski's concerned about the back, but all the pushes otherwise coming from the front. Astro has it covered from close, with Deepex still having canisters. One less, and the frag grenade is the rollout and the trade out, but it's a big blow towards their hold of being as aggressive as they want it to. Astro could be the moneymaker right now. 30 seconds if he goes undetected. Panics as the cover on the swing round and the rotate. There's the pop, there's the first, there's the second! And it leads to the third for a triple kill there for Astro. Loops round to get one more, because why not? Gamma Gaming take the first map, take their map, and set themselves up closer towards those playoffs.
Very well played here by Astro, able to go for one, then peek for the second, going a little bit more aggressive, because of course you're going to get re-peeked in a situation like that, and finishing it off. But we also have to go back to that pre-play C4 of Avaish. All he needed was the info whether or not someone was an electrical. That was the case, and you blow him into pieces. Gamma 7-5, close map, but look at that. 4 members on 10 or above kills in Gamma, and ours doing the work right there on Homeless.
It was a very balanced game from Gamma. We know that they can be good fraggers when they need to be, but Homeless, they played it very, very close, and to say it wasn't their map is a great performance from them so far. We still have the potential of 2 more maps. We're going to throw to some commercials, and we'll be back with the desk momentarily.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You know something was up when Hap is praising Avaish for something. And again, here we are. Geo, Des back on the analyst desk. Des, Gamma, hard-fought game, but still taking it on map 1 Oregon.
Yeah, we were talking around this partway through the map, and I was saying, at the end of the day, after taking 3 attack rounds, I think that's a really good record to have on Oregon. If they close things out at 7-4, I'd say that was a really dominant performance. But for that to be brought back to 6-5 and then to go 7-5, I think fair play, we did see Homeless fight back. I have got a couple of clips I want to go through. Actually, the first one I think is worth noting from back in round number 7. This one was mainly focused on Panics, a player that has got one of the worst ratings in the competition. He is bottom 10 at the minute, and I had to give him a bit of a shout out here because his play here, and admittedly a bit of a misplay from Homeless, just pushing him into him 1 by 1. He just holds his ground. He doesn't back away, he doesn't get scared off by a flash or make a crucial mistake. Literally a one-man army, brings down 3 members of Homeless, all pushing in. Again, maybe a small mistake on their side, but all pushing into him 1 by 1, but well played by him nonetheless. No drones coming out of Homeless, came back to bite them a little bit. The other one, I think I've got to side with Hap a little bit here. Got to give a bit of praise to Avaish here for showing the patience of an absolute saint. This one comes from round number 9 when he got a really good opening kill and then sat on a corner of a room for about 40 seconds until we hit the 20-second mark remaining. You'll see him step up and do it just here. That's the opening kill. Sits in this spot now for the next, 40 seconds or so, down to the 15-second mark, and then goes, okay, now I spring out, and now I make it happen. The key thing about both of those clips that I've showed so far have been spots where he or another member of his team have not been droned out by Homeless. The drones are missing at points, I think. They've let players get away from things on Gamma that they really shouldn't have been able to do, and Gamma have looked a little bit comfortable. They've got a lot of space to play with, so I think for Homeless, they've really got to start collapsing on that and making Gamma suffer when they try and go for plays like that.
What have been the Homeless problems through this Geo and preparations for map 2?
I mean, the thing is, as you said, the scoreline was pretty decent for them, despite the fact that they didn't win, and they had some great rounds. But what it mostly looked to me like was where the greatness for them really was in individual moments. Even when you look at the rounds that they did win, particularly on the defense, I'm looking at those two laundry defenses, which was the only site that they consistently defended. A lot of that came down to mistakes that Gamma were making rather than something great that Homeless were doing. They kept trying to jump down into E-Box. They kept getting the X-Kyro shot off the wall. They weren't clearing out Pillar. They weren't clearing out Elbow in some instances. And that gave Homeless a really good place that they could exploit that situation. So with Homeless, you go on their attack, and there were, again, some good moments, but it looked limited. For example, when they were attacking onto Kids the first time, they had a decent clear of Attic. They used the Twitch train to get rid of the ADS that allowed them to get rid of the Vulcan shield really quickly, and suddenly that area they have control over. But they tried it again a second time when they went back there, and Gamma knew to expect that, so they had someone sat right in front of the drone hole to get rid of those drones before they even had the opportunity. So I think we just need some more creativity from them and just more willingness to be able to step beyond what they've already done before, if that's what they've tried. There were some good points, I mean, on the they defended on round 5 when they defended Kids, Mexis went on a really good roam. They actually had another roam with Foster all the way downstairs in the basement that shut down Astro really early, and that worked out really well for them. Even when Mexis got droned out, he was still able to get the kill he needed for him to rotate back up to the site. And it's stuff like that I want to be seeing more of that, and more of them leaning into their confidence, which I think they should have on Cafe, given that they've done pretty well on this map before.
And I want to remind everybody before we head into Cafe that the difference in competitive experience at the top level between Gamma and Homeless is massive. Homeless, majority of the players just came in, played together in Push Nationals, and here they are, a place where you could be if you're playing in your own European national tournament and qualified to Challenger League. And Gamma Gaming, pretty much all of them have either CL or Pro League experience back in the day. So these are people that have years to look back on versus Homeless, and this is kind of the different level of judgment that they were putting the two on. And still, despite all of that, Homeless are hitting very, very hard. So what are the changes necessary for Cafe Dostoyevsky from your point of view, Desitu? Having watched how effective Gamma have been on the attack on Oregon, how do you see this translating to map 2?
On the defensive side, I think they were just very well controlled by the side of Gamma. I think it didn't really matter for Gamma. They were like, well, look, we're pushing in here, we're planting in here, whether you like it or not. Mexis didn't really get a look in. I mentioned the second half for them, drones seemed to be an issue. They didn't get onto the drones in the mid to late stage of the round and think, right, let's find out what's going on. Where are we aggressing? Again, I mentioned that clip at the end from Avaj. The second point, they destroyed a Goyo shield in the south and didn't know that Deepet was laid down behind it, so couldn't kill him. More information is needed on the attacking side if they're really going to capitalize and make Gamma suffer. So for me, drones are going to be everything.
Yeah.
I guess, in my opinion, yeah,
I always want to hear your opinion.
Ideally.
Again, I'm thinking back to the game on Cafe Dostoyevsky that Homeless played against, they played against Kovana, which went in their favor. It was something that people didn't necessarily expect. And a lot of that happened because they leaned into their willingness to be aggressive. I'm thinking Reba getting the 3K directly underneath Red Hatch. I'm thinking when Mexis was playing in Bar and pushed all the way up to Cigar just to get kills when the attacking team had moved into Cigar and things like that. So on this map, it's worked well for Homeless when they are willing to push forward out of potentially their comfort zone to be aggressive. You just got to hope that someone like Astro isn't there to shut you down.
Final point, 2-0, yay or nay?
Yay. 100% yay. Sadly.
Again, I feel like I'm sitting on the fence. I can see it going both ways, but despite the scoreline in that last one, I actually think that Gamma were more dominant than maybe the numbers suggest. So I lean towards a 2-0.
All right, let's see how it goes. Gamma versus Homeless continues, this time on Cafe Dostoyevsky. Flap, all yours.
It's us, Flap, the famous birds that we are, and we're ready to head into our second map just by the skin of their teeth. They're able to pull themselves through on that last one. Homeless put up a heck of a fight, and now I guess it's Gamma's time to try and prove that they can lock this off. Cafe Dostoyevsky is our battlefield, and well, let's see if the siege comes through.
See indeed how the fortifications will be made and how long the siege will last. This Homeless starting out onto that attack is a opportunity for Gamma as they're getting clear in chat. I was gonna say, you know, they started out on the attack the other time. It was 3-3. It's a good half. Now you have the opportunity to start out on the defense themselves and get them into a commanding lead from the start. So it is an interesting one. If they're going to be able to put up a good fight here, 4-2, for example, that will be a good half for Homeless still. However, anything more than that, and Gamma should be able to lock it out.
Wow. Double ban and a pretty standard Leonski just rambling. Chat.
Who? Don't do this. Okay. I mean, expecting like you know.
Jeez.
This is going the wrong way. Anyway.
Clear chat.
It is Ace being banned. It is Wamai being banned. Chat's being cleared. And then we have the last defensive ban to come through. Wamai actually pretty default one. What is the last going to be, though? That is the question. Like a Valkyrie, maybe? Because it is an operator that they really do like to play often, Gamma.
I mean, it works well. On Cafe, obviously, it has the ability to feed intel towards a lot of aggressive movements, rotations. It has the ability to obviously feed into jump outs if a team is that way designed. And they're a team that it could be that way designed. They're a team that does like to bask in chaos. And here in the rotations, as I said, you look towards ways in many, many places you can dig those cameras in instantly. Valk is on the board there in the hands of Deepak, and Bar Cocktail is where we're going to find ourselves.
First sides on the board. The usual, the top floor. Not often we see it go to, let's say, the first floor as a start. Already the Frost coming out. We have seen it being successful in the previous round where Ruba got himself stuck in a map. So why not?
The Frost for the Goyo is a particular change of pace, because Goyo is very good on this site and has played quite a lot on this site as well. Obviously, you're looking at what you might swap it out for in the situation. Panic's potentially on the mute could be a decision, or you drop one of your intel operators between Leonski or Deepak, usually the Valk in this situation, because again, Maestro on this top floor with that Alder locking off the entirety of it, putting a bubble up onto the cocktail balcony as well, and just kind of keeping an overwatch. It's great. Here, though, you're limiting, obviously, your shield amount. You sure?
You're only losing one, though.
Yeah, I mean, you get one, but often you'll see, obviously, a team play one inside the very heart of this site and dump one inside the central freezer. You can kind of, I don't know, maybe it's
an interesting choice.
Let's
put it like that.
Yeah, it's a swap, sure.
They feel like they only need one shield though, and if that is the case, then they better make good use of it. We'll be located at Pixel, as it always is. We'll be backed up by a couple of ADSs, meaning that it will not be that easy. But if I look at these ADS placements, I'm not sure. I'm not, a pro player or anything, but it looks like those might not catch off an air charge before it hits the actual shield. At least one of the two.
Ryber making work of the hatches as he jettisons wood into the atmosphere and looks to see if he can catch anyone down below. Astro, he's not in the most aggressive situation there. Obviously, when skylight pressure might come, he could find himself costing, but is still able to move, manipulate, and get himself to a little bit of safety. Tries to catch the drone, doesn't quite get his escape as cleanly as he originally wanted, and has at least his life and all of his health. and the ability to then try and put this pressure back against it. Device rotates around, sets himself back up to take over the hard job of the angle of watching towards the skylight with a very good gun at the moment. And this meta, Panic's prepping a jump out, is to make sure that those eastern windows stay, well, more secure. And it's yet again another waiting game as they are really taking their time to get all this drone intel done here, Homeless.
There's a lot of information out here on Gamma, and just keep in mind there is that one frost map behind the counter, as you see right there in Cigar. I think that one might be able to catch off one, because that is often a desk people jump over when it gets hot, when the pressure comes down. So we've got to keep an eye on that one. Remember that one for later in the round, as the shield has been taken care of, meaning that Gamma no longer have the piano control they would like to have. The question is, has the black eye been spotted out? Because if they have, there's going to be, well, a lack of information as well as a lack of pressure that they have as Deepak gets spotted out. Will be running as Foster will not be following up on it yet. So 50 seconds to go and still no entry for it. But Max is he's holding for Deepak. He's waiting and could potentially pick up this kill. This could go either way right here as a shoulder peek comes through. Maxis gives away his position, and that means Deepak will yet again be rotating out.
Well, he's lost his camera on the outside, but he has the eyes inside pillars at least, and they're keeping a firm lockdown on the movement that might be played against here. They've finally got an entrance, and it's against the Frost from deep. As a tour de force on the previous map is able to get one more. Deepak, however, from underneath gets Foster back, and there's the IQ gone. Tried to get control of the window of the second story, but was dropped. Ours gets his double, though, and Astro is the one that suffers this time around. The C4's popped and blown, and oh no, what a misplay from the Ash underneath. Didn't quite get the angle, and now it's suddenly a 2 versus 2. They have no time to try and capitalize onto these kills, so instead got to try and stick the diffuser down and hope that the cover is good enough. Deepak comes from behind. Panics is there too, and they are somehow able to pop it off. The cover didn't need to be tested, and a quad kill goes to Ours. Can he find the ace? Can he get this last one? A 2 versus 1. The swing comes through, and it's there! An ace to open the day. The man that was the tour de force of the previous map. He is making sure that this is one that goes into his favor.
Had 10 kills in the previous map, or a little bit more than that. Managed to put up 5 on the board already right now. Definitely showing up huge. Picking up that first round almost single-handedly, able to open up and completely close off the site as well. After a bunch of misplays coming through, 2 people being lost on the bottom floor. Over a wild C4 of Deepak made sure that that plant could actually go down as there was no more utility. Good call coming through, and I believe he actually planted as well. So he literally killed everybody and got that diffuser down. So that's bonus points. But we can confirm that in a second as soon as we get to see a beautiful overlay again. Because then we have, yeah, there we go. He planted indeed and got all 5 kills. So a one-man army he is.
That's what you want. That's what you need. And what a moment. If we're going to talk about how much Sloth showed up, if you missed the Kavana showdown from Monday, well, go back and watch it. It was pretty great. And here, I guess we're getting the opposite side of that. A player from the CIS region is going big right now. I can only imagine the flood of Polska Goroms that are inside our Twitch chat right now. And hey, well earned. The man did everything. Can he keep doing it, though, inside the kitchen is going to be the next question that's posed towards them. And to be honest, with how he's been playing so far today, all I'm wondering is what can Gamma do to stop him?
That's a true question. Or was it a fluke just for this round?
Hey.
I like to say it because you're in it right here. Is he going to be able to pull off more of these plays? Or is he going to be so filled with adrenaline right now that for the next 1 or 2 rounds he's not going to be able to have the same impact he would like to have? Panix was thinking about rotating, but will be taking care of the drone as it continues driving past these ankle holes. Now goes for a very cheeky reinforcement. Now, that is a bit dangerous if you go for that, and this will decide to cancel it out as well. Some pressure was being put down towards him. But look at his open door policy, you can almost say, or open wall policy. Nothing reinforced that you normally see reinforced. Ankle holes everywhere. Panic's able to contest it all the way from Kojak. That's really interesting the way this is set up.
It's such a curious way of doing it as well. Obviously, as he said, it feeds the intel all the way through. Panics takes some damage and is going to pull back, but Obviously, when you're looking at the bans that come through, Ace is gone, Thatcher's gone. That wall is one that's probably going to play much sturdier, so they've kind of handed it over, and this could be the next handover too. They're well aware of where he is. Foster peppers some pre-fire, and Panics unfortunately cannot get comfortable, as he has no idea he's being watched. There's Yiping, a deadly beast right now in this game, and it's going to keep revealing the location of a man who, again, every angle, every watch, every way. Oh no! That's the wrong way, as Royal finds his first for the map. Nexus finds another. And now it's suddenly a 5 versus 3, and they've barely had to do any work other than just find the angles, find the intel, and use the ACOGs.
Really good drone coming out there, able to get that spot down, the one that was so important. But Deepak now with the vertical play has the opportunity to make the change, the one that is necessary, but get some pressure from above. Will be taken down by Ours, who is moving through him. It's another kill. It's a triple kill of him, I believe. No flawless around here from Homeless, who are setting up quite well right here in this cafe. After, well, back and forth constantly on Oregon, Cafe really seems to be Homeless's territory right now.
From my point of view, obviously I've got a couple of questions about that setup and that defense. You know, obviously it's an idea to have all of that soft and just go for the ankle holes and holds, and it puts you in a situation if you got to win your ones. And to be fair, Gamma are pretty good in that usually, and obviously in the last map, even just today, there were 3 of them in the double figures in terms of putting down bodies, and only 1 across the board. But in a situation where what we see from Homeless all day has been generally a pretty good idea of droning out, generally a pretty good idea of getting intel. And here, their stumble so far today has been the utility breakdown, has been getting open the middleman, getting through things like shields, which we didn't see utilized and destroyed too much. They played a good idea with Twitch, but then it felt a bit with just someone paying a little bit of attention to the idea. And that holds specifically against a team like Homeless. If anything, it takes out what their team struggles most with. It takes out the toughest obstacle for a team that can go, okay, well, let's just drone. Then let's drone and react and flick onto it. Gamma, it might work better against other teams, but otherwise struggle in those win your one situations. But hey, Homeless, they're gunning so far. Now though, we find ourselves in a 2-0 up position for Homeless. Gamma still rotating sites though.
Continuing the rotation. If I can quickly go back to the last round, I think it really came down to that one drone that had to spot down on Panics because he was in a power position. If he was able to continue playing Kocak, he would have been able to deny anybody moving through the bakery. However, of course, he was being droned out, pressure was being put upon him, there was nothing he could really do, all because of that one drone. And that is the drone that really started things off. So, gotta give credit where credit is due. And as Gamma right now are 2-0 behind, Homeless is really making a name for themselves here as Astro tries to rotate out, will be picked up. Ours absolutely gunning like a madman. 8-0 right now. As he picks up yet another one and opens up the scoreboard once again.
Yeah, he's playing like a beast right now, and as I said, the question is going to be how do you shut him down? Swinging and applying the pressure over the top floor and making sure they push the body down further back. Astro the Jaeger, at least their ADSs are down, you assume at this point, but otherwise ineffective with what can be a very effective gun. And well, they have a beat and a read, and they've blown up Royal at least. The C4 comes in from underneath, and Ours finds himself a little bit isolated for now, but is more than happy to try and see if he can pop the body. They are just dug in on the corner of Train. May have gone a little bit unnoticed. They're holding the angle now and waiting. They know if they rotate a little bit more, well, there's the intel, there's the beat, there's the read, there's the chance of trying to fire back. No one catches anyone. The C4 goes for it, rip blown, but misses. Huge amounts of damage done towards them, but otherwise Leonsky is dropped in the meantime. There is a Vaish 2, and that's pressure coming through onto the site as well at this point, leaving only Deepak and Panics.
Absolutely being picked apart right here is Deepak. He's in a position where he can rotate upstairs if he wants to. Panics is playing around the white stairs, meaning that none of them are directly on the site. However, there is the opportunity to rotate around. It's Deepak right now holding steadily. It's ours that is already in the side and has the opportunity to go for the plant. The man is a myth, the man and the legend, as he manages to get all the kills and goes for the plants as well. The cover will be there. Foster will be taking him down. It's all up to Deepak now, a 1v4 situation. He's considered the best player out of the Benelux. However, the question is he going to be able to get this clutch done? No, he will not. The headshot from the pistol, Maxis will come in, and Homeless are able to lock out yet another round in what so far seems a very dominating Cafe.
Halfway there across their attacks, and all of them are theirs. It's been beyond solid so far. The pace that they're applying here against this defense is just apparently unending. And it seems like, obviously, as we've already highlighted, and again, as I'm sure all of you fans in chat have noticed, ours is having beyond a good game. The man is going to be probably the first to break the KOST rating and find himself above 100%, because, hey, he is doing it all. Now, though, we have the possibility of still Gamma pulling this even, at least on their half, pulling some of their defenses back together. They've gone up back to the top floor of Bar. This was the tightest and the closest. This was their best chance so far out of the three. Let's see if they can actually try and remember some of how they were playing before, because these past 2 rounds across this and the last map have easily been the worst performances we've seen from Gamma, and it's just because Homeless have stepped up so much.
Homeless is absolutely the better team so far on this map. They are completely shredding them apart, no matter what's being brought at them. You gotta remember as well, however, the first time we came here was an ace of ours that managed to, well, basically secure them that round. Meaning that if he's not gonna be able to do that, the round will already be, well, pretty much completely different. You cannot rely on a player getting aces back to back, because Deepak wanting to go for a run out here. I mean, knows that he's being watched, the cam will be shot, and thus no success.
It's also worth kind of looking at the fact that there's only been 1 kill from Gamma over the past 2 rounds, so they've suffered. As I said, the stats back up the fact that it is generally the weakest that they've been playing so far. Deepak underneath. He got away with a little bit more than he probably should have when Ash couldn't quite lock down the kill, and he was caught with his C4 up and his pants down, but he was able to somehow find his way in towards that frag, and unfortunately the round then slipped away from their favor here. They aren't going for the clear underneath as of yet. They're applying a huge amount of pressure underneath the skyline.
Pressure being put down. Vach still trying to hold on to Piano for as long as he can. But surely soon the pressure will be coming down. Last time they managed to take down the shield on Pixel quite quickly. You see that this time it has been placed back a little bit further. This right now will be relocated. This is something Gamma really likes to do. They like to recycle their utility. Just pick it back up when the pressure is not coming down immediately and position it into a secondary position. As right now, grenades are being tossed in, but there is no shield anymore to take out. So, utility being wasted. As I say, the panic's going down to 1 HP by a grenade.
And now it's no HP. As Foster finds the lockdown, the IQ has got herself onto a window, currently uncontested. Always concerned about the possibility of a run out, and a C4 now puts another man down onto 1 HP. Royal, who hasn't been able to really find their way into this game as of yet, almost finds his way out for another round, and there's another potential death here, but it's fallen to a little bit of a stalemate. They're still a bit concerned, obviously, about the movement that's been going on underneath, but instead of operating there with bodies, instead they're going all in towards the top, with Foster picking up the pieces on the far side. Now, Mexis goes for his approach, creeps along long desk, and tries to see if there's anybody that might be able to find them. It's Leonsky that gets ours, though. There's a shutdown, and there's a response, as Mexis finds one more, goes in, goes deep, and goes for Maestro, but Maestro's able to push back. There is the trade. Finally picked up, but there is one more that gets dropped in white, and it's another trade for trade. Royal, 1 HP, 2 kills, 1 body left. Unfortunately, can't quite catch them, and now it's a 1 versus 1 with 20 seconds. They have a limited time to put this diffuser down. Might not know that the rotation's already slipped past. Now they do. As the bullets battle between the bathroom, Ryber's gone for a big rotation round. It's just a matter of trying to stick it potentially as he waits for the play. This is only going to offer him a few seconds to be able to swing this to a possibility as they finally make their way through. It's a post-plant situation, and he almost gets caught looking the wrong way, well aware of where he is, and it's the gun of Ryber that pulls Homeless into their 4th round in a row.
Took the cover, swapped to his SMG and went for the chase as Deepak was faking a rotate. But Homeless able to stick it down, able to put that 4th round on the board, and they're looking to aim for a completely flawless attack right here on Cafe. And with the way they're currently going, that might actually be possible. If they manage to shut Gamma twice more, it will be coming through. This time, it looks like the Frost will not see its plays. Bar Cocktail will be chosen yet again. Gamma chose to opt out of the total rotation that they have been putting up time and time again. And this will be running it back. Gamma, Bar, Cocktail, again. Different setup this time, however. Lucy's coming through just to give some extra information, I think, on whether or not players are pushing.
Ironic that Ryber was running with the G2 skin, because he's currently making this look like the Damwon vs G2 game, as we saw quite recently. There's a joke and a reference for Dez and League fans, and now I'll go back to a game I know. That was the only game of League I've ever watched, comp game of League, and it was the fastest game in history, or the fastest of that tournament in history. G2.
Always there to write history.
G2. 4-0. 4-0 Homeless. Wow, what a performance so far. I know it's a very, very broad statement to make right now. That was the closest you came to losing one. And you're back there again. Last time it was a 2 versus 2. That time it was a 1 versus 1. Gamma finally going to be able to push them over the edge this time round. They have been battling so close, and they're adapting and trying different strats. This time Melusi is going to be the attempt at stemming the pace that wants to be applied down wide. Obviously, this started with the Zafia getting a couple of kills as she pushed all the way around with only 1 HP, able to take body after body. And now look at the pace that they want to apply here onto the top. They're instantly looking towards getting this top control pressure done.
Oh, is the groove right now. They're in the zone and they want to continue this, and they want to be able to chip ends as soon as possible. Not give Gamma a single opportunity of trying to get back into it, because then you have the opportunity of carrying the momentum over to the third map as well, because that is what they're currently fighting for. Gamma is on a match point. They're not match point, we're on like map point. They need to get this map and they win.
What year do you think this is?
I'm messing it up. I just mean if they win this map, they're winning and they're going to the semi-final. There we go. All right, made it more difficult for myself than it was.
It's not 1st to 5, you know.
No, I know. I mean, not like in this map they're not a match point, but they are like in series 1 point ahead, meaning that if they win the map, they win the match.
Well,
but it doesn't
let's
matter.
talk about winning, because if Ice just got a cheeky double there onto a very dangerous window. Hey, there's one more. Deepak finds Royal this time. This aggression, this attempt at getting a top-down lockdown has not worked in any favor. Wow, Arrows can die twice without getting a kill. What a surprise that we see. Wow, Gamma, you have a 5 versus 2 hefty advantage right now. They have a minute, sure. They still have a couple of drones and utility and information. They're just going to try and charge their way through, but the zapping is going to cause it more than problems. A flawless Gamma. And to be honest, it's a surprising sentence to say after how sketchy the past 4 rounds have been for them.
This gives good perspective, however, because after 4 rounds being completely dominated by Homeless, they managed to put up a flawless round here. But it's not enough. They need to, unfortunately for them, put up yet another round. And, well, of course, they are on the defense and normally wouldn't say it's an issue. But if you're playing against a Homeless that is currently being so effective, well, it might become an issue. And they need to make sure to get this next round, because they will be going over to the attack. And, well, I can almost guarantee you it will not go as smooth as Homeless their attacks are currently going.
Opting for reading instead of kitchen. Obviously, the kitchen defense we saw was a questionable one. It's one you want to kind of, I guess, ask them about and be like, you know, what was the reasoning for having it so open? Mainly out of the curiosity of it's not ever really done. Yeah, people can play those with opens and people will have angles and holds and ideas from the bottom of the kind of red stairs across. You sometimes have that single reinforced. You can get the angles from inside coat check, or you have a single at the same time. The bakery wall too. No, they went for everything was soft. Everything was open from those sets of two, those 4 walls, the sets of 2. So it's a curious decision, and they don't believe that they can correct it enough for them to go back there, or maybe they're just trying the bait and play and saying, well, they'll expect down below. Here, let's see where they go.
Gamma have to pick up this round. There is no other option. Otherwise, they will have a very tough second half to face, where Homeless will be on the defense. It's already tough considering they 1/4 of their attacks, and well, you normally need to, you know, really win those defenses, to keep it in their own words. Zafai just playing quite aggressively in the train right here. He's surely going to be finding a battle soon, either from the window or from the red stairs corridor.
Well, Levish is watching and buried inside, but the pace of Homeless has slowed just a tad. They were seemingly growing more and more aggressive across the rounds, and hey, why wouldn't you be? It was really working well for them, and here they've pulled themselves back a little bit. Sure, they've got their bodies starting to swan in, but this time they're going for this bigger, flatter clear, paying more attention towards the angles and making sure that they can catch off Gamma. Now, with the long angle held by Ours, he's waiting for a head, the possibility of a breach of movement and momentum to suffer any of the players against them, but the angle holds, and the ankle holds are going to mean this is a very difficult and delicate transition he has to make. The dance between these two players with the very limited vision is actually going to break away. Tries to catch one and does!
What?
The fade off last shot was a headshot, and that is a tough turn of luck for Avaish.
It looks like the moment he stood up and un-ADS, he was able to pick up that kill. However, Astro immediately responds to Max as he takes him down. He's also taking a lot of damage right now. Who will be a little bit pestered from the top floor, it seems, by some of these verticals. Leonski is the one to put down some pressure. Astro seeming to go on the hunt right now, but will be called back and put back into the corner he was playing in before. You need to keep control of the site. You need to keep control of both sides, because they need to win this round. You cannot afford a plant to potentially go down as Panix goes for a little bit of a drive-by. Does some damage, but falls back safely. This was apparently stepping on a drone.
I like that idea where he just popped in and saw the active drone like, oh, hey. And Foster saw Leonski and said, oh, bye. Now the pop-up over the top is locked down instantly. Ryber watching around the side of the shield now with 15 seconds. They're trying to stick it in, but it's a 4 versus nobody. Homeless. They went back to their slow and steady drone game. They pinched the pressure and pulled people apart when they realized where they were. And that time, yet again, we see them demonstrating the skill that's put them into this 5-1 situation. On their attacks, no less. Now, Cafe Dostoevsky. Well, the map is set in Russia, and you are making sure that it stays firmly in the CIS region right now. Let's see if you can lock it down on your defense, or if Gamma can find something that they had on the first map that they have been unable to find here.
That's it, 5-1. It's seeming to be very favored here for Homeless, as they are on their defense now, and they're choosing to give them a taste of their own medicine, or like we would say in the Netherlands, a cookie of their own dough. You know, it's a different way. They're going for the Frost, that's what I tried to say. My question is, where will they be playing that Frost? They're also playing a Goyo, so they're going for the 4 shield setup. And they're could be combining that with the Evil Eyes to come through as well.
Yeah, this is what we talked about a little bit earlier on, is the role that he can play on this site is one that really allows you to expand with those shields. And there's usually always one on the pixel situation. It becomes very spicy when blown up. He's putting the one I talked about before down right now, and it allows you to play this a little bit aggressively, swing in, and mean the entrance onto those Christmas windows isn't as easy as it otherwise would be. You're going to pop yourself an angle, as Ryber does now, and it just... the ability now to swing in, pop up, cause trouble, cause problems. Hey, is that a taste of Gamma's own medicine, Frost?
That's exactly it. They're using the same kind of frost mats to come through. However, this time there is also synchronized shield placement. Very nice. There is going to be more shields on the board, and that is going to be the deciding factor. Are those shields indeed what was necessary to make this site so much better to be held? There's an upside down repel there on the piano. Surely it should be taking care of that frost mat that is located next to that window. No, it's still up there. Guess Leonski would be able to see it, but it doesn't look like it, at least.
No, they're playing a dangerous game here. They're going to pop that shield, which will explode into some fire and start to steadily burn them through now. And it pushes them off Pixel, but with the body, as I said, watching from the core, the floor inside, that old freezer, well, that's going to be the next problem. As you see them eyeing towards it and keeping an eye on the shield, aforementioned, it becomes such a risk and a danger to swing in. Popping bullets around and hoping to catch somebody that gets a little bit brave whilst you're on the upside down rappel, but nobody is playing that game and falling for that trick just yet.
Have to keep in mind, Leonski is that okay, I had the diffuser, now got taken down. Wait, the diffuser is stuck in the window, I believe. Might be inside the window, meaning that it will have to go on a rappel to try and recover it there, as Aster now tries to peek aggressively onto those shield positions. Oh no, it's inside! He actually rappelled into piano and lost the diffuser because he got stuck in a frost mat. Well, that is really unfortunate there, and that means Gamma now have to put all their forces into that piano to recover that diffuser, which will most likely mean that Homeless is setting themselves up to go to match point, or map point rather. To put themselves on an even ground if they manage to win the next 2 rounds.
Foster almost giving a bit of an education there and how to play the Frost, but they're shut down, and then there's the response. Ryber and Ours again. Homeless. Map point. Homeless, not messing around. And Homeless. Well, again, any Orgs, they're available.
They're still available to be picked up, so to anybody can touch this. No. No? Okay.
No, I didn't want to interrupt you.
6-1.
Honestly, I'm surprised.
Can't touch this according to Ours.
Yeah. Honestly,
yeah.
I'm surprised that we haven't seen more all chat yet. Obviously,
it's probably because Gamma is not really doing that well right now.
Yeah.
I cannot really see if they would lose this series. The first thing that will be entering that chat is you really got a Windows. That will be lived up upon. I can tell you that already.
Yeah, it's, you know, tale as old as
it's
time.
A trademark.
6-1 though. Homeless. They're not going to head down to the kitchen. They're going to play themselves on their potential tertiary, because no matter what way this goes, well, they'll have kitchen before, or they might believe that they can bring some aggressive creativity here. The first time we're seeing Alibi on this map in the hands of Foster. They're going to play and bait some of those swings, pre-fires. They're holding this in a very similar way as to the way that they took it against just before, the ability to swing inside that site there and lock it down.
Default hatches being opened up, default reinforcements to come through as well. Just a close-up there on Freezer, telling you that they want them to be challenged through the cocktail bar, or lounge rather. They want people to come through that choke point. They want them to drop through the skylight, move through the double doors. There's no other way to try and challenge these players right here on the 3rd floor. Foster putting down a shield. Ours playing right behind there as well with another shield. And that is setting the narrative right here. They're trying to funnel them into ways that will be beneficial to them. And with the Thatcher being banned and the mute memory being placed on those freezer walls, surely there is no way they're going to be able to open up another angle than that.
Well, Royal is waiting and baiting, and to be honest, the last time we saw them get hyper-aggressive was the 1 round that they've lost so far. But hey, we haven't seen it on their defense yet, and to be honest, if we go back to Oregon even, we're on Cafe, when they got aggressive, that was some of their best defense. So, they're playing so confidently, and to be honest, well deserved. Now, all honesty aside, let's have a look and see how the approach comes from Gamma. They have every round played. Now has to be this death-defying, death-deceiving one, and Foster's the first to have a little bit of a look, but oh wait, there's a double from Ours, who's still trying to careen his way up the total. Deepek shuts him down. The C4 loops round. Ryber doesn't catch anybody, but Panics catches the diffuser back up. Foster is in a position here to open the close swing. You look at what's been taken out of the attack there. The Hibana is gone. So that's going to make that reading sight so much harder to push when you can't get the Pillars wall open. Just a freebie is handed to Foster as he swings onto the door and takes care of Deepek too. And one more, why not? Another double falls on the top floor. Suddenly a 4 versus nobody yet again. Homeless, shut it down, lock it off. No need to run it back. They're going to do it the first time round. What a well-played map there.
There it is, the 7-1, absolutely dominated by Homeless all time around on the defense and on the attack. Gamma had absolutely no chance. They brought some innovative or interesting strategies, you must say, where they opened up the complete bakery, every single wall. Didn't really work out. Homeless able to shut them down no matter what was being brought. And thus the very deserved second map win to come through here. So 1-1 in maps right now, meaning we're going to the all-holy decider.
Wow, we'll have that after a very quick commercial break as we go into the final map of the day and an analyst desk. See you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the show. We just witnessed Gamma Gaming
a murder.
Yes, I don't think this is safe. If it was so bad that what happened on Twitter, Gio?
Well, you know it's bad when Super tweets about it. Is
So
what I said.
you know, it got to that level. But here we are. They couldn't do it. Gio, please, can you walk us through Homeless's run now on map 2? Because I gotta say, it looked like a one-man show to some extent.
Well, yeah. I mean, ours specifically was really having a good day, all the way back to round 1, where he kicked things off with an ace. That's one way to do it. And then even in that very final round, where he was holding very aggressively in piano, which just prevented anyone from coming in through Cigar, he was definitely on fire and very, very much in his element.
What do you do if you're Gamma in this case? That's like, what were some of the main problems that we looked at? Because when you were talking about Oregon, you said, you know what, Homeless, biggest thing, gotta work on those drones, gotta work on information. Seems like they fixed it going into this.
It's wonderful if there's information you need to gather on a team that know how to play the game, apparently. That was really abysmal coming out of Gamma. I don't know what happened between map 1 and 2. I don't know if they just didn't prep Cafe or came into it with no understanding of how it was going to be played by Homeless. They should have done, because it was the map on which Homeless played the best in the regular season. But between rounds of just like randomly pushing for 1v1s, still running around in bar, trying to chase your tail and then getting shot in the head by someone who got inside a Cigar in no time at all. 4 or 5 of those rounds were just lost by players doing really random, out of the blue, daft things that no one should ever be doing in a competitive game of Siege. And I think round 2 was the one that Super pointed out on Twitter when they opened up most of the wall of kitchen. I was just like, You just let them walk in and kill 3 or 4 of you without having to use any utility. Like, they've done this literally for free. Like, genuinely, it sounds really harsh to say it was an abysmal game, but that was probably the worst performance I think I've seen out of Gamma, both old roster and new. I don't know what was going on. I don't know why they look so messy. That was even worse than the Winstrike game, to be honest.
And it's like we saw some, like, slightly more unorthodox things come out from Homeless, specifically on their attack. I'm thinking when they're attacking onto Reading and they went for a very lateral push instead of a vertical one, which you're more used to seeing, and they still couldn't be punished for that. You know, you think there's a reason why things are generally done a certain way, and you still didn't stop them. It's a problem.
Just to give you an idea, by the way, outside of Deepak, I think he had 7 kills. The rest of the team had 9 kills across 8 rounds. Like,
combined.
Combined. This is not even one person who's getting 1 kill per round and doing really well. This is 4 players between them getting 1 kill per round, basically. Like, you can't be performing like that. Whether it was charging up white stairs, having a shield at the top, and then still peeking around the shield to see if someone was there, or I don't know, Milos. Coastline has got to be a massive change.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all I'll say.
Exactly. Let's turn it to some brighter shores, as I guess this word
of Ibiza.
Of Ibiza, exactly. It's not like any of us can go to it right now.
I need a drink inside Coastline. Christ.
Get Des to the bar. I think we can start that trending somewhere. But yeah, Coastline. Complete refresher, right? You go in, you look at both of these maps, you can see the big problems in them. You have to delete Cafe from your mind if you're Gamma. You know, you have to come into this completely fresh. How do you deal with rejuvenated Homeless, ready for a Coastline that can be open to so many aggressive options?
I think you step back into what we saw in Oregon, playing around the executes and going for plants instead. They used smokes pretty well, I thought, for the most part back in Oregon. I'd like to see them go back to that. And I spoke about this at the start of the series, with Coastline being one of those maps where proximity to site, pretty much every single site is bordering on a doorway or an externally facing window. There's no need to get caught up in weird gunfights around Red Corridor where loads of walls are opened up. Just go straight for the site, play for the execute, and rely on that being the main way to get you through this. Because if now that motivation is riding high for Homeless, this could turn out to be a really rough map if more than just Our steps up, for example, and starts fragging out.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned it before, but Coastline is Homeless's least favorite map. They've played it once in the last few months with a 0% win rate, and yet they've banned it 15 times, and that's including both over Challenge League and over the Polish Masters. Well, it could be, because we all know that Coastline's an incredibly strategical map that you have to do a lot of that for. But I think that if you do have the momentum that a player like Ours or Foster, who's been showing up a decent amount, actually can just take off the back of that last map, even if this is a less favorable map here for Homeless, they've been winning a lot of the gunfights that they need to in the last couple of maps, and that's most of what you need to do on Coastline.
Yeah, for me, Coastline, this is all about a vertical play. You can't get complacent. You can't waste time. And yeah, as you say, this might be something where everything's so close to doors that it might work out for Gamma. Yes, go ahead.
Raise a point there. I do really want to touch on the vertical play. Actually, it's one element I forgot to mention. For the side of Homeless, they were very good at contesting angles that Gamma were holding vertically, looking down. They just walked forward and shot up and killed people. They are very good at this vertical play game, which is why I think on Coastline, this could be a really good map for Homeless. And Gamma, yet again, could find themselves not going into EUL here, in this case in the quarterfinals.
All right, you know what? Homeless win, yay or nay?
It's a real big gamble.
It's looking like I almost want
to be on the fence because we've seen 2 very different maps.
Oh, come on! You've changed your tune.
Excuse me, Mrs. I didn't pick a side for the last 2 maps. You can sit down. No, I'm going to go with Gamma for this one. I'm going for Gamma still. I think Gamma can still do it because again, of proximity to objective.
Calm down, John Burke.
Jesus.
I will. He's not
dead. No, he's not in the house. To me, he is.
Order. All right, Gio, very quickly.
I was gonna say I'll go with Homeless just to keep things spicy, but also I think they did very well on that last map, and they deserve the credit that it comes with a prediction.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, call up your babushkas. It's time for our final map of the evening and of the series. We go all the way to Coastline between Gamma and Homeless. Please take it away, casters. Happy Fluke.
To choke or not to choke? That is the question.
I like how the throw that Milos does for Jess and Des is always like, and I throw it to you, Jessichu. And then for us, it's just
casters.
Take it away, casters. Casters, do it. Wow.
Do it.
We know who
Do
the
your
favorite
work.
is here.
Do your job.
Hassan. And now let's see who the favorite is. I don't have Twitch chat open. I don't want it to distract me as I get into this game, but I can only imagine the spam that's coming out across the two pretty rabid fan bases here. Benelux with their own, and a flood of Polska Grom. But Coastline is our decider. All of the games have gone all the way after the 2-0s that we faced on Monday. Well, it looks like the second half of the bracket is really spicy.
Yeah, will we have a complete, well, Group B bracket after today? Or will we have the last hope of A, which is Gamma? We're getting quite close up until Cafe came around. Then suddenly it isn't looking also spicy anymore. Well, it's looking spicy, but for the likes of Homeless, not for Group A. Buck being banned right now. Thatcher as well by Gamma. That is often a ban that will be followed up with 3 ADSs being placed on the Sunrise bar next to the pool entrance door, just to make sure that that player behind the shield will be safe.
Yeah, that little defaulty plant spot becomes a very tight bit of real estate. So I guess the bans that we might see here, there could be the potential of I was literally about to say Valkyrie ban. Literally about to say it. To be honest, I get why Gamma's banning it. It offers a lot of run-out potential, and Homeless, they have been playing very aggressively on their defense when they've been playing best. They've obviously been using that intel quite well too, so limiting what they might be able to run here is a decision. The Buck change, obviously when you're looking at that being banned, it's rare. Nowadays, this is a good map to do it on because it's very claustrophobic, but I couldn't tell you the last time I saw the Buck and the Maestro as the bans.
So it's a long time ago.
I feel like we're in a different season right now.
Are we in season? I don't know what was the season again when Buck came out. Not when Buck came out. That's Black Eyes. But when did Maestro come out? What was it called again? Was with Villa.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying to get the name.
I'm trying to remember. I'm going through them in my head, and I get to Velvet Shell, and then I forget because that was the one that changed everything.
That's when everything was Parabellum.
Parabellum. That's it.
That was it. There we go. All right.
Sounds like
we get there together.
James Bond film.
Parabellum.
It probably is a James Bond.
I'm gonna.
There's enough
James
of them.
Bond.
Oh no, it's John Wick. Isn't it?
Yeah, it's John Wick, Chapter 3, Parabellum, 2019.
Confirmed. John Wick, the next operator.
Well, back in year 3, maybe.
No, it's a different game. Imagine though, that'd be. Maybe I've leaked. I haven't leaked anything, guys. They don't tell me anything. But it would be pretty cool though.
The font, please?
Designers, if you're listening, winky face. Okay, Coastline. Let's talk shop. Kids, well, we're in a situation where it's a very aggressive shop. You're looking at two teams now that need to try and step up.
Black Friday. Sorry, Black Friday kind of aggressive, Like,
yeah.
Sorry,
I'm not denying
continue
that.
Your story.
Okay. Well, you've completely thrown me off my rhythm of putting this into the face of talking in a situation in front of a school that's learning how to use woodwork. But the woodwork here is guns and aggression. Foster setting themselves up with the mirror. Overwatch from Aqua, and Panics is going to be the attempt at trying to shut this off. Deepak has an angle here to make sure that nobody gets onto luggage and gets hyper aggro quickly. Look at the man, he's waiting desperately. He wants to hear somebody punch the bottom of that to prep a run out, and then he's going to gun them in the head. But look at this, the first affray coming very quickly. I said it was going to be aggressive, and they're making sure that it is. Deepak was able to pop down just in time and catch Mexis on the roam and rotation away. Now, Mira has popped out. They're going to leave a drone here and see if they can cover the potential run out, but she's actually just round the corner. There's a pre-fire, a swing, and there's almost the cost of what is a very, very important bit of kit right now in the hands of Panics. You need not only the soft destruction, but the grenades too. Hey, Avaish, he's up there and waiting for you. Hey, a Twitch, she's back in action. Let's see if she can do as much in the hands of Gamma. Well, to be honest, she did a bit in the hands of Homeless, and that's a very good bit.
As the mirror window instantly taken out, and the Twitch drone will be conserved as well, able to take out more utility and function as an information gatherer, as ours now has put himself into a longer, more passive angle on this mirror. knowing, of course, that he can be challenged through it. I believe the mirror window is now being spotted through by the Twitch drone, giving away information as a grenade gets cooked. Will be tossed over to the Cool Vibes stairs. That's a kill. That's a clean kill to come through. Royal completely destroyed from that one. And this is a completely different Gamma we see this round than we've seen over the entirety of Cafe so far, Flu.
Yeah, this is a Gamma that's remembered how to play Siege, because they sure as heck forgot a lot of lessons in their Cafe, but my word, what a pacey opener this has been. As I said before, it was always going to be a quick, explosive map. It is always what these two teams have done well on it today as well, and Gamma are making sure that Coast is something that is going to be in their hold, in their momentum. You throw your minds back to how it opened previously. It was an ace in the hands of Homeless, and from there, all hopes started to die. Usually, if you're looking at a team opening on an ace, it's a team that locks it off, but here, they're looking for the flawless. They've almost got it, and they don't quite make it. Astro kills Deepak in the meantime, but the diffuser has at least gone down in the chaos. A frag grenade is delivered, and the present, well, it's not wanted by ours. Locked out by Gamma. And the first round, pretty much a blowout from their side.
With a blowout to end it as well. Just that last bit of shrapnel able to hit him into the feet. Coming around the corner. Now we have it, round number 1 secured by Gamma quite convincingly. Came down to a 5v1 situation. The diffuse was going down as well. And a team kill and a good kill on the challenge on the Twitch of Avich, which is, by the way, using the 417 DMR rather than the F2. Small detail. Avich seems to be a big fan of it. The 71 damage per shot, meaning you can two-shot any operator anywhere in the body.
Also, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Benelux boy, when they would play Lion, Avich would play it as well, also with the DMR.
That is true. He would be playing with the 417 because he just seems to be in love with the thing. I'm not sure. The V308 is a very good gun. The F2 is also a very good gun. Now, he's often where you do not see the 417 choice to come through. However, with one of the more recent patches, it's been in for a while now, you can also open up hatches now with the DMRs. It's a little bit of an extra, it makes it a little bit more viable. Still not to the place where it gets picked over assault rifles, except if your name is Avich.
Except if your name is Avich. Now, if your name's Mexis, you're going to look towards the Lamborghini and see if you can catch anybody that rotates a little bit too hyper-aggressively. You were caught out before trying to slip away and escape, but this time, I guess you're going to try and get the upper hand. Unfortunately for you, no one is there. They're droning the busybodies that are making their way very quickly into Office and Blue Bar. They want to collapse as soon as they can to cut off anyone that might be on the roam in the rotation. Now they have eyes on this, the split down Cool Vibes. They can watch for this man as they drone him out and try and apply some pressure on the opposite side. Obviously, Avich is above, and Royal is actually going to slip past as Mexis goes down, suffers a fate. Okay, the man gets through. The Z-pings were there, but Astro was a little bit too late to react. However, well, they were busy catching somebody else at the same time. So let's say it's a fair trade.
One drone taken care of by Royal, put into a position in VIP to aid potential C4s of ours and himself to rein up and try and secure some kills, especially if Panics will be playing these vertical angles. I can only imagine that Maxis will be holding onto that drone with his dear dad live right now because, you know, he needs to do something. He needs to watch some chems, and usually the default ones are quickly taken out as Jess quickly flashed on the screen. That was scary. I know it's Spooky Month, but don't know if you had that too. Anyway.
Spooky Month is almost over.
It is almost over.
It's gone by so fast.
Time goes fast if you have fun.
Puppet skins should be allowed inside comp. That's not a popular stance, but it is my stance. Hey, here's a stance they're trying to stack up. Ryber, dug in, buried up, and has the canisters to try and pop here, but with somebody else being popped over the shoulder, you're looking at 2 fraggers gone. Is that the shield caught too? You assume so. No, actually, Ryber was only hit with the stun. Miscounted and mispopped and misappropriated the gadgets, and now he's able to stay in the corner. Foster going for a bigger rotation around the top to try and replace where Mexis was. Hey, there goes the shield. This time round, Ash has doubled up, and the canister's going to buy them a little bit more time, but They need more than just the 15 seconds it can offer. They're already down on 2, I believe, 1 left, and it's going to have to take the stacking up for the teamwork here, but Deepek gets ours, and Deepek gets Ryber. He is on par for the ace, and the diffuser goes down. There is Panics dropped by Foster, but there is a post-plant situation. 4 more bodies in 40 seconds, 10 apiece, but that is nowhere near enough time. Hops out, detected, and given the game away. There it is, a Deepak ace.
Lol ace. Watch it. It will be in the chat. Maybe? No, all chat. Oh, quite disappointing. Alright. I was really expecting him to type lol ace as well after ours did it in round number 1. Then Cafe. There we have it. All right.
There it
Not
is.
quite in the same manner, but he does give it. He does deliver in the end. Anyway, 2-0 in a very dominant fashion so far, Gamma. Like, only 3 kills coming through so far, I believe, on the likes of... No, actually 2 kills on the likes of Homeless, because one of them was a team kill. As our sends back, but you really got to win those. And Vige backing up on that one. They're really winning these ones, at least, as they're currently 2-0 up. And it's a completely different Gamma Gaming from what we've seen before. And I saw a little bit in the chat earlier on where people were like, wow, Gamma's being roasted by Dez. And the response of Sternap was, at least that means we're getting warmed up for our final map then. So, they definitely seem to be warmed up now.
I mean, to be fair, everything Des said was fair.
It was fair. It's completely true. I agree with everything you said.
It wasn't a great map, and it was the worst that they've played throughout the entire series. And Homeless, it was some of the best that they've played, obviously most notably from the Guns of Ours. And here, obviously, hey, maybe Sternab was right in a way. A weird sentence to say sometimes. But they are heated up. They're warmed up. Gamma came into this very aggressively. They almost pushed for the flawless if there wasn't a team kill, which I'm sure Gamma leads the board on team kills across all the teams in CL. It's rare to have a game go by where they don't accidentally kill one of their own. But at the same time, they almost pushed for a flawless. They got an ace on the second round. The statistic is... Obviously, as I said before, we had the opener before. Sloth dropped an ace opener on the map where he popped off above and beyond. I guess let's see if the second round ace is enough to try and step up to those levels of gunning.
Is he going to be able to drop a second ace as Astro takes quite a bit of damage trying to enter. Now going on the hunt through Sunroom potentially as he goes on his drone. Hoping to get some information out. It seems like they might be aware of the fact that a player is close to security. As Deepek quickly checks the drone hole, you never know if you're going to be able to find a kill from that or not. As the drone being positioned well by Astro, that is his flank watch, that is his lifeline. You can almost say, not in the gadget, but literally, if someone watches that and he sees the flank, he will be taken out as a result.
Wow, maybe the longest that we've had everybody alive so far. Astro suffered a fair chunk of damage, but they're still able to keep themselves standing as Deepek tries to apply the pressure onto the door, where he had such a lockdown and control before. Concerned about Homeless returning to their aggressive roots and swinging on, but so far we've seen them be a little bit more reserved. And as of yet, I guess it's a bit of a break in confidence in what they've been able to take control of and get locked down this time round. They're playing themselves a more cautionary tale, and the C4 is going to open up an angle where he tries to strike. No, it doesn't. It looked like he might have tried to go for the body in the angle just beneath as they passed towards the door, but no quite catch there. That was not our sentence.
I often do make no sentences.
No one was quite caught there. That's English, I think. Wow, they were caught there though. Panics pops a window, finds Foster chilling out in VIP, unfortunately. Inviting all of your friends to VIP to celebrate your birthday isn't quite in the spirit of things right now. So there's the friends backing off. Royal isn't going to try and take the fight, but hey ho, there's a man with a 417, and oh no, there they go! Royal and Ours and a Panics and Deepek! Flood the top right as we see bodies fall. There is a man that you just saw, and there's a catch. Panics was able to see you 3 for the round. And Deepek, he's in sight.
He's in sight, but there is that one little Melusi Banshee going off. It doesn't matter though, because Maxis was in a bit of a gunfight with Astro, who was in a blue bar, and well, Deepek was like, I guess I can come and support as long as I'm not being challenged by that last member that is, you know, fighting with you. And did so successfully. Picked up that kill, and we're currently 3-0 up, and Gamma, they don't seem to be slowing down, and it all starts with that first pick of Panics, just a drone in position, able to find out that player in VIP. A quick punch and followed up by a couple of shots is enough to start things off. Luckily for Avicii, wasn't able to net the kill with the 417. That is the danger when you're coming into close range encounters. Then the F2 would definitely be preferred. But hey, they managed to win the round. Probably not care about that lost kill, lost gunfight, as long as the result is there in the end. Because after a very decimating cafe coming through, where Homeless absolutely murdered you, it seems like they have revived themselves, used one of their 9 lives, and right now it's going to be making the best out of it, making sure that Homeless is going to be sent home tonight. Well, actually, that's really impossible. If they don't have a home.
You just did not think that through.
Being sent back to the bridge tonight. No, I didn't send it through. Think it through. I did send it, not think it through. There we go. Send them back to the bridge. There we go.
3-0, and we find ourselves up in Hookah for the first time. Obviously, Blue with a double down in Kitchen. So now we're seeing what is for a lot of teams their first broach and approach. Here, setting themselves with the control underneath. Royal is playing the roam game and trying to limit the amount of drones and intel that can obviously otherwise be pushed and peppered and pressed against them. They're stacking themselves up with the possibility of the trade, and that is what Coastline can be. This Danger Donut is one of stories and threads that crisscross across the map. All of the angles, open holes, and momentum seems to be unfortunately falling away from the favor of Homeless, but obviously, they have more than enough capability of being able to pull themselves back in and try and get some of these precious rounds before they go to their attack, which, to be honest, on a map like Coastline isn't the worst thing. Coast, out of especially the maps that we've had today, is one that can often benefit and very much give a bit of hoorah to the attackers, and there wasn't anything more energetic than the attack of Homeless on the previous map.
Yeah, that was definitely a very good to come through defense. And again, 2 very quick kills coming through here for Gammas. Both Leonski and Penix pick up a 1. Avicii then follows up with the 417 as well, and Penix now finds himself into the blue bar. What would the defense? Foster seems to be going to think about a potential flank maybe, as he moved all the way over to Luggage, now into 90, moving towards theater. But no one is here, however. As Rebo wants to go for an aggressive run out, there's no one on the windows. They're trying to find people. They just cannot find anyone. And in a 5v2 situation, meaning they need to bring it back towards equal numbers quickly. Otherwise, this will spiral out of hand.
Well, when you're on the minute 20 mark, there's no rush. Gamma, you obviously got your kills very quickly and very isolated. There was no succession and set up a trade. But hey, Foster's been able to get 1 back. Take care of Astro on the far side, but it's only really the Ash in this situation. Still looking for more potential aggression here. Heard the repel. Misthrows a disc, and in the meantime loses another body and loses their own Gamma. Take another round in very decisive style.
Where there was sometimes indecisiveness in Cafe, it's completely the opposite right now. Homeless are being dominated. I'm not even sure how many kills they have on the board now in total, because I believe Des mentioned that Gamma only had like 9 kills in all those rounds, except for Deepak combined. I feel like this might be currently in a worse state here for, you have it, 5 kills in 4 rounds so far coming through. It's not looking pretty. That would be enough for 1 round if they would have all been in the same round.
Yeah, obviously it's the situation where you're looking at how big they were going before, how confident they were playing throughout Cafe, and how much more energy they were bringing to their performance. And here, we're just seeing them being picked apart, unfortunately. Obviously, we've seen them play a little bit more of a separate game, setting themselves up, you know, a singular body inside Aqua, then 1 on the rotation potential around Luggage, and then 1 towards the bottom and the Lamborghini Dory reception area. They all get shut down 1 at a time. Okay, let's try and adapt that. We're going to put 2 bodies. We're going to double up the Mozzie and the Jaeger and see if those... Oh, no, they both got picked apart. And seemingly they haven't been able to find the solution to the problem of winning that entry, winning that initial excursion, which, to be honest, even in the first map, even in Oregon, where they unfortunately weren't able to take it, they were still taking a lot of those entries, which is one of the reasons that the game was prolonged so much, was their ability to actually win that entry fight, win that entry battle. Here,
they know
it's just slipping away.
The drone came in, spotted the potential spawn peak, something they keep on trying every single round. However, they literally find no one. Not a single bullet been fired towards the spawn in these past 5 rounds. Of course, the 4 that have been completed, the 5th one that's going on right now. Deepak is already inside, but will be taken down as Ours was able to quickly respond and take control again of Office. The feeling someone was inside, came to hunt him down and did so successfully, not taking a single point of damage from that action. That gives them the entry for once. Will it be enough for them to actually secure a round with it? That is the big question. As the Sophia has been taken care of. Deepak, such a star player as well on this lineup, no longer have an impact this round.
Astro, who's generally only been able to get glancing blows at people before losing their life, is, I guess, going to have to step up to the mantle of that aggression with their ability and see if they can be the one that breaks what Deepak has been able to break so well so far. Still droning out and trying to catch anybody that might be above. The hatch is closed, so they assume then that everybody is down on that ground floor. If they haven't got the pace rotation that they need, well, chances are they're not going to be around there. Hey ho, they're proven right. Everybody is below and beneath them now. 1:20, and Gridlock is locking down the staircase before they go for any potential approach here. They're probably going to pop it themselves before rotating round. There it is, there it goes, and now they can set themselves up with a retake on Office.
Need to get control of Office again, as it directly puts you up into contention of that blue bar, which is one of the sides. Savage now from above will be putting down some breaching charges to remove the key positions the defenders can play in. Basically cleaning out a big part of the Sunrise bar, except for Reba, who is still waiting here. That's a very nasty angle he's using, all the way from the window, hoping for someone to potentially jump out or quickly just show himself there so you can get a burst in with the SMG-11. High fire rate, meaning high opportunity of, getting some bullets in quite quickly.
Tough to control from those kind of ranges, though. However, he's been pretty good with it so far today. 27 seconds. Throw our minds back to Oregon. If I'm going to talk about it being the blow for getting the entry, one of the biggest blows was how little time Gamma left for themselves on their attempt to put the diffuser down, and it cost them quite frequently here. They don't have a huge amount of time, but Leonski, he's free to just move in. Arrows seems to be completely unaware. Tried to wait and play the game. Oh no! He was waiting for the 7-second mark to put it into a cold position. Unfortunately, just caught by the cover. That could have been a brilliant play and would have won them the round. Credit to him, but also credit to the man that was watching for the flank and the spin and the twirl, because now it's only a push and a retake here. It's a 3 versus 2. They have the man advantage, and you can see the bodies heading over the top. They know that they can capitalize here if they get the pinch put perfectly, but Panics is locking it down. Drops Royal. There's a swing. There's a miss. And there's now a 2 versus 1. The last man is inside Office. Leonski locks it off. Gamma, the 2 bodies. 1 below, 1 above. 3 buried. And a post-plant cover that was so close to the wire and to Arrows pulling it away.
The confidence of planting in a 4v5 situation with 20 seconds left, not executing onto the site. They just tossed the smoke canister, he hit himself inside of it and went for the plant. I'm not sure if Arrows knew. It looked like he did, and he took the risk, and it unfortunately didn't pay off. Very well played there. Like Homeless, they had it under control up until that smoke canister came out and the plant came through, because that was the moment when Gamma, because you didn't see much moving, you saw a lot of calmness still in Gamma's, their players. Like the plant was going down, you still had someone all the way on the other side of the map, just moving patiently, moving calmly, and not making any, hasty decisions there. And that leads them to a 5-0 right now. And even though the entry frag was there for Homeless, a very important one at that, in Office, it was the same room where eventually the execute came from and the plant was being covered from, leading to the demise in that round. So, again, very confident of sticking with that plan the way they did, not trying to go for a more complex execute there, just smoke and plants, see what you can get out of it.
I guess for me, as I said, I think Arrows knew exactly what he was doing and almost pulled the Hail Mary off there, where he waited and went for the spin at the last second. In hindsight, my curiosity is going to be watching over and seeing the other potential angles that might have been there. They had the man advantage. Did they have the look through and the rotation possibility from inside Sunrise, just on the slip of the bar and that close wall to pepper bullets through and just stop the plant? I guess they, how thorough was the information on where the diffuser was going down? Where else could they have been to pull that together? And how sneaky, really, was the diffuser? Because at the end of it, well, it was a lockdown and then a lockout from the two remaining players. 5-0. Hey, when was the last time we saw a team get 5 in their half, in the opening half?
It's a previous game, actually. Not in a row, but they did manage to get 5. That didn't look too pretty for Gamma, though.
No, it did not. And quickly ended in a 7-1. So, Homeless, you got to start impressing right now, and here's the moment to try and do it. Pull something back from your defenses on Coast, otherwise it will end nowhere. Not impossible, but not easy.
Not likely.
Not likely.
A lot of damage being done to ours. Here you see it. The 417 working its magic. Smoke canister being tossed in. Twitchdrawn actually trying to go for the execute, but it's not enough damage done. Meantime, however, Deepak will be able to find Foster for the entry. You try to go for a run out on VIP Balcony. Keep in mind that ours is also very low. If I study was 1 HP, tried to go for the zap, that didn't work out. Unfortunately for him, would have been quite, well, a thing as well. The last time I saw a Twitch drone kill is a long while ago, especially since they do like 1 damage now compared to the 10 they used to do before. And looks like a hookah setup is currently in the making, because Deepak going from below, entering Sunrise. See Astra already in the blue bar, and Milnsky now coming over with the diffuser as well. It's looking like Gamma wants to end this half quickly without too much pain.
Royal has been able to rotate in and is going to go for a big swing out now. Just revealed and just caught Panics in the dying throws. A pick back in their favor, but at what cost? He rotates his way aggressively back inside, and Astro is just on the other side. Do they know that they're both currently in the same bar? Do they know only one of them's allowed in? And it's the body of Red that is removed as the firefight comes through. And inside, Avaish, well, he was just in the smoke.
He was in the smoke, but I mean, like, he was like, where am I taking damage from? Because he was moving around, couldn't say anything. It was the gridlock, so as soon as he looked down, Avaish was there with the 417, ended him quickly, and that leaves us at 6 match and series points in a row right now here for Gamma. An entire half for them to get 1 singular round to put themselves up in the semis against M&M. And that match will decide who will go to the EUL finals to play for their EUL spots.
Not over yet. And Foster is going to play the game of Glaz, bring it in almost instantly with Monty to offer them support. The hard destruction is swapped out for the possibility of frag grenades, a very important pick, but hey, probably the most important is the one in the top left, Leonski. Swapping out the mirror for the Warden, wants to strike back at the potential here of the smoke play if they can keep their eyes on the 4 canisters that are currently occupying the pockets of Ryber and Foster. Well, that surprise strike could be the one that leads their way. 3 C4s are backing that up with the possibility of looping them into a danger zone that you generally know is going to be hotly occupied and contested. This could either go very, very well or very, very badly for that combination of Monty Glaz.
Thing is, you can already see what Homeless want to do. They want to take that pool entrance. They want to be getting control of the, right-hand side corner or left-hand side corner where Astro is currently placing down his ADSs. And that's where they want to plant. They want to plant on the couch, right behind the bomb chassis, as that is the safe spot. So that means that the Monty will probably be taking control of that together with that glass. That just means that a lot of the utility will be tossed towards that side. At least if that is their plan, because you saw 3 drones standing by there. Now it suddenly looks like they're going to be entering from service entrance. So you got to keep in mind, if you lose this Monty early on, your whole plan will basically fall and shatter as it was standing.
Now then, as they start to collapse in and collapse onto Deepak, who's holding onto the angles. As I said before, this is a map of thread, making sure you have all the eyes and angles and ideas covered. Monty wants to step in and step up towards the kitchen and see what's cooking. And currently it's just drone information. And a little bit of Deepak, actually, as he's singed by an explosion that comes around the side. Hits the shoulder of Monty. The C4 comes out. There is Panics. There is a Panic spray. And there goes one more and one more as Panics finds a double around the back stairs. Suddenly a 4 versus 2. Gamma shut down. It's really, truly a 4 versus 1-2 as Monty lies on the floor. Foster, it is all down to you right now. All of the hopes and dreams of being able to pull Homeless into just a round, let alone anything further. The Warden is in, and he's making sure that this split entry is his to cover. Now it's official. Glaz, you are the last hope and prayer of a team that may be without a home, and is currently looking like they may be without a hope too. As C4 is ripped, torn, blown, but isn't the end that we see. It's 2 bodies of Gamma that swing up a staircase. You could say they've done enough to make everybody forget Cafe, but for me, Homeless have done more than enough to make sure we will remember them as they look towards the next season of CL. A very good team and a possibly very dominant force. Unfortunately, couldn't make their mark today, but I'm guaranteed that this is not the last we will see of Polska Grom in our Twitch chat.
We'll be back next season, of course, as I believe that this lineup of Homeless has a lot to still improve and a lot of potential to be well spotted in there. And if they continue playing like this together, I'm sure we will see them again in the next season and maybe be more successful than they were right here, because they had a rough start. That much must be said. And they managed to bring it back. They managed to reach those playoffs, and they managed to almost as well reach the semis here. But it wasn't for a 7-0 on Coastline to end all those dreams. Let's throw it back to our desk quickly, though, as a butcher again to analyze this 7-0.
On job, Hat.
I mean, I have to analyze that throw. That was masterful from Mr. Steinhappers. But you know what? Stein doesn't care. Gamma took it today. And you know what? Map 3, we came in, everybody's sitting on fences or jumping one side or the other. And that was just a completely different team, does.
First things first. One, someone needs to take Avish's keyboard away from him as soon as he presses the Y button to speak in audio chat. Please, someone stand behind him and take it away from him. Second, what a revitalized team and what a revitalized player. Panics, especially, I've got to give a shout out to a touchdown in Oregon. I said he did really well there in a couple of the rounds. I think he got 3 Ks in a couple of these rounds. He got 2 grenade kills back in round number 1. Very different team to what we saw before. And for all that we sat there and said, I want to see an objective-focused team that uses those smokes to go for executes, they only had to worry about a plant once, and that was when Deepak was the opening death for the team in round number 5. So this was the team that we needed to see. I hear that Sono gave the team a bit of a wobble in between maps and said, guys, sort it out now. This is getting stupid. And they must have clearly taken that to heart and really gone for it, because that was a much better performance and truthfully was the outcome I would have expected on the previous 2 maps coming into today. Didn't think Cafe would go the way it did, but fair play. They did it when they needed to, and now they go through to face off against M&M.
Took Homeless a while to mount up any defense or offense really against Gamma in this one, Gio, and never really worked out their way.
Yeah, I mean, you said it took them a while to mount up any defense. They didn't get a single defensive round or offense for that matter. So, they never really got there. But yeah, the whole time, it kind of felt like they didn't really know what they were doing necessarily. They were trying to rely on individual moments that didn't add up into some holistic success. I mean, Derry mentioned round 5. This was a round they were holding, it was a blue bar defense, but everyone was over towards kitchen. It was completely off site. And as soon as the plant had been made and they had to start swarming back in, Gamma was everywhere they needed to be able to catch them out on that move in, and it was just, it felt messy, and the result ended up being messy as well.
All right, Gio, Des, thank you so much for your input. I'll be back to you in just a moment. In the meantime, yes,
Milos, really quickly, Avish, be good, please. Carry on.
Thank you, Val. All right, let's take it to interview. We'll see you in a moment. Podnavond, Avish, how are you doing?
Jo, good avond, men alles goed toch? Oh, you want English instead?
Hap is not here, so you can't really do the Hap and Toltersma interviews. Go ahead. So congratulations, man.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
It definitely.
Bit of a rough start, huh?
Yeah, it definitely was. I gotta say, first of all, when we look at the map bans in general, do you believe that it went your way to take it to Coastline as map 3?
We didn't. Sorry if you heard that, by the way.
Oh my god, what is...
I think my brother is really happy about something that happened in this game. I think he's watching my game, actually. So he just now got a message.
I'd be very proud of you too, Avice. So yeah, there you go. Congratulations. Can we get some cat jams for Avice's brother? Thank you. There you go.
Wacht even, Rowan, ik heb interview. I don't think he realizes there's actually an interview behind the games. Anyway, I'm really sorry.
Go ahead. No, don't worry about it. It's fantastic. I love that wholesomeness. Go ahead.
Yeah. So for the map bans, like we didn't expect them to leave Coastline open because I don't think Homeless is has played Coastline all that much. So we definitely didn't expect it, and we didn't even practice it all that much because we didn't expect it. But I guess we're pretty good at it. I guess I don't know. I was really not really afraid, but I was skeptical going into Coastline after our 7-1 cafe. Because it's been a really long time.
Let's talk about that for a moment. Actually, I want to talk to you about Cafe Dostoevsky. What was the expectation going into it in general, and what happened? Because everybody was saying, you know what, this did not look like Gamma at all. It looked like a team that got a bit too cocky for their own good.
I don't think we played cocky at all. I think we were just a bit too not aware enough. Like not respecting the opponent, I guess, because like on the first round, like I was just looking at the cocktail window and I got shot in the back of the head. Like that was just really dumb. And then Astro gets shot by a guy who was also just really could have been avoidable. Like we are usually pretty good on Cafe, so like a 7-1 that was really something we did not expect. And I really respect Homeless for the Cafe they brought. Like I feel like they played really well, even if we made some mistakes. So yeah, that's about it.
So what's the transition though from Cafe into Coastline? Did Sternab like kind of come in, try to reel you in? How did you fire up Big T, Deepak into Coastline? What was the conversation in those few minutes you had in between the maps?
Yeah, I think Sternab was playing Star Citizen or something, but no, just kidding. Like
he was telling you if you don't win, you have to eat baked beans on toast, right?
Yeah, like anyway, like if we win, then it's like we did good, and if we lose, it's Sternab's fault. So we literally said, Sternab, what the fuck are you doing? So instead, Leon was talking to us, and like we have been in like bad situations many times before.
Yes.
So we knew if we just yeah. So I knew if we just stay calm and collected, and we just keep playing as a team, like we can bring it back, and we've proven that we can indeed bring it back.
I have one general question because we saw a lot of it today. What's your take on Frost with the changes that she had to her kit, and how actually quite a few of the teams were running it today?
Frost has been an operator that could have been brought into certain positions because of vaultable locations or just staircases and whatnot, and like we've already been using that on Cafe before the buff. Like I'm not sure if the trap worked today, but like
something
the operator is it's like a clutch operator for us. She has a shield. I really like the gun with the 1.5, especially in piano. And I think now with the shotgun we're going to be seeing a lot more of her.
Would not be surprised at all. Avish, at the end of the day, the team performing well in general throughout the year. Now you make it even deeper into CL, into the semifinals. Next step, does it really matter who you face off against? We already know it's MNM. It's not like Machko is going to do anything to you. But actually, when I was having a chat with MNM, with Nathan, he said, it doesn't matter who we face off against. We're just going to play our best. And if it's Gamma, then so be it. At least it's going to give us a better story. Do you agree with that logic?
I understand the logic for sure. Like, we were watching the Machko M&M game, and like they had a really rough start, and I didn't expect Machko to do so good, to be honest. But they surprised me. Then because they actually beat them on Clubhouse, one of M&M's best maps, like I really thought like, okay, they're just gonna win it all. Until I saw the second map was Theme Park and they were on attacking side, and then the chances were back to M&M, and they got a couple rounds. They started rolling again. They started being the M&M they usually are, and I'm gonna be happy to play against them.
Yeah, that will be come next week. So in the meantime, Avash, anything you'd like to say out there from your point of view and as a representative of Gamma Gaming?
I don't know. I
to the fans, to your brother, he's so happy.
To my brother, maybe next time wait like 5 more minutes until after the interview. Like it's a bit loud, and for the fans, like thank you for supporting us, for the good luck messages and adding us on Twitter. Like we do see them, so that also helps a lot.
All right, Avais, thank you so much again. Dankjewel. Congratulations on your victory. We'll be seeing you come next week. In 4 days and 21 hours, you'll be playing against M&M Gaming. It'll be a huge, well, Netherlands/lowland versus M&M. It's going to be pretty big for us to see Gamma versus M&M. Until then, thank you so much for being here. Goedenacht, and we'll see you next time.
Goedenacht, Milos.
Bye. Here we are. I mean, look, interviews...
His brother was the star of that show.
What?
Nothing.
What? I'm not that old. You're older than me.
Unlucky Derek.
But look beautiful in my youth. Look at me.
Have you seen your hairline?
Yeah.
No, nobody's seen it for a while. I don't know what
Like I've already said, I've already played that joke card this week. I said that M&M's roster go further back than my hairline. That one's already been dropped.
Well,
at least you're owning it.
Fair enough.
That's what you got to do.
All right, you know what, Des, closing thoughts on this game and on this play day overall, right? UK Massive going forward, play against the Dutch. I think it's as good as it gets.
It is, but I'm also looking at today, and it sounds kind of bad to end it on a slightly dour note. I think these two matchups that we saw today were weaker than the ones that we saw out of Kavana and Penta the other day. Looking at those two teams on the top side of the bracket and knowing the two teams here, M&M and Gamma, unless they really step things up next week and change my mind otherwise, I think when it comes to the finals in December, it will be one of those top two bracket teams that make it into EUL automatically, and one of these two teams will be stuck then fighting off for the spot against Rogue.
Yeah, it feels that way. You know, these are definitely teams that have potential. But I mean, I think Gamma came a bit too close for comfort today at certain points. Obviously, in the last map, it was really dominant. But compared to what we saw yesterday, they need to pick it up and pull it out for me to believe that it's going to be them.
All right, Geodes, thanks so much. Let's take a quick look again at our brackets. We are done with the first two play days of the playoffs. Means that, hey, 4 out of our 7 matches in total are already done. Windstrike losing to Kavana, and they move forward to face off against Penta, who beat Heretics 2-0. Close game between Windstrike and Kavana. I highly recommend people go back and watch it. It was definitely a lot of fun going through it. M&M versus Machiko was too close for comfort. I gotta say, same goes for Gamma versus Homeless. It took a while, but then the two teams that we all expected to move on forward ended up doing so. It's M&M versus Gamma playing in the bottom bracket semi-final. Semi-final number 2, of course, again, is Kavana versus Penta. The winner of these two matches, or each one of these two matches, will progress to the grand final of Challenger League. And of course, these top two teams will have a shot at EU League. They will play against one another. The winner of that game immediately makes it to EU League. The loser will be playing against Rogue in League relegation. Simple as it gets. That's for later on. Next week, we will be back to those matches. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back on Monday for our match. It's going to be a load of excitement. I cannot wait to see what happens. We're following Challenger League for so many months and years for a lot of us, and it's good to see finally the biggest representation of the entire region and the competition on the big stage. Again, big thanks to the production team, to the talent squad on today. We'll be back come Monday. Thank you so much. We love you. Good night.
We balance each other out. So I think at the end of the day, Jess, we can call it a gentleman or a woman's.